Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We still have a few people signing in. We'll go ahead and get started. I'd like to welcome everyone to lovely Rancho Mirage. It's great to be here, great to see everyone in person. Great to participate in all the work group meetings that have occurred here as well as online. And I'm looking forward to, as well as all of us on the executive board, are looking forward to a great delegates meeting today. Notice I said today, so that's the objective.
Brevity.
Before we proceed, I do want to note that we still have we have one member of the executive board, David Hayter, and we also have Alan Priest and Michael Kordakovsky, who are all three in Chennai, India, attending the FIDE General Assembly that's going on. And I think the vote is what, tomorrow, Carol, is when they do the presidential vote. But we're staying in close touch with them as the politicking on the floor is ongoing in India. So we'll see how all that comes out. So I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We do the roll call now?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start the roll.
We don't have everybody signed up yet.
Okay, we're waiting on a few people to sign in. Needs to be like a chess tournament, if you're not there when at the appointed time, you lose your game and you're out, in the next. At
least there could be a fine.
Yeah, that Randy's got the right idea that buys the first round after the meeting was over. What's fun?
Maybe.
Oh, he's getting the list.
I think we have it.
Yeah.
Only on this side.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. This is like about 55.
Okay, go ahead and read the roll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, our secretary will now proceed to read the roll.
Okay. Alaska, Alabama, Kenneth Sloan. Arkansas, Steve Elkins. All right. Arizona, Steve Martinez. Michelle Martinez.
And then right after.
California, North, Richard Kepke. Thomas Langland. Abel Telemantes. All right. Judith Sadaray. Jim Eade. Jordan Langland. Is it Deha Langland?
Yeah, isn't he?
All right. California South.
John is.
Sean Manros. James Harrell.
Is he?
Stephen Morford. Dwayne Barber. Randall Huff. Dylan Quersha. Colorado, Paul Covington. Not here. Connecticut, Alexander Lumelski. Karen Aronian. Delaware. District of Columbia, Robin Ransom. Florida, Andy Ray. John Haskell. Daim Shabazz. Kevin Pryor.
Here.
Georgia. Thad Rogers. Nope. I'm here. Maureen Gramad. David Blair's not here. Hawaii, Robert Keogh. Thought we had a delegate from Hawaii. Iowa, Randy Bauer.
Present.
Eric Vigil. Okay. Idaho, Adam Porth. Illinois, Lawrence Cohen. Great. Indiana, Lester Van Meter. Lester Van Meter, not here yet. Louisiana, Lila Daquin. Massachusetts, Maryland, Chris Kim. John D. Rockefeller, 5th. And Missouri, Tony Rich. John Fernandez.
Here.
Mississippi, Jeff Bullington. Great. North Carolina, North Dakota, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Hal Terry. No one from New Jersey. New Mexico, Daniel Cerna. New York, Kimberly Dew. Oh, Brian Glover. All right, sorry, that's California South. Steve Emmett. Walking Biscuit. Sunil Wermantry.
So he's here.
Sunil Wermantry. Okay. Sophia Road. Daniel Road. Oklahoma, Chuck Unruh.
Present.
Oregon, Carl Hassler. Hessler, I apologize. Okay. South Carolina, David Gramad. Robert McCrary. Tennessee, Alan Cantor. Chris Prosser. Texas, Frank Guadalupe. Vishwanath. Okay. Lewis Reed. Wendy Reed. Dr. Root. Okay. Casey Hoket. Okay. David Day, Utah.
Here.
And Virginia, Michael Hoffpower.
Here.
Washington, Dwight Barber. Josh Sinanen. Wisconsin, Guy Hoffman. Sandra Hoffman. All right, Mike Neatman. Okay. All right, no one from Wyoming. Count quickly. 1, 2,
Can you count them all?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Funds.
5, 6, 7, 8.
There's the Hoffman.
36,
And
9.
Sandra.
Guy, you have to sign in right there.
1, 2, 3.
Plus 3 funds.
We have 55 delegates so far,
Plus 3.
plus 3. We should have approximately 58.
Which is a quorum.
Mr. President, I believe we have quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum. This time I'd like to recognize, where's John McCreary? Past presidents that are here at the event today. John McCreary, thank you for being here. Alan Priest, past president, is in Chennai, India. And John and to Alan, by default, appreciate your continued service to chess, and those of us that are here, we're your legacy. So thank you.
Just a question. I know of at least one alternate who's here but was not called. Did we cover all of those? Or?
We didn't have
No, unless you have credentials. you know.
Well, they can pick up the credentials if the regular delegate's not here. Tom Brownscombe
At 9:30, right?
from Nevada. Was there a Nevada delegate here? So he can be credentialed now.
Yeah,
If there are any other alternates who missed,
Mr. President, we added one to Texas. She is that lady over there. I never met her before, so but I don't think she was called.
but she's a delegate. isn't
Molly. I see. I stand corrected.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and move on.
Are we at a point where we can add add alternates? Or
Yeah,
is
they
that
can
like-
go, they can sign in at the desk over there. Technically, it's at 9:30, which is 10 minutes from now. Okay? It's 9:20, but they can start lining up at the door. Okay, at this point, we have a very solemn part of the agenda where we read the names of those who have passed during the past year. So Randy and I apologize up front if we mispronounce a name. If we do, please sound off so that we get the individual's name pronounced correctly. Then at the end, if there is anyone that we did not call out because we were not aware of that person having passed, just please let us know at the end by coming forward to the mic and announcing the name of the person and the state from which they are from. Edward L. Addis, Oregon. David F. Alter, Ohio. Ronald Atkins, Florida. Delbert Tal Area, Texas. Wilford Biggs, Texas. Kelly L. Borman, Wisconsin. Fred Brock, California. John C. Bidwell, Michigan. L. Gordon Brooks, California. D.L.P. Ballard, Oklahoma. Ernest Caicedo, Pennsylvania. Scott Shate, New York. Albert C. Chow, Illinois. Wayne Clark, Illinois. David Cohen, Ontario, Canada. Marcia Cope, California. Lawrence J. Copland, Florida. Richard Corkin, Pennsylvania. J. Norman Cotter, Pennsylvania. Natal John Carabello, Pennsylvania. Aaron Dublin, Missouri. Richard Stephen Dusha, Rhode Island. William S. Davis, Minnesota. Vladimir Georgievich, Illinois. James W. Dunion, Colorado. Jeffrey J. Dahl, Minnesota. D. D. Drake, Oklahoma. Roy Eikerenketter, Pennsylvania. Robert J. Elliott, Ohio. Cephas Ellis, West Virginia. Edward Rudolph Epp, Massachusetts. Michael Flellowing, Texas. Thomas Scott Freneau, Arizona. Carlton R. Furbush, Texas. George T. Fiquette, New York. Lester L. Fritz II, Illinois. John W. Green, Oklahoma. Michael William Gallagher, Wyoming. Excuse me. Charles Greger, Arizona. Kevin Gowan, Oregon. Robert Laurie Harvey, Massachusetts. Gerald A. Hoyer, Minnesota. Robert B. Holland, Florida. Louis A. Hux, Washington. Joseph Ippolito, New Jersey. Timothy C. Jameson, North Carolina. Richard A. Johnston, Connecticut. Eric R. Jones, Oklahoma. Warren Kreckler, Illinois. Joseph Leathers, Georgia. Myron Lieberman, Arizona. Rachel Lieberman, Arizona. Patrick Leonard, Massachusetts. David F. Love, New York. Hills Lee, Colorado. Cheryl Amber Lenz, New York. Raymond Earl Lawrence, Arkansas.
Glenn McDonald, Massachusetts. Edward Marpolsky, Pennsylvania. Raymond P. Mayer, Florida. Bill McCauley, New Jersey. Robert Eugene Miller III, Ohio. Michael S. Morgan, Wisconsin. Albert Meyer, Texas. Mark E. McFeeters, Maine. Alex McNeely, Michigan. F. Edward Morgeson, Missouri. Samuel Moffett, Pennsylvania. Philip K. Knoll, Rhode Island. Dr. A. K. Nigrum, New Jersey. Larry Nezhny, Ohio. Frank E. Northaft, Virginia. Bernard Overly, Pennsylvania. Henry R. Odell, Washington. David L. Olmsted, California. Ignacio Perez, Washington. Glenn Peterson, New Jersey. Klaus A. Pohl, South Carolina. Bruce W. Potratz, Illinois. Daniel A. Perlman, Wisconsin. Thomas Lamar Peverall, Virginia. John R. Fython Sr., Maine. Tom V. Purser, Florida. Richard Ricketts, Oregon. Andrew Allen Rail, North Carolina. Raymond Schneider, Virginia. Peter Scott, Massachusetts. Michael G. Selchert, Wisconsin. Jerry W. Smith, Iowa. Michael C. Stone, Wisconsin. David W. Sires, New York. Larry B. Smith, Michigan. Anthony J. Ciaretta, Jr., New York. Joseph E. Stearns, Jr., South Carolina. Nelson Sears, Pennsylvania. Arnold Schaffritz, Pennsylvania. Dr. Rose Marie Stutz, Alabama. James E. Sparks, Arizona. Tony Scioli, Michigan. Lawrence DeMarkin, New York. John Thompson, Jr., North Carolina. Robert J. Taylor, Ohio. Ronald Vogel, Minnesota. Dennis V. Vogel, Indiana. Robert Watkins, Kentucky. Jerome Works, Pennsylvania. David N. Williams, Washington. John R. Williams, California. Betty Saccotti, Illinois.
Is there anyone's name who was not called? Please step to the mic.
Brenda Goichberg, New York.
Joseph Gatson, Gadson, Michigan.
Willanthian Williams from Tennessee.
Dennis Waterman, California.
Michael Splain, California.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll pause now for a moment of silence for our departed friends. May God rest their souls. Continuing with our first order of business, ADM 22-01, Richard Kepke.
Yes, so this is one of the standard bookkeeping motions that we do every yearly basis. Hope it's not controversial. It basically just re-elects delegates at large whose status would be expiring this year.
Who are the delegates at large?
Unfortunately, I don't have that with me.
So, we're looking it up. While that's being looked up,
It's
John.
either those who are expiring or who have expired previously. So if there's anybody here who's eligible to be a DAL,
they have to be here.
are you here? If so, please speak up.
Carl Hessler from Oregon. Is it just me, or does anybody else miss Harold saying that? Thank you.
Miss what?
I have the list now. You want me to read them off? So the DALs are Stephen Doyle, Patrice Marinero,
Not here.
Woodrow Harris,
Not here.
Frank Camerata, Tim Redwin, Leroy DeBeck, Anthony Cattell, Dwayne Barber,
He's
Randall
here.
Huff,
here.
Robert McKirley, Alan Priest, and Mike Nolan. That's the list.
Yes, I think it was Dwayne and Randy who were here from among those that was John is here from those who were called.
I'm sorry, it's only those who expired. I was elected last year, so I'm good for 2 more years. So is anybody on that list who's here who didn't? Randy, are you expired? Or?
You're here. Well, they don't even know if they're expiring. So I'm going to move on. Vote on the 2 that are here. Okay, the motion's been made. The names have been called. 2 of those delegates are here. All those in favor of those delegates at large, raise your hands or raise your credentials. Aye. Okay, that's sufficient. Thank you. ADM 2202, Jim Ead. It doesn't matter which mic you use, Jim. You can use either one of them.
There we go. Okay. This is the delegates appoint Kenneth Sloan, Alabama. I'm sorry, James Ead, Northern California. The delegates appoint Kenneth Sloan, Alabama, and delegate at large. There's a development at the members' meeting, and I would like to pass the mic to Alexander.
Alexander Lemelski, Connecticut. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment from the membership meeting. Well, we discussed it at the membership meeting. Friendly amendment to the motion to add Mike Neatman to the motion, so the motion should read, the delegates appoint Kenneth Sloan, Alabama, and Mike Neatman, Wisconsin, as delegates at large.
Jim, you accept the friendly amendment?
I accept the friendly amendment, and the rationale really is these guys have been of such service to US Chess over the years in their committee work and other service. I was prepared to speak about Ken's, but I'm awfully proud to also add Mike to that list. His service is unquestionable to my mind.
So the motion's been made to add Kenneth Sloan from Alabama and Mike Neatman from Wisconsin as delegates at large. Do we have discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make a clarification. This is the first of the bylaws require 2 motions in consecutive meetings. So this will be the first of 2 motions. Both of them, I believe, are Section 9 delegates this year from the membership meeting. So next year we would vote them as official delegates at large.
Okay.
Thank you.
John?
Well, I was going to agree with him. Technically, Mike should have been on the advance agenda. I'm happy to waive that, but, it's advanced agenda 2 years in a row, 3/4 vote is what it is. So bylaws chair can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding.
Yeah. Okay, so today will be the first of 2 consecutive votes. The next one will occur next year at the delegates meeting. So all those in favor of appointing Kenneth Sloan and Mike Neatman as delegates at large, please raise your credentials. Okay, opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. The next order of business, the Executive Board moves to appoint Andrew Ray as our parliamentarian. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Okay, that passes. So, Andy, you're in.
Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah, so, Andy stepped in. We sent him to the training to become, to understand Robert's Rules of Order in detail. And I've known Andy for many, many years, and he's definitely got the kind of personality and attention to detail that we need in our parliamentarian. So, Andy, you have a tremendous legacy ahead of you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, delegates. And for those who have any questions, I do have some reference materials, including the really, really abridged version of Robert's Rules. So, anyways, thank you.
Okay. Okay, at this time we have a conflict of interest committee that reviews all of the conflict of interest statements that have been prepared by the delegates. And the Conflict of Interest Committee will convene and take a look at those and make sure there are no concerns. And then they'll be reporting back to us in a few moments when they have reviewed all those conflict of interest statements and let us know if there's any issues or concerns. So we have David Day, who's a member of the Executive Board, Leela DeCan from Louisiana, and Kimberly Dew will be taking a look at those conflicts of interest statements.
Mr. President,
We have reviewed them and have found that nothing that proposes a conflict of interest is on the agenda.
Okay, it's been reported by the Conflict of Interest Committee that there are no conflicts of interest with any items on the agenda. Yeah, I don't think so either. Okay, ADM 22-4, Richard Kepke.
Yeah, Richard Kepke, Northern California. This is another one of those bookkeeping motions. We're basically just approving the minutes that were published from last year for this meeting.
Okay, so it's moved that the minutes of the 2021 delegates meeting as available to us here, present in Rancho Mirage, be accepted. Do we have any discussion? All in favor of the motions from 2021, raise your hands. Credentials. Thank you. Opposed? No? Okay. Again, Richard, for the 2022 special delegates meeting minutes.
Yeah, just another in a series of bookkeeping motions. This one is to approve the advance agenda for this meeting, essentially.
I think you skipped one. We have to approve the minutes from 2022
Right,
special delegates meeting.
Right, so this is to approve the minutes from the special delegates meeting that was held on the March in 2022, covering the move from Rossville to St. Louis.
Okay. So the motion's been made to approve the minutes of the March 2022 special delegates meeting. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, go ahead, Richard, now with the agenda.
So this one is the approval of the agenda that's published in the delegates call, subject to any kind of changes, which I don't think there are any right now.
Okay, the motion's been made to approve the advance agenda for the 2022 delegates meeting and approve the standing rules as printed in the delegates call. Do we have discussion? Okay, all in favor? Credentials? Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, certification of election results. I hand the floor over to Mike Needman.
I'll give Richard a break here and come in and give you the election update. The delegates certify the results of the 2022 Executive Board election. Do I need to pause for a second or not? Is there a second?
Do you read the numbers here? Yeah, you read the numbers
I
of the
thought that
vote.
was just the motion. I was going to add the detail after the second.
Okay.
All right.
Second.
All right. There were two candidates for 2 seats. Michael E. Hoffpower received 1,278 votes, and Charles D. Unruh received 1,252 votes. They will serve 3-year terms. There were no registered write-in candidates, and no write-in received more than 3 votes. There was 4,762 registered voters, 1,477 returned a ballot. We did electronic voting this year with 41% of the electronic ballots were returned, 23% of the mailed ballots were returned.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So the motion's been made and seconded that the delegates certify the results of the 2022 Executive Board election. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Okay, who didn't vote? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Okay, Richard Kepke, ADM 2208.
So this is the last of the bookkeeping motions. Basically, it is the delegates have reviewed the financial information and expenditures and the status of the funds in the Players Health and Development Fund, and approve the report as published, essentially.
Any discussion? Okay, the motion's been made for the delegates who have reviewed the financial information about our expenditures and the status of funds to the Players Health and Benefits Fund and approve the report on those items. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Thank you. Okay, we'll move now to reports of officers. And I get to start off. As soon as Microsoft Word doesn't let me down. Okay. Okay, so again, welcome to everyone here. And I really want to extend a special thank you to the members and citizens of Southern California for their warm, really warm hospitality and hosting us at this tremendous venue. I mean, just what a tremendously lovely place this is. And we'll get to try the water slide out, I guess, a bunch of us tomorrow. The year since our last delegates meeting has seen many changes in the world of US chess. First, we met earlier this year in a special delegates meeting to authorize the sale of the headquarters building in Crossville, Tennessee. And as you will hear in a few moments from our executive director, that process is almost complete. Corey Carmick is on site in St. Louis at our new headquarters, and we're open for business. Yesterday, we recognized Crossville as Chess City of the Year in recognition of Crossville's many, many years as our home. Crossville will forever be remembered as a wonderful part of our history. So once again, to the people of Crossville and chess players across the great state of Tennessee, we thank you for your open arms and friendship. Now, our move to the new home in St. Louis brings with it tremendous potential to further implement the mission of our organization. We look forward to those opportunities and the opportunity to work with many of you here to bring those ideas and ideas yet to be conceived to fruition. Second, I'd like to applaud the delegates of this organization for implementing in 2020 the Executive Board structural changes that were conceived and recommended by the Governance Task Force. All of us on your Executive Board are reaping the benefits of that change. And what I'm referring to here is something called stability and leadership. The board members you see here will continue to serve together for at least another year. This kind of stability brings with it a level of understanding of one another and trust among board members, which enhances the efficiency of what we do. It's a good thing. And as the Governance Task Force's changes continue to roll out over the next few years, we'll see this stability become part of our DNA. That too is a good thing. Third, in the past year, we've seen a continuing return to over-the-board chess across the country. At the national level, I'm referring in particular to our slate of over-the-board Scholastic National Championships. All of us can appreciate the difficult decisions people faced in the past year and are continuing to face today as a result of the ongoing pandemic. It's the same decision process each of us here in this room made over the past few weeks. Should I go to the Open and the Delegates meeting or not? I wish I could say that such decisions are going to become much easier to make. It seems to me that players are, at least for the moment, much more comfortable traveling to a lot of local and regional events in areas where they traditionally played in the past when compared to national level events. I would expect it'll take a little bit more time for this hesitancy to subside. We will see, I think, but I, for one, am looking forward to a great 2022-23 national season. As you'll hear in a few moments from US Chess has come through the pandemic in very, very good financial shape. I really tip my hat to our Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh, our Executive Director, Carol Meyer, and US Chess staff member, Deborah Robinson, for applying their expertise and successfully managing our finances through some rough waters. US delegates should know that the financial status of our organization is very solid. I want to conclude my remarks by stating that it has been an honor to serve as your president for the past 2 years. My background contains 27 years as a soldier serving this nation. That service has taught me how to deal with change, and that change can be good. Last year, when my colleagues elected me as your president, I informed them at that time that this would be my last year as president. Not because of other commitments, but because of my own belief that changing presidents every two or so years is for the good of the organization. I ran this past year for the executive board so that I could continue to serve all of you. I have every confidence that whomever among my 7 EB colleagues becomes your next president, that all of us will continue to be in good hands. So thank you to all of you as our delegates and my fellow board members for your service to our beloved game and your dedication to US Chess. Thank you. Turn it over to Chuck Unruh, our Vice President of Finance.
I'm a classically trained pianist composer, and recently I began to wonder what all of these famous classical composers would have done.
What you got, Kevin?
Share it with everybody, okay? I can't set it off.
My best attempt at finding an answer to this question. So please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What the?
Can we have a little elevator music?
Yes. So I'm a 2-year piano student, so sometimes these things happen.
Chuck.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has been an honor to serve the last several years as your Vice President of Finance. These have been amazing years for US Chess and the growth of US Chess. Of course, in 2013, we became a 501c3 and expanded our mission as a social benefit corporation. Those results have exceeded, the results from having made that change have exceeded our expectations. And this morning, I would ask that we hand out the preliminary audit. We have a draft audit that we covered in the workshop, but we're going to look over the highlights this morning and talk a little bit about the state of the organization. It's very good. The first, I'll have that out here in a moment. I will also be available over the lunch hour to discuss any of the details of the finances. I'll be right in this room. And I would welcome any questions at that time in detail, because This morning we're gonna hit the highlights, the important things, and then, of course, my email is available, and I think it's a public record where you can contact me. But my thanks to leadership and to our events coordinators, our TDs. The trains have run on time. This year was a particular different year. A couple years ago, we had a $1 million surplus. We weren't as fortunate this year and had incurred several what we'd call headwinds. And those were recovery from COVID. And the resulting is in our events, participation was down, our investments. We didn't make the type of money we made 2 years ago. I think everyone's aware that interest rates are going up and the economy is contracting a little. So especially in the stock market, in the bond market, amazingly, interest rates on the 10-year over the last 2 years, the 10-year U.S. Treasury, have gone up over 500%. But our investment profile is only down in these markets less than 5%. This is a very good result for us, and going forward, is a good result because at this point our available cash can command higher interest rates. So talking, as the audit comes through, you'll find something I look at all the time, and that's what is our cash position. You'll find our cash position in this audit at the close of May 31st was $1,795,000 approximately. So we're very solid when it comes to an ongoing organization. We look at our cash, then go down to our liabilities. Our liabilities are all internal. The largest liability, of course, is deferred membership. That is membership that came in the door that's multiple year, life membership, benefactor membership. All those numbers down below are not owed to outside vendors or outside banks. So even with these headwinds I was talking about, on page 4, as you get to the audit, you'll find the organization had a surplus for the year of $40,733, or $40,733, excuse me. That's outstanding. When we think of just the attrition cost from lower participation is coming in over 100,000 negative. Well, what does that mean? Going forward, in the recovery phase from COVID, we expect to pick up the normal participation in our national scholastics. That was one area. So 2 years ago, we made $200,000 or so in the investments. Well, that was absent this year. We had a loss. So all those things, when we talk about this particular audit combined, and we still made a surplus. So I am very, very pleased at that surplus in a difficult year. And like I said, you'll see that on page 4. The other important thing is in the audit is the growth of this organization. It's easy to grow the organization if we didn't do the mission, but we do the mission. And when we do the mission, in a difficult time, we had net assets at a record level. Now, what's a net asset? We take our total assets of about $6 million, we subtract our internal liabilities, since we really don't have outside liabilities, and we are at $3,000,000 700,000. And that is excellent. That's a new record. You'll find that chart. We have an annual report, and I've included a net asset chart. Now, when I say a record, we look back at 2013, we find that this organization had a net value or a net asset value of $42,000. That's more than 100 times. Or no, well, it's not quite 100 times, but we're getting there. We'll work on it. It's been phenomenal growth. But the important part is the mission. Are we growing and doing the mission at the same time? And the answer is yes. And like I said, I will be available to go over this again if there are questions over the lunch hour. So this is our audit. Very, very pleased. And so we'll move at this time on to the budget. Could we hand out the proposed budget, please?
Already have.
Already have. Well, what's exciting in the budget? Well, what's exciting is we're coming close to record in membership revenues again. Last year, well, this year we're proposing roughly $2,200,000 in membership revenues. So we're anticipating on revenues, and membership revenues are 55% of all of our revenues, that we'll have a full recovery, or close to a full recovery. I think that could be conservative. Now, why? Because when we look back pre-pandemic and we all the way back to 1996, we find out this organization has membership revenues between 1.7 and 2.2 million. So the revenue projection for full recovery post-pandemic is reasonable. The budget that we're about to propose is very reasonable when it comes to the revenue side. One of the things in this budget, as you look through it, you'll find two items that come from the investment community that we're doing, or the investment sector. One is $45,000 from the Life Member Asset Trust. The other is from the reserve fund that will generate another $45,000. Those numbers are dividends. We're not anticipating the market going up or down or sideways. It's just what type of dividends this corporation, or I should say organization, is investing for dividends. And dividends are growing at a rate where they were 100,000 last year, and this year we should see 150,000. Now, I say that because the market's out there, and the market will, on any day, tell you a price, whether it's the right price or not for your assets. So we're not dealing that. We want to look at what is our cash flow coming into operations. And when we do that, right now we're just saying $45,000 in the budget, and that's the payment from Life Member Asset Trust for expense reimbursement. And on the other side of it, the other $45,000 is the growth in dividends alone in the reserve fund. What is our reserve fund? It's the rainy day fund. And so we do have a backup. If something would happen beyond our control, maybe monkeypox, who knows? I just hope not. Or another wave of COVID, we have the reserves to continue our structure, to continue our payroll, and to do the mission. And that's so important. One of the areas that I'd like Carol to talk to that's on the budget is the donations. This has been something that in 2013 might have been $20,000, and yet our budget shows $355,000 worth of donations. It has been a very welcome change. Just every several years, different different parts of our revenue will increase, whether it's national scholastics, providing us with $150,000, or as in this change, donations. Carol, would you speak to the donations, please?
You're stealing my thunder. So I'll go into a great bit of detail in my report, but suffice it to say that each year we broaden the ways we raise money, and we do an annual campaign. This year we introduced GoFundMe as another method for reaching people who are really outside of our community. We have planned giving starting to come in, and just as we mature in this area of our staffing, we're really excited about the results and the opportunity to deliver the programs that support the mission of the organization. Our at-risk youth fund this year was tremendously popular in terms of giving, and we had very good invitationals support again this year. And I think 45%, I don't have my slides in front of me, but 45% of the giving actually goes into our general fund, which is unrestricted money that comes in for US Chess to use in any way it deems appropriate. And that allows us to supplement our programs in ways that we might not have been able to imagine just a couple years ago.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That has been a significant growth area in our organization. US Chess not only has general donations, but endowments. We could lump it all in as donations, but the endowments, we never know when they come in, but we have a good feel for general donations, and we believe that's going to be about $350,000 next year. Well, we're actually projecting less than what happened last year. So I would have, 10 years ago, I would have said, oh no, $300,000 a year, we'll never do that because we're doing $20,000. But that's been the sea change in our organization as we expanded the mission. So I want to move on to on the expense side. The revenue side is really, really solid. Most of our expense side is solid, except for one item that is the core or the brain of everything we do here, and that is our information technology. Over the last 10 years, we've had growth in information technology expenses. We are well aware that it was $500,000 last year. And as an ongoing expense, it's going to be expensive. But the website that we have runs everything. We have saved money in other areas and in expenses by directly you can communicate and get a membership, save money. We have efficiencies. We don't need as many staff in membership. So there have been some savings along the way, but we're working on that number to ensure that it doesn't get away from us. That is the one major item on the expense side that stands out. So information technology, and it's not an unusual number, being that we've moved into an area where we rely on our web, and we rely on it for communications and for distribution, and of course for ratings. And in our budget, we're proposing some more information technology where we'll capitalize the expense. We're asking for a capital budget so that we can upgrade the ratings part now. We've done phase 1. It's time to do phase 2. We don't know when that exactly is going to happen, but we'll put it out for bid. It's a must, a necessity for this organization to upgrade the rating system. We only have one person that we know of that understands all the details in the old system that drives our ratings. This budget is underwater a little bit, $133,000. Now, $49,000 of that, or a little more, is in moving expense. At one time, I was told the moving expense would be over $500,000. So our moving expense is going to be one-fifth or even 1/10 of what we anticipated. And this has been a good deal for the organization. To give an idea of the building costs as we leave Crossville, it was roughly $30,000 a year in frictional costs just to keep the building open. And that's not counting, I mean, you have taxes and lights and mowing and cleaning and all those things. And we've moved on. And the new lease that we have is approximately the same as what it was costing us in frictional costs. So I don't think we need to mow the yard there. Is that right?
No grass.
You want to talk about the new location a little?
I'll talk later.
We will talk about it some other time then. We also are anticipating other sources of revenue coming in, but we don't know when they close, and we don't want to put those in the budget until we do close. Now, if we sell the building, and we think that's going to happen next week, and transfer the funds, that's roughly $140,000 to the bottom line in gains. So when we look at this budget, we start out and we say, well, gosh, we're underwater, but we're anticipating other revenues. But we can't put them down there. They're not a sure thing. I don't want to bet on them yet. We want a conservative budget going forward. Carol, you had one other item with the federal government that would change the bottom line if it comes through. Would you expand on that?
So as part of some of the pandemic measures that were passed by Congress, one of the areas of emphasis to qualify for funding was retaining your staff. They didn't want mass layoffs. And so to qualify for like paycheck protection loans and other credits, you had to keep your staff intact. And so we qualified 4 quarters out of over 2 years, and there were other factors related to like loss of income when we didn't have events was basically when our qualifying periods were. And we filed for those employee retention credits and are expecting just under $250,000 to come back to US Chess sometime this fall. So that's not in the budget.
That's true. So the budget could swing on the bottom line to the upside by several $100,000. To illustrate this, I'll give an example of what happened in our investments in July. Going along, all of a sudden, the investments went up $90,000 in July. And we're still 51% cash in general. So in cash has gone up, the US dollars improved by approximately 8.3% or so right now this year. So holding cash, or a large cash position, hasn't been detrimental. But the other side, to actually have $90,000 hit the bottom line positive in 1 month with $10,000 in dividends, means that the bottom line can change significantly. So, Mr. President, I offer the budget in a motion that the delegates approve the 2022-24 budget.
Motion has been made to approve the budget as presented by our Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh, for 2022 to 24. Discussion? Or do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Randy Bauer from Iowa. I think many of you know that budgeting is my avocation. I spent 18 years in state government, 7 as a state budget director, and now 17 years consulting to state and local governments and nonprofits. And so I know good budgets and bad budgets, and this is a good budget. I mean, Chuck has already identified some of the ways that it's likely that we're going to end up with a surplus, even as presented. But I'd go beyond that and just point out that we have built a surplus over several years, and at some point in time, you have to focus on the mission, even if it means that you spend down some of those resources. The mission is what's most important to us as an organization, and just continually having a positive, any balance is not the mission. So even if we would have a small deficit, which I don't expect, what we're doing is putting resources into our mission, and that's what we as an organization should do. So I certainly support this budget. I believe it's a good budget, and I ask your support as well.
James E., Northern California. I've got two things to say. The first, I'll start with the first because the second is more complimentary. But I ran in 1996 for the policy board on the platform of upgrading the office computer equipment. So I wanted to stress that the software budget item is not only incredibly important, but it's not going away next year. Now, we've had multiple budget proposals that included, we're going to redo the website, and then a couple of years later, we're going to redo the website. And right now, we have a software system, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, that's written by, that one person has the knowledge to maintain, and it's undocumented. Now, I've been doing software program management for a long time, managing software systems, and that's unacceptable. So it may be in the organization's best interest to hire someone who has experience doing this as a consultant to get this done, and get this done so it's not on our budget again and again at this order of magnitude. But whether or not that's accomplished to our satisfaction and it's documented and that somebody else can take over the maintenance of it, you know, this is going to be on our budget. I want to stress this. Software upgrades are going to be in our future. So this is not just a one-off type of situation. The second thing I wanted to say was, you know, I've been on boards of for-profit and not-for-profit companies. I have my own foundation. I was the treasurer of the trust for 5 years. And so I've done a lot of these budget types of works, and I've looked over what Chuck has done here, and I know Chuck is a very modest man and always gives credit to other people. But I tell you, I've learned stuff watching what Chuck has done, including the dividends. Because we were a 501c3, dividends are not taxed. Now, I do that in my own foundation, but I realized that I have been underutilizing that advantage, and Chuck has taught me that. So I wanted to just tip my hat, express approval for this budget, and say, Chuck, thank you.
Thank you.
Dylan Quersha, Southern California. The budget seems like a good conservative budget, but I do have a few questions just for a point of information from the executive director. We have budgeted for donations for $350,000. I have a couple questions, but the first one is, do we have a plan to increase those donations? And do we have target numbers? Obviously, you cannot count it until donation is in the bank account. But do we have a plan to increase those numbers, 1 to 5 year plan for that?
So we do have a development plan, and Jeff, our development director, is not here today. So we have basically kept our giving level flat for this year, but you will see when I do my presentation that the trend line has definitely been upward, both in terms of dollars and numbers of donors. So, you know, we don't want to overshoot with the amount of uncertainty that still exists in the economy, as well as because of the pandemic. And so we are, like all things in the budget, holding the line, if you will, on what we experienced this year.
But do we have specific goals, like numbers, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 10 million?
There are program expenditures itemized in this budget. So yes, and the programmatic stuff is self-funded. So we rely on those donations and not membership dollars to deliver on the programs that we as an organization have. So that is already reflected in the budget.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then do we have also a plan for corporate funds and grant funds? I think that's super important to the growth of the organization.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what the plan is for that.
Yeah, so we've been, the recipient of grant funds for the women's program for several years now from the St. Louis Chess Club. That is the primary source of funding for our women's program, and that is in the nature of a grant. We have looked at other grant funds, we just haven't yet scored it. And we have had ongoing active conversations with sponsors, and again, these are multi-meeting, multi-month, possibly multi-year types of conversations, and it's just like cultivating an individual donor. It may take 2 to 3 years before you go in and make the ask, and this is a process, not a magic wand moment.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The reason why I ask these questions, and I'd like to encourage the executive board and the executive staff to think big, because there are math nonprofits in Los Angeles worth 10 million that have 10 million in overall budgetary expenditures. And obviously we don't want to grow too fast, but as a nonprofit, I think we have a major opportunity. And I appreciate all the work that everybody's doing, and I do support this budget.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Manella, Southern California. Speaking as someone who has occasionally been critical of the executive board and who has more than a passing knowledge of finance, I want to say that I'm very impressed with the job that the Finance Committee has done. I think our finances are in excellent shape. And I want to congratulate Carol and the rest of the executive board for the job they've done controlling costs, which is extremely important and extremely difficult with all the challenges that they faced. So not only is this a good budget as far as I can see, and not only is the investment strategy that the organization has put into place and pursued outstanding, I just want to take my hat off and give my entire unreserved support and congratulate Mr. Unruh, who has really done an outstanding job. So I know a lot of people find this very boring. My wife, if she were here, would be asleep by now. When I try to explain the family finances to her, her eyes glaze over and she remembers an important phone call she had to make. But it's important. This is an outstanding budget. Our finances are even in better shape than I've ever seen them or would have believed a few years ago that we could have accomplished. So please, let's support this. And,
Thank you, Jim.
John Fernandez, Missouri. First of all, thanks, Chuck and Carol, for your leadership in terms of this and getting our budget in a really good situation. For the delegates, as the person on the board with 23 years of software experience, I have the dubious honor of being the one who's trying to get as close to our technology projects as possible. And the one thing I wanted to highlight is this is really an appropriate amount of investment for the coming year. Our technology is literally our nerve center. It connects everything from our ratings to our membership to our money. And obviously a big goal for me with this project is going to be twofold. One, mitigating any risk from that software ceasing to work in the way we want it to. But the second, which is really the goal of all software projects, is to create value for US Chess and our mission and our vision to really make this something that'll get us into the following years so that these numbers can keep going up. Thank you.
Sunil Virmantri, New York. First of all, I want to congratulate Chuck on a great budget. Point of information, I apologize for not having been at the committee workshop. Probably should have asked this, at the committee workshop. But I'm asking the question also because of what Mr. Bauer said about the mission being important. So I look at the expense line and I see on international events, 364,541. I would like to know if what that includes basically, and also particularly today, in the light of the fact that the Indian kids beat the US team at the Olympiad, and not the Indian top team, but the Indian kids, what does this include? Is it just expense, or is there support for developing young kids and so forth?
So it's both and, Sunil. So as you know, US Chess sends delegations to important international events. And so in this year's budget, and not next year's, is funding for the Olympiad team, for example. Some of our costs are offset by sponsorships. So you see that on the other side of the ledger, so to speak. So the board several years ago identified FIDE events and internally ranked them and committed certain levels of support for those events. And the rankings go from 1 to 4. We're not going to share that document with the group, but basically the 1s and 2s, and even I think a few 3s are in this budget where the organization has committed support. And so there's World Youth, World Cadet, Pan Am. We send delegations. We provide funding for organizational reps to go, and that's all rolled up in this line item.
Thank you, Carol. Yes, I was just thinking that you should keep consider for the future putting some kind of support for the development of the kids as well. I mean, it's very clear what's happening worldwide, otherwise we might be left behind. So I just wanted to point that out for future budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Snell.
Fan Fong, Georgia. I call the question.
The question has been called. Are there any objections to the question being called? Okay. All those in favor of approving the U.S. Chess budget for 2022 to 2024, raise your credentials. Opposed? Okay. Motion passes.
I thank the delegates and look forward to another financially successful year.
Okay, we'll now start reports of the staff. First, the report of our executive director, Ms. Carol Meyer. Carol?
Bear with me as I get plugged in up here. It's always great when it works on the first try. Well, I want to extend my welcome to everybody. It's terrific to see so many familiar faces again this year and meet some new faces. Thank you for your commitment to being part of this. This is an important part of what we do as an organization, and the delegates, have that on the ground view that sometimes I don't get to hear sitting where I sit. And I apologize in advance, but you're going to hear a lot of because of COVID in my presentation. So not an excuse, but that is the reality that we've been working on now for over 2 years. I'd like to start out by thanking a lot of people and a lot of organizations. To Dylan's comment earlier, we do have corporate support. And you see their logos up here. And without that, we would be very limited in what we could do. So when you see these companies around, please thank them from where you sit as an individual member of US Chess, because they make a lot of things possible for all of us. We have a number of major donors. This list grows, it changes year over year. And again, without that support, we would not be growing our net assets as Chuck talked about, but also being able to deliver on the kinds of things that the organization has said is important to it. Our volunteers, whether you being here as a delegate, a committee chair, a member of a committee, or serving on the executive board, we know that there's a lot of hours that everyone in this room puts into this organization. And I'd like to just say thank you, because without it, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of what we do. So thank you. And I'm not going to read everybody's name, but we have a tremendous staff team at US Chess. And as we talked about during yesterday's membership meeting, I think Deborah introduced herself as the accountant, and then there was this transition to, but I do a lot of other things. And I think without exception on our staff, we all, whether it's Dan or John or Melinda and Rose there in the front row, we all do things that are well outside of our stated job descriptions. And most of the time, nobody asks the question. We just do it because it's important to getting done what needs to be done. And I just want to thank each and every one, whether they're here or not today, for everything that they contribute to make this organization a success. Thanks, guys. So I want to talk a little bit about membership. It's much less bleak than it was a year ago, and we started reversing our downward trend because of the pandemic last May, and our individual memberships have climbed back to just over 80,000 at the end of the fiscal year. That was a 55% increase year over year at the end of May. That's just phenomenal, and we saw growth in all those areas. You can see the actual numbers. Total membership is almost 84,000. I believe that number continues to climb. I saw statistics from the end of July from Corey this morning, and the growth has slowed, but it's still growing. And we're thankful to everybody in this room who talks up US Chess, who sells memberships on our behalf at tournaments. Thank you, because you really are the best ambassadors for what we do in your communities. Now, this graph is a little bit funky, but I wanted to share with you how membership is broken down, and it may not be super easy to read. The big purple bar in the middle is youth membership. But the line that's going through that is tied to the scale on the right of this chart. And it's the number of female members in US in a particular category. So we have something like 33,000 youth members at the end of our fiscal year, but only 5,600 of them are female. We're really struggling to close the gender gap in chess. And there's lots of theories as to why that is, but we have to do better. We as a national organization have to do better, and our local communities have to do better. And something Mike mentioned yesterday is this executive board has started to take ownership of some of the nastiness that we see as a staff, and that needs to extend down into the tournament level, the tournament directors who get abused by players. We need to have zero tolerance for that kind of behavior in this organization, because more so than guys, women are going to walk away. Girls and women are going to walk away. And I just want to, thank this board for embracing that and recognizing that we can't behave that way. This isn't a 2020 thing. I know that anybody in this room who has a daughter or a daughter-in-law or a mom wouldn't want any one of them treated that way. So I'm going to hear more about that as this organization progresses, but it's really important. If we want to make the commitment to growing this game among all people, we have to be a little bit nicer to each other. So rated play, this is really interesting. You can see the two rightmost bars where we have gone from the first 5 bars on the left show that historically we have been a very solid, almost exclusive, over-the-board rated organization. And so the blue bars are regular OTB. Orange is the Blitz. No, actually, blue is, I'm sorry, I'm getting my colors mixed up. So blue, orange, and red are your 3 OTB. It's regular, quick, and Blitz. And then the lighter, like maize-colored, is the new regular online rating, which was launched during the first year of the pandemic. And you could see that in the last fiscal year, that took over a lot of the activity that was under US Chess Rating. But as over-the-board play returned during the past year, you see that our members are preferring to play over the board more so than playing US Chess Rated play online. And I think that's instructive. What I'd like to take away from this is that all of these types of play are important to the organization, and we need to find the right kind of balance as an organization for what we promote. But clearly there's a preference when people are playing US Chess Rated play for that to be in the OTB realm. So we returned to over-the-board play this year. We had 5 events, yay, when we had only, I guess, none the year before. And, it was great to see everybody and to see the kids and to have such a great turnout at last year's US Open. Last year's US Open, we had over 500 players, plus the invitational groups. That was fabulous. Scholastic events didn't do so well this year, and in particular, the elementary just tanked, had less than 50% of its normal attendance, and we got hit with some pretty serious attrition penalties at the hotel, about $100,000 worth. And so, we're optimistic about what the fall holds, as schools learn to better manage and mitigate the public health issues we've been facing. We do see, based on membership sales, that we have some reason for optimism. Group membership sales are up, for example. That is the way many students come into US Chess, and I expect that this coming year will be a little bit stronger in terms of participation at the Scholastic Nationals than last year was. Just quickly to talk about some of the programmatic things we're doing. Our Girls Club, last year when I did this report, was mostly online because that was all we could do. This year we added, attendance at events again, physical presence. And so in all, there were 26 events that we did, both online and in person. In the last fiscal year, we funded 9 grants. They were mostly for online activities for the Women and Girls program. And just recently, a new round of 11 or so awards was made. And I don't know if Jen has completely released that because I don't think all the contracts have been signed yet. But we're continuing to put money back into your communities to support women's programming. And the emphasis really has been on activities that are sustainable. We're less excited about an event, a weekend event, a day event, than we are about a 10-week program for girls that meets after school or an evening during the academic year or over the summer. So as you think about applying for these grants, that might be helpful as you put together your package. I know one highlight this year for Jen and the regular participants of the Girls Club was that they were invited to participate in an online simul against GM Judith Polgar. And so that was, for the kids a real highlight. I was on for part of that, and, there's just a lot of excitement trying to collectively come up with the best move against the, best woman player of all times. What an opportunity for these kids. And then, Jen continues to use her network of people to bring into the Girls Club and allow girls, and this is just a sample of names. This is by no means the entire. I know Alexi participated in the event in Dallas, and there have been others who participated throughout the year. Moving on to our at-risk youth program. So this is something we started back in, I think, the fall of 2019, and because COVID, we got sidetracked for a couple of years. And this year, it really feels like we have crystallized on what it is we're going to be doing, and there's no shortage of need. And US Chess can lead in this area, but so can a lot of other organizations, because we're never going to meet all the demand that's out there. And so, in the past year, we gave away 1,100 chess sets. That's like a drop in the bucket. Over 650 memberships. We supported a team in full to attend high school nationals. And then I've had some things drop in my lap locally where we just kind of showed up and made some things happen. You may have seen GM Elshan Mordiabadi's piece where he was working with Afghani refugees in an ESL classroom. And he was teaching chess, but he was also teaching English and using chess as that language to, bring these children along and increase their comfort when he could communicate with them, even though they didn't speak the same language. And so Farsi being very similar to Dari, they were able to communicate, and it was fabulous, and everybody felt so good about the 3 sessions that happened. And importantly, this got a lot of press, both locally where we live. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina, but Lester Holt's NBC Nightly News sent a crew out, and they did a story. So these are all great things to advance chess, and I think we can all agree, whether it's in Raleigh or wherever, when we create a positive image about chess, everybody wins. And I think this program in particular, and not in any kind of paternalistic sort of way, we're providing opportunities. And for those kids who want to continue, we'll find a way to help them continue. And that's what this is about. Another exciting activity that was triggered this year is the board back in December appointed a chess and education working group. John Galvin from New York City and Renee Bartlett from Alabama were the co-chairs of this committee. And they have, the working group rather, issued a report back in June and have set up a framework for US Chess to step back into in a very, I think, measured, directed way to bring chess and education back into this organization. And you can see the 4 goals that the high-level goals that were in the report, but importantly, they also provided actions that could help us achieve these goals within their report. And I believe this weekend, when the board starts appointing committees, there will be a new committee formed, a chess and education committee, to carry on the work and help the office launch resources and help people out in the community who want to bring chess into their school environment. And I know Sophia was on that committee. Is anybody else in the room who was on that working group that, besides Sophia, that's here? Renee went home. She was here for the awards ceremony. John was an active participant as the liaison. Anyway, they did great work. And of course, we had some extra governance this year. We thank you all for your attention to the special delegates meeting that was called back in March. wow, selling a building, I had no idea. I knew selling a house was like pure hell, but doing a corporate move is like, and so, next week we expect to close on the building, and thank you all for your support, because without you, we couldn't have made that transition. And of course, as the US Open schedule moves from a 9-day to a 7-day format, we're looking to move more of the workshops online. And I think that's there's real value in that, because we had, for example, at the TDCC workshop, a lot of TDs who are never going to be involved in governance, sitting through that 2-hour plus meeting and getting exposed to a lot of the issues that, concern that community. And I think there was a tremendous sense of community on that call, where more seasoned directors were sharing tips and tricks with, more recent people in the community, and it was amazing how that community feel came through. And I think we can build that through these online workshops moving forward with much of what happens at the U.S. Open, and it will, make it a less hectic here. There'll continue to be workshops here that are important to, like finance and bylaws and whatnot. But I think we're starting to see some good with the online workshops as well. I want to talk just briefly about development. Chuck was like stealing my thunder, but I'll forgive him this year. So here's the graph that I referred to. So the 2019-2020 year was an anomaly. We had a major donor who was very excited about getting started, and we received multiple gifts that year that skewed that number. I don't know that in the near term we're going to hit that number again. But if you were to do a trend line through the green bars, you would see that growth year over year in terms of dollars raised. But I think where Jeff and I are really, really excited is on that red line, which is the number of individual donors who gave in the last fiscal year. 70+% increase over the last fiscal year. We went from 800 something to over 1,400 people giving. Something is happening. What we're doing is resonating with people in the community and outside the community, and that, I think, is tremendously gratifying, that the direction that is set by the board maybe is what has been needed. And this is just so much fun to see it all come together, and looking forward to another great year. And then in terms of giving, I think I talked about this, I know I talked about it yesterday, but general fund, 45% of all contributions. That's incredible. That's like every director's dream, to have, uncommitted money. Invitationals, at-risk youth, women's program, those are the big buckets where people give. We had some grants or corporate support for the Olympiad that's not on here. The Ukrainian chess fundraiser on GoFundMe, 4% of our donations came in through that. We raised like $36,000 or something like that. Just incredible, the generosity of people around the globe who contributed. I want to end with talking about transitions. And I'm not going to read this, but I'll call out Judy Meisner. Judy was with US Chess over 51 years. And she retired at the end of May. Remains in a limited consulting capacity with us, but can you imagine working for the same organization for 51 years? Wow. I mean, we lost a legend, and it's just amazing that she was through all the good and a lot of the bad, and always came to work positive. And I know if you ever dealt with Judy, you probably experienced just how helpful and she always delivered, I guess is what I want to say. Some other changes, we had some internal promotions. Corey is now in a new role, Director of Membership Services, and Natasha Roberts, our long time Yeah, graphics assistant is now our art director for the magazine and other publications. And then, of course, we added a whole bunch of people, including a couple of turnovers in a single position, but we have a great team. The last transition, and I'll end my presentation with the move from Crossville and coming to St. Louis. Took in a baseball game last time I was there. It was great fun. Love the Cards now. So, must be a Cubs fan out there. So this is our new building. If you look at the corner closest, to where the camera is, our office is on that end of the building on the second floor, and that steel shell there is the remnants of the old Union Station, which was the St. Louis train station that was developed for the World's Fair. Our building was actually a postal annex developed for the World's Fair that took place in the early 20th century in St. Louis. So we're actually the building's on the historic register. And that's the front door to our office suite. Not real exciting, but I know people are kind of curious as to what we might have gotten. That big room now has 3 cubicles and a lot of boxes in it, and they're supposed to install some shelving on the left side. There's actually 2 recessed areas where we're going to have our Chess Life annuals and Chess Life collection, just so that it's accessible to our team for whatever reason. And of course, Corey Cormick, that is him sitting at his desk with the best view of the Union Station Hotel. So just a little bit about the Union Station complex. It's a redeveloped train station. The old station is a boutique hotel owned by Hilton now. There's the wheel. You can't call it a Ferris wheel. Apparently Ferris is a brand name. Didn't know that. There's the aquarium, which is fabulous. And I think our biggest claim to fame is we are across the parking lot from the Build-A-Bear World Headquarters. A couple other snapshots. The one on the left is a courthouse, but you can see the arch. That's just a few blocks from our new office. And this marble gem of a building is our new post office. They just don't make them like this anymore. So wanted to give you a little bit of a tour of what makes me so excited about being in St. Louis. And I hope when you are there for whatever reason, you'll look us up and stop by. We'd love to have welcome you and show you around. So thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Carol? Dane?
Daim Shabazz from Florida. This question is about membership, and I enjoyed that presentation, and it seems like a lot of progress is being made as far as membership is concerned. When I started chess, it was late 70s. I know I don't look that old, but played in Harold Winston's tournaments. Tim Redmond, Dick Verber, Tom Feinberg was my coach. And going through these tournaments, I didn't see a lot of African Americans. And later on, I was asked this question, where are the black masters? I didn't know. And that kind of led me to this question of where are they? I'm going to find out. And that led to the chess drum, which is what I'm known for. And my question is about this whole idea of analytics in terms of membership, the demographics. We talk a lot about women's and girls' chess. There are lots of other demographics out there. Obviously, there are disabled. There are people who are incarcerated. Then there are the different ethnic groups. And we've seen an incredible increase in certain ethnic groups. And I wanted to know, as far as analyzing our membership, has there been any thought about developing some kind of analytics for our membership in terms of trends? For example, I get a lot of questions. Press people ask me questions about, well, how many black masters are there? Really detailed questions. And frankly, the data only goes back to 91. So That's kind of my point, and I can go off of incomplete information. But I think it would behoove us to have some type of analytics so we can slice the membership pie and we can target specific groups as far as marketing is concerned. And I think our membership could grow as a result of that.
Thank you, Daim. You and I have had a couple of exchanges about this, and I agree. And I'd love to work with you. You're a professor of business on survey design. Optional survey participation for members, perhaps as they renew over the next couple of years, as we potentially can build out the data set that would help us do a better job of understanding our membership and where our strengths are and where we need to do better. So if you're willing to work with me on some survey stuff, I'd really welcome that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up something you said about Judy Meisner. She was, she's still working, for the Federation in a different capacity, but she was such a storehouse of institutional knowledge. And I don't know if is there anyone in this room who was involved with US chess before Judy Meisner? I would think there's nobody that was here before she was here. She represents such, a legacy to us. And I have a personal note. I was sending emails, as I often do, to the office, and these were emails like in the middle of the night, and she responded to the emails right away. And I was just impressed that she would be doing that. And I just wanted to acknowledge her dedication. That's just unbelievable to this organization. And that was she was such a tremendous and will be such a tremendous asset to US Chess.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Okay, next up is our Director of Strategic Communications, Mr. Dan Lucas.
Yeah. So thank you for those questions to Carol, because that gave me time to get my laptop plugged in without having to fumble around up here. So good morning, everybody. Good to see you again. I'm going to start this presentation, much like I started last year's, with some music. Can you still hear me while the music's going? Does anybody know what that music is?
That's the introduction to Whites and Night Satins?
No.
Whites and Night Satins?
No. I will sweeten the pot and say that there is a copy of Joel Benjamin and Harold Scott's book, Winning the World Open, to anybody that can successfully answer this trivia question.
No.
I'm sorry? It is not one of the podcasts. No, that was last year's answer, so you're a year late, Robin. Okay, so what that was...
We have one here.
Oh.
That's not Alex King's thing, is it?
We have a winner, so I'm going to ask you to hold that off. Alex King's things for what?
From the chess opera.
Okay, good. Hold it right there then. We do have a winner. Congratulations, and I will give you the book.
I need to disqualify myself because I know I screwed well out of Tennessee.
Oh, okay. So it was part of the opera that we commissioned, a jazz opera, Fisher in Iceland, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Fisher's World Championship and our move to St. Louis. We thought this would be a good thing to do, and Alex King, who is now a FIDE master, he's also an accomplished musician, he did write the overture to this opera, and Dr. Frank Brady wrote the book to this opera. And this, we certainly had some questions raised about it, but the day after we posted this announcement, we did make this follow-up post. And it was, I just want to give this as an example, as something that was well received in the amount of content that we are producing on a regular basis, whether it be daily monthly, weekly, or annual. And as I give this presentation today, I want to give you, make sure you understand all the items that the communications department is responsible for. We handle the print magazines. That's, of course, Chess Life and Chess Life Kids, but it's also delegates calls, tournament programs, etc. We're responsible for the website's editorial side, digital media, including video and social media, and I'm going to be talking a lot about video today. Outreach, dealing with the mainstream media, and helping our internal customers, whether they be other departments within US Chess or our volunteer committees. But at the heart of it, we are content creators. We are producing an incredible amount of compelling content on this regular basis. Starting with the print magazines, Chess Life Kids remain some of our most visible and most important things that we're doing. We're printing about 22,000 copies of Chess Life, about 8,000 copies of Chess Life Kids. Also, we can announce, yesterday the Chess Journalists of America announced their annual awards, and Chess Life magazine was named Best Overall Best Overall Chess Magazine. I'm going to give some more credit on that in a little bit later. Chess Life Online is where we post our news that's more time sensitive than what would be published in the magazine. In terms of numbers, this was our top CLO post last year, garnering over 20,000 views. What we find is that the content that's most interesting to people, whether they be our members or the general public, is anything about international events or our top players. Last year I said we were making a committed effort to improving our social media standing. And the numbers these past year have borne out. Twitter remains, in just terms of pure numbers, our most followed social media platform, with over 36,000 followers. And again, what we're talking about here are followers or people who want to see our content. This isn't necessarily engagements or likes and such. But YouTube has become more important. You can see LinkedIn is our biggest increase in just a sheer percentage manner. But YouTube is up there as well as 26%. But we have double-digit percent increases across the board on all of our social media platforms. Our top Twitter post last year, again, it involved something about top players, and this one garnered over 184,000 impressions. And to be clear, an impression is simply the story is crossing your feed. You don't necessarily engage in it, but it's still important to us because you would hope that the US Chess brand is getting imprinted on people's subconsciouses. Our top YouTube post was from Jennifer Shahadi's Classes in Session. This was a Pia Cramling master class that she did, and this one garnered over 2,500 impressions, or 2,400 impressions. We're continuing to do a podcast weekly. Every week we have either Cover Stories with Chess Life, hosted by John Hartman, where he talks to someone who is involved in that month's cover story. Jennifer Shahadi's Ladies' Night, where she's talking to people who are advancing the cause of women's chess. And again, in the Chess Journalists of America, they announced yesterday that she won Best Podcast. This is very exciting because the chess podcast environment is very crowded. So for us to have one of ours on top is wonderful. One Move at a Time is the one that I host, where I talk to people who are advancing our US Chess mission statement. And Chess Underground is hosted by Assistant Director of Events, Pete Karianis, where he talks to people who are doing interesting and compelling things in the world of chess. Servicing our internal customers is a regular part of what we do, and it's not always quite as visible. Whether it be working on the print edition of the rule book with Tim Just and the Rules Committee, creating the logos for events like the US Open, creating assets such as banners or medallions for things like the invitationals. There's almost not an active committee out there that we haven't worked with. One program that we did, or initiative that I want to say started, but also want to say continued this year, is a digitization RFP that we awarded for digitizing a lot of our archives. We didn't want to move a lot of what we had in store in Crossville to St. Louis. It would have added a lot to the moving costs. A few years ago, we successfully digitized our Chess Life and Chess Review archive and posted it as a free resource on our website, and it has been a very popular item. Just the other day, John Hartman and I got a letter from someone alerting us to a problem in a 1947 scan, so people are digging into these items. So we awarded this RFP to a company called Global Solutions in Michigan. And they are actively scanning these items that are listed right now. Our photo archive, a tremendous historical asset that we have, of my rough guesstimate was about 30,000 photos. Cross tables, 108,000 from pre-1992 when we converted to the MSA system. Schoolmates magazines, which was the predecessor of Chess Life Kids. Old delegates' calls, annual reports, policy board newsletters, and even VHS tapes. Things such as the 1995 Chessathon. This will be very interesting YouTube content once it's digitized and put up on our YouTube channel. Just a couple of things I've gotten back already from the company. A Schoolmates magazine, policy board newsletter from 1995 and 1996. If you want to dig into that, more power to you. But I think of particular interest to this group are going to be the old cross tables and having those available for historic research and reference from pre-1992. Let me scan, this one I grabbed at random. Let me dig in a little bit deeper on this one. I swear I grabbed this one at random and it had the Iron Man Jay Bonin winning the event at the Manhattan Chess Club. The way this is going to work is they are all being PDF'd, but there will be a master Excel document that will include key fields such as the name of the affiliate, the start and the end date, and there'll be a couple of other fields as well. And so you can search the Excel document and then you'll be able to get to the PDF document that you want. Outreach is a fun thing that we do, dealing with the mainstream media and businesses that are interested in chess. This picture up there on screen now, I put this in the you just never know bucket. Coldwell Banker Wallace is a real estate concern in Knoxville, Tennessee. And the person that contacted me had driven from Knoxville to Nashville along I-40 and saw the US Chess Federation billboard that's in Crossville, Tennessee. She was curious. She looked us up, she listened to my podcast, and ended up asking me to give a speech to their annual awards banquet to 300 realtors about chess and business, chess as a metaphor for business. And it seemed to be well received, and you just never know with this kind of outreach where it's going to lead. Now I'm going to kind of start getting into the videos that I have. This is also part of outreach. While we were at the National Elementary in Columbus, Ohio, we got a hit from a local NBC affiliate wanting to talk to people in our organization about the elementary being held there. And this short 1-minute news clip is what resulted from that.
Head-to-head this weekend over at Chessboard.
Please start your games.
More than 1,000 chess champions from 42 states are in Columbus this weekend. The elementary students for the US Chess Federation National Championships. The event kicked off yesterday and runs through tomorrow night.
There is a lot of preparation that goes into this, and the kids practice hard, as individuals and as teams to get ready to come to these tournaments. And there are players who are here this weekend, in kindergarten and first grade, and they will be attending these tournaments for the next 12 years of their lives.
The game is so much more than just the competitive sport, if you will, that we promote. It's about building strong minds and helping players evolve as people and helping them to learn skills that most of us learn much later in life.
Well, the competition is closed to the public for COVID safety protocols, but you can watch a live stream. We have a link for you at 10tv.com/featured links. Love that all of those cute, smart.
One thing I want to point out is the B-roll footage that was used there is video that I took at other events and was able to provide to them to use. And it's great that we're building this archive of material that is of interest to and can be repurposed by other places, such as news outlets.
Head-to-head this weekend.
Also in Columbus, the Columbus Dispatch newspaper sent out a photographer to tell me, and they wanted to do a photo essay. They ended up posting on their website, and I want to show you just a couple of cute kid pictures that she got from that they post on their website. I always love the propped up on the knees photos at the chessboard, and then this one is just all sorts of adorable. Continuing video and continuing the Judy Meisner theme today, we also use video this year for internal purposes. We had a retirement party in Crossville, and as part of this, we created a video that included a number of personal messages from people throughout the chess world. The full video is available on our YouTube channel. I'm just going to show you a first minute and one snippet of someone speaking. I was trying to make it lower, not start it over.
Hey, Judy, it's Pete. Congratulations on your very well-earned, very well-deserved retirement. I hope you find some time to relax and enjoy yourself. And I just wanted to let you know you will always be sitting right next to me at my desk here. I have my certificate that you sent me in 2005, signed by Judy. So again, congratulations, have a wonderful time. It's been a real pleasure working with you, and I wish you all the best.
So again, I encourage you to watch the whole video on our YouTube channel. There are a number of testimonials from former presidents, executive directors, and staff, and I don't see Randy Huff here, but a very nice one from Randy Huff as well. Oh, Randy, yeah. So a very nice one from Randy as well. Another video, a lot of the video that we're doing, especially at the national events, is to feed the beast that is social media. It's very hungry for more content. And here's a very short video from the National Elementary where kids are expressing their love of blitz chess.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
3.
So before I close this and show you my one last video I want you to be aware of, I want you to be aware, see who our staff is, and also what a small staff it is that's producing so much good and compelling chess content. First of all, from the top, from left to right, is John Hartman, our Chess Life Online editor. He is also a two-time Chess Journalist of the Year. Melinda Matthews is our publications editor with primary responsibility for Chess Life Kids. She also does the Delegates Call, ancillary publications like tournament programs and election ballots. We have both of them in the room today, so guys, take a quick bow. Okay. Natasha Roberts is our newly promoted art director, and she is already putting her stamp on US Chess graphic design. On the next line is Matt Monta. He is a relatively new digital assistant for us, and when I showed you those great numbers of increases in social media followers, he is a big part of why that has happened. He's a true professional in this. He has good social media chops, and he has really upped our game, and it's been reflected in the numbers. Next is Nico Esleter, a brand new graphics assistant, and International Master Ron Burnett, too shy to sit for a professional photo. He is our technical editor and does TLA approvals, as well as Grand Prix calculations now. So I'm going to close with a little bit about the Baltimore Kids Chess League video that we created. Carol mentioned that we had sponsored a team through the At-Risk Youth Program to the National High School, and that was this Baltimore Kids Chess League. We interviewed a number of the kids and created a long video of about 22 minutes. The full video is on our YouTube channel. It's also broken down into a number of snippets for each person who was spoken to. But just to kind of give you a taste and tempt you to go watch the full video, I want you to watch this little bit I'm going to show you from Amari Bobbitt, because I found his story particularly compelling.
It's not only me, it's 12 of us. So, they helped me.
I'm going to jump to another spot.
2021 to 2022 has been definitely a hard year for me. And through 2021 to 2022 has been definitely a hard year for me through my tragic of what happened. So they just, keep me going, keep me pushing, and keep me well.
Is that something you're willing to share?
My tragedy?
Yes.
Well, in May of 2021, I was in an incident. I had got shot. So, I had to take a couple. I couldn't finish 11th grade. So I finished it, but I couldn't. One of my classes, I couldn't really take the end of the year test. So that kind of slowed me down a lot with my GPA and stuff. And then just them and my chess team just, kept me going, just, kept me making sure I kept control of myself, just make sure I didn't lose it.
And chess has, obviously played a big part in that. So what does chess mean to you?
Well, chess means a lot to me. It means, I would say it means the world, but it's beyond that because it makes me feel comfortable. Like when I'm in front of the chess table, everything goes away, all the sounds are gone. I just feel myself. I feel like I can just sit here, think, not get bothered by anyone, just be me. And I just feel so comfortable when I play chess.
So with chess, I can just be me. Yeah. So I think that's a great place to leave it with I can just be me. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to entertain any questions. Uh-oh.
Good morning, Dan. Frank Guadalupe from the state of Texas. I just have a question for you about the cross tables that are being transferred. As you know, and as many people know, I worked in that building for a couple of times. I knew Judy Meisner quite well. In fact, her and I talked quite often. But my specific question about those cross tables is, I know that we had a lot of paper cross tables in it, but I also know that we had some microfiche. In fact, Walter and I used to dig through them to answer some of the members' questions. So is anything being done to those?
I was unaware of this microfiche. Carol, do you happen to remember that?
No, I know there's microfilm that is still in a box. It's in St. Louis.
Okay.
So.
Well, microfiche or microfilm.
Okay, yeah, no, I did not come across that in my digging, so we'll take a look.
We had cross tables or tournament results there dating before we had the paper.
Okay, and to that point, the paper ones are mostly from the 80s.
That's correct, yeah.
And they are not complete. Judy said that a previous technical director had directed her in New York to throw a lot out.
Okay, just asking.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome. Yes.
I fully echo what was said about Judy, but I think we need to throw in something about her twin sister, Joan DeVos. Joan, for many years, was the postal chess director at USCF. She directed many thousands of tournaments, which arguably make her the most active tournament director ever. And I've got my little certificate, my candidate master correspondence chess certificate that she signed. And I happen to know that she did my membership application and probably Sunil, since it was the same year. So both twins were very important.
Yes, and we did give Joan her due, definitely, when she retired before Judy.
Yes, Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. Continuing on the topic of the digitalization, has there been any efforts made to digitalize the old rating supplements, especially the annuals? I know I heard something recently, and I know personally that even though we always have said once rated, always rated, that somehow doesn't seem to always carry through for a few individuals.
Yeah, we are talking about the annual rating supplements being added to this at a future date.
And Corey has put those in his office. He grabbed them.
Yeah, it's Sunil Virman from New York. Yeah, absolutely delighted to see that you're going back and resuscitating those whole cross tables from a purely selfish point of view. Now, I will no longer have to answer the question, did you really cross 2,400? But my question was, Frank really brought it up actually. How far back, and are you intending to keep going back? Because I was talking to Jay Sabine, I know there's some, plenty of cross tables back there.
Right, yeah, so we're going to now have to dig deeper into this microfilm question because, as I said, the paper ones are primarily the 1980s, and we'll have to see what's in that microfilm box.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I want to give a great round of applause and thank Dan for approaching me and saying, we know about Barber and we know about denkerchess.com. I created those pages. I created that website because I wanted to see that Grandmaster Denker's legacy would be preserved. And then a couple years ago, Dan said, hey, we'd like to transfer that information over to US Chess website. And I then put a little pressure on him. I said, Dan, you know I want every single picture, word, and note that has to do with that legacy to be transferred. And he said to me in a very clear voice, it will be. That's important, the legacies that we have. And when that information was transferred, I knew it had a history and a continuation. And I had recorded, my primitive way, the reports, the tournament reports that go back to 1985, the first tournament that was the Denker Tournament of Champions. And so I truly appreciate what has been accomplished in that area. It is a great comfort to me and all of those thousands of young people who played in the Denker. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you for that, Dwayne. Carol Meyer deserves equal credit here because while I managed that project, it was under her direction and she saw the need for it as well. So I want to share credit there.
Carl Hessler from Oregon. First, a quick comment. Dwayne, I can't decide which I like more, the hat or the shoes. My question is, as a technological Neanderthal, what is the best way to access social media and the digital platforms that US Chess has? Is it just hang out with the YouTube channel? Is it, surf it all until my eyeballs go red. Give me a little
right. So
give me a little thought there. Thank you.
Right. So if I'm understanding your question to a certain degree, it's your need. So if it's something that's quick, you're wanting to know quick information, Twitter is kind of be your source. If you want something where you can just kind of sit with a cup of coffee and watch video, that's going to be YouTube. More detailed information will be on Facebook. Brand building is happening on Instagram. Lots of really good pictures are there. But when you also said the best way, I wondered if you meant by what device you should use, and if that's the case, then most of it is easily accessible on your phone through the various apps.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey everyone, Daniel Cerna, New Mexico. Quick question, along with the communications and the outreach, I was wondering if there were any plans or ideas for supporting independent content creators on streaming platforms, Twitch, YouTube, etc. Right now they pair largely with online platforms, but tying them into US Chess may be another outlet of growth for our communities, for minorities, girls, women, etc. And so do we have any plans to reach out to those content creators to grow with us?
Well, I'm got to follow up. Support in what way? Like in giving them the resources and training, or in promotion? What do you mean?
So like branding, things like that. A lot of them are affiliates, say with chess.com, etc. So US Chess Federation affiliates who would be content creators who we can support and or promote if they are promoting on the US Chess Federation's behalf, rather than other platforms.
I'm going to turn this to Carol.
Yeah, so I think the answer is not at this time. But what we tried to do last year was we worked with the Esports Association to help train chess streamers. And it was such a wonderful idea. Florian Helf, who's very involved in that organization and works for Twitch, gave us an opportunity that we really wanted to share. And he had certain criteria for the types of people he wanted to train. They had to have a certain rating. And unfortunately, we had a cap on registration. I think we had 50 some odd people register, and like 10 showed up. And, we didn't charge for it. They gave their time, and it was really disappointing that so many people took up space and didn't follow through when others who might have wanted to participate. And I could see us, we talk a lot internally about the training side, not just here, but for TDs and organizers and the like. And so that may be more of our involvement, giving people maybe the basic skills to go out and do it on their own rather than sponsoring, because I don't know that we'll ever have the kind of funds to be able to do that.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. The content's great, and you guys are doing a great job. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm actually going to not ask the question because it was similar to his question, but I just wanted to congratulate the US Chess media team. You're doing a wonderful job. I remember Dan when he was doing Georgia Chess, really turned that magazine around. And I want to just tell you to keep up the great work.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask about the cross tables. I don't know if anyone else appreciated the significance. You pick out a random cross table, and it just so happens to have Jay Bonin in it. And I think if you picked out any random cross table, there's a pretty good chance you'd see Bonin in the cross table because he played in so many events. But is there going to be some kind of are they going to be featured in some way on the website so that you can look up specific types of cross tables or years or states, or how do they plan on displaying this result of this?
Right. So again, it's all going to tie back to a master Excel document, and it'll have fields in there such as city, state, dates, name of affiliates, and then you can search from there. And then in there, you may then have a group of PDFs that you have to dig down a little bit deeper in. That's our new phone system. Yeah, as part of the move to St. Louis, we now have our part of our phone system on our laptops, and I forgot to turn it off because it's new. Sorry. So it's a cross-reference method, and it's intended to be up there on the website as much like the Chess Life Digital Archive is. So most of the scanning should be complete into September, and the photos they expect to have complete in October. Yes.
Hey there, hi. Karen Aronian from Connecticut, and I just want to tell everyone what a fantastic time I had playing in the US Chess Tennis Championship. So I'm not sure if everyone here had seen that advertisement at Chess Control. However, I was very lucky because David Grimod sent me a text with that flyer, and we had the best time. And I feel like I've made great friends out there on the court. And I just want to put a plug for next year for anyone who wants to come out. Again, beginner to pro out there, top performing players, both on the board and on the court. I don't know how you managed to pull it off, but that story went live yesterday on the US Chess website. So I don't even know how you're doing it. Maybe you're working 24/7. It's just incredible to me. Also love the content. It's so rich. And if anyone should need a reminder of all of the social media sites, when you get your Chess Life Kids and your Chess Life magazine, on the inside of the front cover, it lists all of the social media sites, which I find incredibly helpful and hard to choose which one to go to, but subscribe to all and check in when you can and give them a lot of love. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Karen.
Okay, final comment or question?
Well, and I just want to add one quick thing to what Karen said. Carol talked before about how there's not a person on staff that doesn't do things outside of their job description, and damn it, this tennis tournament was outside of my job description.
You mentioned earlier that the files or the paper or whatever content, and we heard the microfiche, that's incomplete. Have you considered, sending out a blast or reaching out to see if maybe somebody has some of the content you're missing? I know I have maybe a few old cross tables. I know I have a number of the old annual paper supplements, but have you considered reaching out?
I did not. That would have been a massive cross-referencing. That would have added a long time to this project. So that could be a filler later, but right now, no, we did not. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next is our Director of Events, Mr. Boyd Reed.
Good morning. So this is the annual report of the events department. It covers essentially everything from the fall meeting in 2021 of the executive board till now. So let's begin. First, we have the top story of 2021-22. This will look familiar to anyone who saw last year's presentation. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic is still defining a great deal of what we do, even though what we're doing this year is fundamentally different than last year. So the first thing is that we did return to our full slate of over-the-board national events. I'll cover the major ones here that are organized directly by US Chess. The national K-12 grades had attendance that was about 70% of normal. We did decide early in 2021 that if we were going to go over the board for the Scholastic Nationals, that we would have COVID precautions, including required masking. We would post standings online. We'd sanitize boards between rounds. And, despite the low attendance, we did have excellent hotel pickup, much higher than expected, so we actually avoided any attrition issues. The lower grades did have significantly lower attendance, which we're going to put a pin in because we'll come back to it in a few events. The National High School was in Memphis, Tennessee. This was supposed to have been the second Memphis event. Of course, the 2020 event was scratched. This event had 1,079 entries. It was run by Jeff Weewell with a great staff. Of course, we continued our COVID precautions. And the big story here, aside from COVID, was that there was a severe weather event in the Northeast that weekend, knocked out over 100 entries within a few days of the event. But even with that, the attendance was pretty good, and we had no attrition issues again. So the event generally went reasonably well. The National Middle School was in Grapevine, Texas at the Gaylord Texan, same site as 2019. 945 entries there, which was about 30% lower than the same event at the same location in 2019. Jeff Smith of Illinois was the chief tournament director. And about a few days before the event, we got a rash of withdrawals, mostly from Texas, almost all due to COVID. Kids got sick. Fortunately, they stayed away. And we again had great pickup at the Texan, which allowed us to avoid attrition. A key feature of those events was that we got a lot of hotel pickup about 4 weeks or so out from the event, 3 to 4 weeks out. So we actually decided that we would not modify the hotel block for the elementary, which tanked on attendance. There are reasons for that, which I'll discuss in a little bit. 1,083 entries. I can't remember the last time the National Elementary had so few players. Myron Thomas of Ohio was chief tournament director. The total losses due to hotel attrition are in the neighborhood of $100,000 for that event. We did not modify the blocks because based on pickup for other national events, we had experienced a great deal of hotel pickup from attendees right before the event, which tracked with the general theme of people waiting late to enter and make travel plans to be certain of what was going on. The elementary had markedly different behavior, and we think there were a confluence of factors that contributed to that. A lot of post-mortem work has been done on the spring events and on the national scholastics for last year, and I think the number one takeaway is that in general, and this is probably going to continue for a while, COVID has impacted reservation habits. People are booking rooms much later than they used to. Used to be rooms would routinely be booked 4 or 5 months in advance. We now find they're being booked maybe a month or 6 weeks max in advance, which makes sense. People want to make sure they're okay before they travel. I believe the general consensus is that attendance for our events is going to take about 2 to 3 years, likely to recover to where it was in 2019, pre-COVID. Why? Well, a lot of school programs disappeared between 2019 and 2021. The number one reason looks like the Great Resignation impacted a lot of those programs. People either retired or moved on or were virtual and did not travel. And so as a result, a lot of school programs, especially at the elementary level, went away. Also, a lot of districts, including some major ones, restricted travel for young players. specifically the elementary, there was a high percentage of players who were not vaccinated, many of whom the vaccine was either just becoming available or was not available to them at the time. And couple that with district restrictions, and a lot of kids who normally would travel didn't. We will be adjusting our room blocks for the scholastics for the next couple of years. We have certain contractual ability to adjust room blocks a year out from an event. We will do so downward to avoid attrition issues for the next couple of years. So international events, over-the-board events have mostly returned. Travel conditions for our international events are still quite difficult. There are a number of reasons. 3 are given here. Changing advisors from the State Department may make it suddenly less feasible or not feasible to travel to a location. Airfare costs, of course, are quite high. And inflation in general is difficult. What that factors in for us is that we know that players have costs, especially when we ask professional players to represent the United States. We raised stipends and travel reimbursements for them this year, slightly, not a ton, but it certainly didn't keep up with the rate of inflation. We also find international events, FIDE is still rolling out online events. As we all know, those entries are a big source of revenue for FIDE. We still do not expect FIDE to slow down on this, and because of the size of our organization and the fact that we are not a government entity, we may have to opt out of some of those events. We'd like to have representation in all of them, but that just may not be feasible. And we look at that on an event-by-event basis. So we did send a delegation to the Pan American Youth, which was during the last week of June in Montevideo. And we had 4 gold medalists, Vyom Vidyarthi, Chen Xuan Ling, Jasmine Su, and Iris Lee. A number of other players also finished highly, either in the medals or just outside. We had the strongest finishing delegation. The head of delegation was Aviv Friedman, and we had coaches Vladimir Georgiev, Robert Hungaski, and Melchizedek Kachian. The FIDE Olympiad and Congress are currently underway in Chennai. As of this morning, the open team is tied for 2nd and 5th on tie breaks entering round 8. The women's team is tied for 17th and 18th on tie breaks entering round 8. We have a number of US chess officials representing us at the Congress, including our zonal president, Alan Priest, and our FIDE vice president, Michael Khodorkovsky, as well as David Hayter, who's missing from the stage because he is an ethics counselor. Olympiad updates are available at uschess.org, for which I want to give a side congratulations to John Hartman and his team that it wasn't always possible to recommend the US Chess website for contemporary updates on international events. It is possible to do that now, and the web team deserves a great deal of credit for that, starting with John. And of course, you can go to chessolympiad.fide.com to also keep up with the Olympiad results. We have 2 upcoming world events where we'll be sending delegations, the World Youth and the World Cadet. Those slightly overlap. Romania will be the site for the World Youth. FIDE trainer and WGM Sabina Francesca Foizor will be our head of delegation. We are in the process of selecting coaches for that event. The World Cadet will take place last half of September in Georgia. The head of delegation will be FST and IM Armin Ambartsumian, and we will also be selecting coaches for that event very shortly. As an aside, one of the big changes that COVID has wrought is that we have decided to make our coaching virtual. So the coaches still work with players. We still hire the same number of coaches, but they connect with the players via Skype or other means. And that allows us to do a couple of things. We can hire more people, we can hire more varied people, and we can save $1 or $2 over the rising cost of transportation. There were a number of FIDE titles awarded within the last 12 months. Please note there may be more than what is listed here. However, those would be conditional on the FIDE Presidential Board, which is currently meeting, so we are not announcing those yet. We have 5 grandmasters, 5 international masters, 4 international arbiters, 2 FIDE arbiters, and 2 international organizers. So rather than taking up your time reading each name individually, I will congratulate each and every one of our new titleists, and hopefully you can get a chance to say congratulations to some of them. A few of them are here, including, of course, Al Losoff. Martha Underwood, I believe, is actually at the Olympiad working as a match arbiter right now. So future plans are that all currently scheduled national events intended to proceed. We will be introducing, per the instruction of the Executive Board and the delegates, a National Online Scholastic Quick Chess Championship. We have bidding guidelines prepared for that. They were waiting for the ratification of the coming year's scholastic regulations. I would like to, as an aside, thank Sunil Weramantry and the entire Scholastic Council. They set at least a couple of land speed records getting this year's scholastic regulations approved. They are already posted at uschess.org, and I will be releasing these specs next week, along with several other things that were awaiting those guidelines. So again, to the council, thank you all very much for your work in getting that done. The scholastic programs around the country appreciate the early release. We will be, or have resumed the full international travel schedule where possible. Please note the underlined bullet point at the bottom of this slide. There will be, delegations going to various events, and, where US Chess is directly involved in, in sponsoring those delegations. We will have office representation through our new FIDE events manager, about which more in a moment. Probably the biggest future plan, which is still on the back burner due to the ongoing IT project, is we are aware that the national events website structure needs to be redesigned. It is approximately 30 years old, which one is an immense credit to Mike Nolan, because it still works 30 years later. I can't think of much in the world of IT that does work without significant overhaul after 30 years. It's a credit to his ability in systems design. That being said, there are some things on it that have aged out and that we do need to update. There's some functionality we need to include that we cannot include in the current framework. But I will tell all of you now who are thinking this is same as a weekend coding project, it is not. Updating the national events website structure is going to be massive. My estimate is a year, and that is after the rating server is migrated to where the membership server currently exists. That in turn is going to wait until we have enough money to continue that development in earnest. So I would not anticipate this prior to 2024 at the earliest. But we have started to gather requirements for it now, and we understand now that we have a framework in place what some of those changes will look like. We know there's a lot of functionality that folks would like to have that we are going to try to bake into the new site. But again, all of that waits for our ratings and membership database to live in the same place so they can function simultaneously. This is the part of the show where I want to point at some folks, none of whom are in the room, but all of whom are absolutely critical to what we do. Pete Carrianas is our Assistant Director of Events. Pete, unfortunately, had been extremely careful since February of 2020, had not gone on a vacation, hadn't done anything, waited for his youngest son to finally be eligible for a vaccine, got vaccinated, he and his family went on vacation, they wore masks, and they all contracted COVID. If you don't have bad luck, sometimes you don't have any. But Pete, even though he is recovering at home, is still overseeing our broadcasts every night from the U.S. Open, and was still heavily involved in selecting staff for the event, and has had to expand their role of plate of responsibilities over the last year. The FIDE events manager picture I could probably put on a carousel this year. Chris Bird, was the FIDE events manager. He was able to, thanks to excellent timing in the real estate boom, was basically able to retire. He's now doing nothing but arbiting, essentially. I'm jealous of him. Brian Doyle came on board, realized the job was not for him, but even Brian has not decided to quit, but it was not because we wanted him to. Everyone who worked with him had high marks for him. He was just not cut out for the office nature of the job. We got very lucky with being able to land Brian Yang, and so he is settling into that role and is finding out it's a tough job running, being the person who handles all the FIDE events, but he has not only done that, but he's also here operating our DGT setup. Part of what Chris had to do was bring the correspondence chess functions in-house after the retirement of Alex Dunn, and we decided that we were going to break that out to a new position. We were, again, very lucky to land Michael Buss, who's won several national correspondence championships and has a background in nonprofit organization as well. He is now our correspondence chess coordinator, and that basically covers the departmental changes, which I rattled off in the last slide, with one exception, someone else who is not here because he's busy opening and holding down our new offices in St. Louis. Corey Cormick is now the Director of Member Services. When Carol proposed the possibility of promoting him, I couldn't say yes fast enough. He is fully deserving and is, what I would like to be when I grow up someday. So, there's been a lot of changes in the events department. It's not surprising. It's just part of what we do. But I am very happy with where our staffing is right now. We have a lot of things to do, a lot of work to do, a lot of improvement to make, but we are confident that we will be able to do that over the course of the next year or so with the assistance of the executive director, the executive board, and all of the stakeholders in the audience here and beyond. At this point, I'll take your questions.
Not a question, just a comment.
Could you please introduce yourself, sir?
Steve, I'm in New York. And I just wanted to say that you have a thankless job. It's really, in this event, it's like, I know the scholastics are their own world, but this event just is getting everything set up and reset up and then reset up for the various events. I don't know if you noticed this. I happened to see Boyd yesterday moving some 6-foot by 30-inch tables himself yesterday, doing this setup. And in case some of you aren't aware, that's an unstated requirement of organizers. You have to move 6-foot by 30-inch tables, and sometimes you have to move 18-inch by 30-inch, 6-foot by 18-inch tables. So a lot of people don't see that, but it's a thankless job, and thank you for doing a thankless job.
Thank you, Steve.
So I better introduce myself, I guess. Sunil Virman from New York. Boyd, thank you for the shout out to the council, and they really did do a tremendous job. So as outgoing chair, I just want to thank the council for all their work. So congratulations, especially to John and for writing all the regs. But I also want to say that that council has really enjoyed working with you as director of events, because you've made things very easy for us, and I think we've been able.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Just hold it, it's fine.
Yeah, sure, just hold it. So we've been able to establish a good working relationship. I want to thank you for being receptive and listening to our concerns. So thank you very much for that.
Stay there for a second, Sunil. I'm going to say something, speak directly to you, but in front of everyone. I've been involved with US Chess now for this is year 36. It's kind of crazy given I'm 48. But I've interacted with this organization in pretty much every capacity available. But you've been one of the people who's been a constant in pretty much every element of it that I've dealt with. I wanted to say thank you for your service to the council and the US Chess, and thank you for leaving the council in good hands.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. But I do have one question with regard to FIDE events. It's a topic that was not really addressed at this. I wasn't at the meeting, but I was told it was not addressed at this year's workshop. There seems to be some confusion about what exactly is needed to represent the United States in terms of being citizen or being a green card holder or what exactly, because there have been questions floated to me about various names that have represented the U.S. So it's something that perhaps we should look at clarifying.
That's reasonable, although, I mean, I do think the invitational requirements spell out the base requirements for representing the United States. However, I will happily take another look at them along with the board, and I mean, obviously I don't write those requirements. I can make recommendations. And if you or anyone else has questions about or has suggestions for things to include, feel free to send them my way.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Boyd. Appreciate all the hard work out of the events department and look forward to an exciting year to come. Okay, we're going to try to knock out 6 things and then we're going to break for lunch. Okay, first up, we're going to knock out these election of delegate appointed committees. First up is the audit committee. The audit committee. Who's representing the audit committee? The audit committee.
Audit committee. Mr. President, I move that the delegates approve the continued volunteer service on the audit committee of John Haskell, Randy Bauer, Chuck Unruh, and Alan Priest.
We have a second? So moved. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Apologize for not asking for discussion. I'll remember. Next up is the LMA Trust.
Yes, Mr. President, as chair of the LMA Trust, I move that the delegates approve the continued volunteer trustee service of the following individuals: Jim Bedenball, Steve Doyle, Peter Dyson, Dov Gorman, Mike Hoppauer, Alan Priest, Tim Redmond, Beatrice Marinello, Leroy Dubeck, Chuck Unruh, and David Gramad.
So moved. Do we hear a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your credentials. Approved.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mike Neatman from Wisconsin for the Elections Committee.
The Elections Committee would like to reappoint myself, Mike Neatman, Wisconsin, Ken Sloan, Alabama, and Andy Thal of Georgia.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? So moved. Credentials, all for favor? Opposed? Okay, approved. Next up is Guy Hoffman with the, actually, it's,
I've got the list.
yeah, you got it, Richard.
So
The bylaws
I move to
committee.
nominate the following for bylaws. Lita DeQuinn, I think how you pronounce it. Guy Hoffman, Randall Huff, Alex Leminski, John McCrory, David Miller, Alan Priest, Richard Kupke, Judith Starry, Robin Ransom, and Andrew Ray.
Did I hear a second? Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the bylaw? No. What's that? No, he's up to talk for his part. All in favor of the bylaws committee as mentioned? See credentials? Opposed? Okay, approved. Up next is ethics.
Yes, the Ethics Committee wishes to nominate the following individuals. Harold Stenzel, Hal Terry, Noreen Davison, Anand Dumalapati, Myron Thomas, Jim Minella, Randy Huff, Martha Underwood, Eris Margatis, Tom Langland, and Charles Hathrow.
You hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the Ethics Committee as pronounced? Any opposed? Approved. And next up is David Grimaud with the Nominating Committee.
Okay, the Nominating Committee had 6 members elected by the delegates. 2 are not elected by the delegates. They're provided by the board. So I'm speaking for the 6 for the delegates. David Grimaud, Sophia Rode, Michelle Martinez, Daim Shabazz, Chris Wainscott. Thank you to Randy Huff for his service, but he decided not to continue, and we would like Richard Kepke to step in.
So moved. Do I hear a second? Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Passes. Okay, so this body will stand in recess until 1 o'clock. Somebody had a question?
In listing the bylaws committee, I forgot one name. I was wondering.
Okay, go ahead.
Just want to add Robert Messenger. From
Okay, so Robert Messenger is added to the bylaws, so all in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Okay, passes. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Alex.
Later in this meeting, motion 2226 will be on the agenda. If anyone has any questions about 2226, I will be somewhere in this room. All right, please stop by and ask me. Thank you.
Okay, so we are in recess until 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Thank you.
And anyone who doesn't get enough dessert with their lunch, I have blueberry cupcakes. Or pardon me, blueberry muffins.
Okay, go ahead and take your seats, please. To call the meeting back to order. We recognize up here in the board that we don't think we've got enough back in the room yet for a quorum, but it doesn't stop discussion. We just can't vote. So people will be trickling in. Okay, so a couple rules of the game as we go into these motions. Shh. The time. The person at the mic, whether you're at the for or the against mic, everyone is limited to 2 minutes. Okay, limited to 2 minutes. If you're coming back to speak for a second time and there are other persons who still have not spoken for the first time, those delegates have preference. Okay, so those are the rules we'll follow. I got a hammer here. I'll just throw it and hit somebody. But it's like Thor, it bops back to me and stuff. But so let's go ahead and get started. The first ADM, we're in old business on page 4 of your delegates calls if you're following along. Under old business, the first one is ADM 2010. This is from last year, which was talking about the Federation sanctioning and organizing an annual national tournament of state champions of the disabled, which offers an online option, and this was referred to the State's Invitationals Committee and to the Accessibility and Special Circumstances Committee, and both committees voted against having this particular tournament organized by US Chess. Okay, so the floor is open for discussion.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Steve Morford, Southern California.
I'm speaking as one of the numerous sponsors last year of 2210. Having spoken with a number of those sponsors here in Rancho Mirage, I think I'm speaking from a consensus of where we're at right now. Looking to the future, we look forward to finding ways to kind of build a consensus with the staff, the board, and the delegates on ways to promote and facilitate disabled players in the world of chess. But for today, I withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion has been withdrawn. Moving on now to ADM 2211. This was brought forward by Beatrice and Leroy, Sean Manros, Dwayne Barber, and a host of others. And this was the motion whereby citizens, senior citizens over 65 and delegates with underlying physical or health conditions may attend the delegates meeting virtually. Request for this accommodation should be sent to the US Chess office by June 1st of the year of whatever when we're holding the delegates meeting. It was referred to us on the executive board to create a task force to study, investigate, and issue a report and recommendations regarding the feasibility of hybrid delegate meetings, which means some people online, other people here in person, that would facilitate remote participation. And we have not formed that task force yet. We've had quite a bit of discussion about it in the executive board, and we want to form that task force now. So as part of, at the end of the day today, if there are people that want to stand and be part of this particular task force, we'll put a list down here. They can come up here and see Randy and myself, and we'll look at getting people signed up to be part of that task force. We're not looking at 50 people to be part of the task force. And yeah, go ahead, Randy.
One thing we got to be aware of is that the bylaws would currently not allow this. So even if you passed this ADM, it would be out of order because it conflicts with the bylaws. So the study is really the first thing that we can do with this.
So this is unresolved. So we can't resolve this issue today. And I ask our parliamentarian, Andy, I think this just gets referred to next year. Is that correct, to come back again because it's unresolved? Yeah, because we're not trying to kill it, that's for sure. We're not trying to table it to kill it. That's not the intent.
Well, tabling the motion does not kill it.
Right.
It's not being addressed at present.
Okay, so we move to table this motion, and we will form the committee to do this today, so that the executive board knows who we want to put on, can form the committee, and then we can select an executive board member to be the liaison to the committee to help facilitate the committee's discussions. Okay? No, you don't have to stay till next year.
I'm actually at the mic.
Say that again.
I'm at the mic. So, yeah. I'm James E. from Northern California. I appreciate your efforts. I support them. I wonder if we could also refer it to bylaws, so any suggested bylaws change come to our attention, so that we can
absolutely
proceed along those lines.
That's absolutely correct, because we would envision that this task force would be drafting language that would absolutely have to go to bylaws to gain bylaws concurrence with what's the intent.
Point of information, our motion needs a second.
Say that again, Andy.
The motion to table needs a second.
Okay, so we've created the motion here in the executive board to table this pending further discussion. Do we have a second for the motion? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of tabling with further discussion? Yeah. Okay, opposed? Okay, we have it. Next motion is ADM 22-12, Chris Prosser from Tennessee. We're going to fly through this one too.
Since there's a new business item to deal with this, and we're dealing with a little different way, this one I will withdraw.
Okay, so this will come up under new business as ADM 22-19. So Chris is withdrawing ADM 22-12. Okay, ADM 2213 from last year was to fund.
It's here.
Oh.
This is the motion about creating sections, and fund you plugged in yet up there? Okay, he's working on it.
As an aside, does anyone remember the awards ceremony yesterday? Remember the award for the best club, the Memphis Chess Club, which was a historical chess club that basically was a chess club theme for a restaurant. It's primarily a restaurant that also has a chess club. That's an example of one of these innovative ideas that I think is very fascinating. It captivates me, and I'm hoping that more people come to the plate for other innovative ideas in chess. The idea about ADM 2213 has been referred to the board. And whoever referred to the board, I thank you for that. So we've talked about this a couple times at the board and decided to make a few changes here. We will not include any governance structure impact for this concept here. It will not be, would probably not involve any bylaws changes or anything of that sort. It would be a sub-organization of the board, a sub-organization that is under the umbrella of US Chess. It would add membership value. It would form basically little interest groups that would be add dimension, add depth to the membership of US Chess as an area for focus to discuss related topics, not just over the board chess, but other topics related to chess as well. And I think the convergence of new people that US Chess does not normally attract closely, along with the networking opportunities, would be a great advance in our organizational composition. And so, what I'd like to do, we've talked about this a couple times on the board. We're still working the concept. I have a document here. It is 39 pages long as of this date. It basically outlines the whole procedures of how we've decided to call them now chess interest groups instead of sections. Chess interest groups. And so that will help, we thought, would change the name to reflect more correctly about what they are. They also, let's see, they're also, let's see. But chess interest groups are something that can have relatively diverse subjects. Let me just go through the process really quickly. I'm going to take less than 5 minutes.
Hey, fun, you only had 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. Copy that.
Yes, you're right.
Copy.
So, fun, here's what I recommend to you.
Yes.
That this gets tabled to bring forward to next year, because on the executive board, we still have more work to do on this.
We do. We have a little bit more work to do, but basically the executive board has the foot on the accelerator and on the brakes to create and to slow down the production of chess interest groups. It would require a 2/3 vote of the executive board to get them passed, and they can be disbanded as well. And I have one or two examples here of chess interest groups. One is the African American chess group. I have some. Yep. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. This is, okay, yeah.
Okay, a motion on the floor is to table. Can I get a second to the motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to table?
Can I speak to the motion to table?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Speak to all those in favor of tabling the motion. Okay. Opposed to tabling the motion? Okay. Motion is tabled, and we've got it in the executive board, and I'm with Fun that there's some potential here, but we just got to figure it out, and we'll have to coordinate with bylaws, because there's going to be some kind of bylaws impact on this at some point, we think, especially if you add some kind of an organizational structure. Okay, thank you, Fun. Okay, ADM 22-14. This was a motion that myself and Bob Messenger, Kevin Pryor, and Fun Fong brought forward, and the intent of this was to examine the DACI and to bring forward from the DACI some items that we felt needed to have greater importance and be incorporated and integrated into the bylaws. That was referred to the States and Affiliates Committee. So I think, and we'll hear as part of new business the change to what's been recommended. So I think we can dispense with this motion right now and close it out because we are going to hear it under new business. And what's the, it was 22-26 under new business. So we'll be coming back to this as part of new business. That's right. So this motion is withdrawn, okay? Okay, that knocked out a whole page. All right. ADM 22-15 was brought forth by Leila Decan from Louisiana.
Okay, so this is one that, we've been working on it for years, and I really have to, it was referred to bylaws this year, and bylaws spent a lot of time working on it. I really have to thank Alex and Alan Priest and Guy and Richard for working through it and providing a lot of data and a lot of numbers to look at it. And now there is a friendly amendment that has been suggested, and I'll just go ahead and present it if that's okay with everybody, because I'm ready to accept it. And this would be the alteration. Dan, are you ready?
Yes, I mean, where to start?
Okay, so the first change would be to the 130, would go back to 125, which is the current number of delegates. So, and 125 delegates. Each state with 300 instead of 100 or more members must have 2 delegates. Then we would strike the next clause, each 3 delegates. And then at the end, after May 31, we would add, except that no state shall have more than 9 delegates. The remaining delegate seats shall be apportioned among the states in proportion to their resident U.S. chess membership as of May 31st. That is exactly the way it currently is. That's not a change. That's not a change from the current bylaw.
Can you read that? Yeah. Okay.
There's no addition. It's to amend the bylaw so that it provides this. Okay? So that this would be the language. Now, the rationale here is there are several things. First of all, is there something else still in there? The add section can be struck. It would be struck in the amendment because that is covered by another ADM that Guy is bringing forward. All
Okay,
right.
so is the motion there as you see it, as you amended it, Leila, is it correct now?
So yes, the friendly amendment is now as it appears on the screen. All right?
Okay.
So it now reads, move to amend bylaw Article 5, Section 2 to provide that the Board of Delegates shall be composed of the Executive Board, the delegates at large, and 125 delegates. Each state with 300 or more members must have 2 delegates. The remaining delegate seats shall be apportioned among the states in proportion to their resident U.S. chess membership as of May 31st, except that no state shall have more than 9 delegates. And I believe that would be May 31st of the year preceding the delegate meeting.
Okay, so the floor is open for discussion.
Okay, can I comment on the rationale first?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, so the rationale here are several. First of all, right now there are 29 states that have only 1 delegate. And something that we need, and we've discussed in the past, is we need to do planning for the future, to bring in new blood, have new people get trained up as delegates. By having each state be able to have, or having most states have at least 2 delegates, it wouldn't be all, but it would be most, have at least 2 delegates, provides for the ability for existing delegates to bring someone along with them, help them get trained up, help them to get integrated, and bring new people into the community. It also will allow for most states to have coverage in most workshops and committee meetings, which is currently not possible. I can't be in 2 places at once, and neither can the single delegate from any of the other 29 one-delegate states. 29 this year. 29 of the 52 jurisdictions this year have 1 delegate, and under the current rule, next year there would be 28. There would be 28 states with a single delegate.
There should be a statement about 30 members being required for at least 1 delegate.
That appears somewhere else in the bylaws.
Section 2.
Okay, so it's not replacing all of Section 2. So I believe there's another friendly amendment being offered that would say each state that has at least 30 members must have 1 delegate. All states have at least 30 members currently. I think the smallest is Wyoming currently with 44.
Dan, you got what she just said?
Okay, each state with at least 30 members of US Chess must have 1 delegate.
Is that an addition? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
So that would be an addition. Where should it go, Alex?
It should go right after basically after the May 30, so basically it's part of the May 30 clause. So let's say except for states with will be capped at 9 and then additionally.
Well, I think it would go at the beginning. Before each state with 300 must have 2, you would have each state with 30. Each state with 30 or more members must have 1. Then each state with 300 or more must have 2. Okay, so right after 125 delegates, semicolon, each state with 30 or more members must have 1 delegate, semicolon. Okay?
And it's each state with 30 or more members. Or at least 30.
Okay. All right, so, and just to let people know what the impact would be, under the present formula, this year we have 29 single-state delegates. Next year we would have 28 single-state delegates. Under this formula, only 9 states would have just 1 delegate. Currently, 9 states have 2 delegates this year. Under the current formula, 9 states will have 2 delegates next year. Under this formula, 32 states will have 2 delegates next year. There are other lesser impacts, okay, as we go down the line, but the biggest impact is it flips from 29 single-state delegates and 9 two-state delegates to 9 single-state delegates and 32 that have 2. Of the states that would lose delegates next year under this formula, the big states of New York, Northern California, Southern California, Texas, and Florida, at least some of the representatives of those states have indicated that they endorse this. And of the remaining states that would lose a delegate under versus the old formula, 5 of them have 0 delegates in attendance this year. So they have 3, or they have 4 and would go to 3, or they have 3 and they would go to 2, but they have 0 people here this year. So that there's really not much impact there.
Okay, let's let the next person come up for discussion.
Okay.
And then if they have a point of information, you'll be able to answer. Jim? So we have a for mic and an against mic. For is in the front, against is in the back.
I just have a point of information.
That's fine, go ahead.
I'd like to answer. In the original proposal that has been stricken, you were talking about increasing the number of delegates from 125 to 130, which is probably a good idea if you're going to give more delegates to the smaller states. Why was that abandoned?
There was a lot of opposition to increasing the size of the number of delegates. We never going to get out of bylaws with approval for increasing the number of delegates. There are concerns about quorum issues, and there's just a lot of opposition to increasing the number of delegates. It became more palatable, it seemed, when we achieved those extra delegates by putting a cap on the maximum number of delegates. Currently this year, there are 0 states with 8, 9, or 10 delegates, but one with 11 and one with 12. Those being New York and Texas, and for both of those delegations, they were happy to endorse the idea of reducing their numbers in order to throw more into the delegate pool.
Okay, to the against, Mike.
Eric Vigil from Iowa. Point of information, what 9 states will only have 1 delegate with under 300 members?
Let's see, the 9 states.
I have that. Rhode Island, West Virginia, Hawaii, North Dakota, Vermont, Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, and Alaska. None of whom I believe has a single delegate here. Thank you.
Okay, up to the 4, Mike. Danny?
So New York is in support of this, and with the following caveat, that as more states get to the 300-member delegation here, we're going to have to be careful, because as more states get there, then we're going to have to relook and make it a continuing action to figure this out. So that's just something to point out. Now, I was told what the numbers were for next year, that New York would have 8 and Texas would have 9 under the new protocol. So that's fine. But I would say that we have to keep watching out for it. And that's right.
Okay, to the against, Mike. Do we have a statement from the against, Mike?
Yes, this is partly a point of information, and it's probably a question, I guess, for the mover. A point of information is, as I think everybody's aware, Northern and Southern California are 2 separate state federations, and I didn't assume, I'm reading that draft, that somehow the Northern and Southern federations, which are separate entities, would somehow be under a single cap.
No.
Because you mentioned, we were mentioned as states that would be federations would be affected by, I assumed, your cap of 9 delegates.
Each state chapter is affected by the cap, not a state. So a Northern California state chapter is affected by the 9 cap. The Southern California.
But why did you use us as an example along with Texas and?
No, I didn't. I used you as an example of a delegation that is a large delegation that would have a decrease in delegates. It's because of the distribution. It's not because.
Oh, it's a distribution issue.
Right?
Yes.
Neither Northern or Southern California has 9 delegates presently. 7 and 6.
So I guess I need to know then, on behalf of my delegation, how many delegates would we lose? Thank you.
Okay, into the 4, Mike.
I offer a friendly amendment. I believe the word "at least" should appear before both the reference to 1 delegate and 2 delegates, because your intent is not to cap.
I'll accept that. That makes sense. Must have at least 1 delegate. Each state with 300 will must have at least 2 delegates, because the apportionment might give them more.
Okay, to the against, Mike.
Yes. Andrew Ray, Florida, and this is a point of information. Members of the Bylaws Committee have awareness of this, but for the sake of the entire body, the 125 count for delegates. This does not include the delegates at large and does not include the additional, the AAD delegate.
So that is correct.
It does not include the executive board, the delegate, or any of the delegates of the large either category.
Okay, to the 4, Mike.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois, call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there any opposition to calling the question? Go ahead and get to the mic. Okay, so we have an objection to calling the question. So all those in favor of all those who object to calling the question, raise your hands.
No, that's not the motion. The motion is to call the question.
Okay, so the motion is to call the question. It would have been the same process. All those in favor of calling the question, show your credentials. Okay, that's not enough. Discussion continues. At the against mic.
Just one member of the room. I lost the thread on what we were voting on. Could you please get me oriented in terms of where we're
voting
at?
on that. We're discussing that
the
motion up there. We're not
original-
voting on anything right now. We're just discussing that motion as amended.
Okay, then I move we refer to bylaws.
You said you move to refer to bylaws? Okay. Do we have a second to move to bylaws?
Can I comment on the move to bylaws?
Yes, you may comment on the move to bylaws.
So bylaws has, well, as Leila pointed out, bylaws has examined this for years, and we spent the whole year. If you look at our thread, Alan Priest, myself, and a couple of others, really going at it for a whole year, discussing how this could be done. Then we went to workshop, and it was structured as this: bylaws is for the amendment. And the workshop voted 17-0 to approve it. No? What did you have?
Guy, go to the mic, please, so we can hear you. Either one is fine.
We approved the cap on the delegates at 15-2. We approved having 300 to be eligible for 2 delegates at 16-2.
Okay. So from your perspective, Guy, in bylaws, there's no need to defer this to bylaws because you've already in favor of it. Okay.
I'm speaking in favor of moving to bylaws because the language itself is quite confusing, and I think it should be cleaned up, especially if it's going in the charter.
So be specific. What part is confusing?
I mean, the actual impact to each state is not spelled out specifically in the motion, and I think it's just really unclear to the states. I mean, I didn't know that until Steve asked the question that Southern California would lose a delegate. And obviously that's in our interest to try to preserve that delegate, but it's still just confusing in general, and I wouldn't have even noticed that if Steve hadn't even asked that question. Yeah. I don't know if other states are even noticing that.
To the front, Mike.
So I should point out, the allocation changes every year.
That's right.
It's based on population, and so as the population changes, the allocations change, whether or not we make a change there. This does change the allocation, but if I spelled it out exactly in a motion, what would happen, the next year would be moot, because next year we would be redistributing it again. So the general changes are, it's basically flattens the structure. It takes some off the top. So big states such as Texas and New York lose delegates because they're capped in some degree. Some of the mid-range states also lose to reapportion to some of the lower states. And basically most states end up with 2 or 3. And there are exceptions such as Florida and the 2 Californias, which end up with 5. But in general, right, it changes year to year, so spelling it out doesn't make sense in my view.
So to rephrase, what you're saying is these parameters define the algorithm that gets applied to determine the apportionment to the...
Correct.
Okay.
And the apportionment is based on the total population in every state.
Right. Because there's a misperception that there's a formula. There's not. It's an algorithm that becomes a formula when they punch it in the computer. To the back mic, please, Sean.
Sean Manross, Southern California. Point of information, Mr. President. I believe the said algorithm is what Dylan Huercha from my own delegation was referencing when he said it was difficult to understand. Would this be an appropriate circumstance to have a task force with a representative from state affiliates so that especially those, such as my own admittedly, which are going to be affected most by this, have an opportunity to learn more about the algorithm before action is taken on such a decisive concept as the amount and composition of our governing body of chess?
Okay, to the front mic.
Yeah, to the extent that there would be a desire to have a task force, we've essentially had one. The Bylaws Committee, which is fairly large, has discussed this for an entire year. There was a 2-hour bylaws workshop that was very well attended and that voted overwhelmingly in favor of these provisions after substantial discussion. I believe it's been task forced to death because I've been introducing the concept for 9 years. And I think it's time to vote. Just to correct the record in terms of how much does it flatten things or change things. Presently, we have 29 single-state delegates, and we will have 9 single-state delegates. We presently have 9 two-delegate states, and we will have 32 two-delegate states. We will then go from 3 with 3 to 4 with 3, from 3 with 4 to 2 with 4, from 3 with 5 to still having 3 with 5. We will not have any with 6 or 7. We will have 1 with 8 and 1 with 9, whereas we presently have 1 with 11 and 1 with 12.
Jim?
The real change is between 1 and 2.
Jim?
Yeah, James Eade from Northern California. I just want to support what was previously stated, that it was a little bit confusing. I was not aware that, from reading this, that Northern California would go from 7 delegates to 5, for example. So that's kind of a reason that I went to the no microphone. But I also understand that there's no point in referring something to a committee that doesn't want it, that has already thought about it. So I'm going to go to the 4 mic. I'm now for it.
That's fine.
Jim Manella, Southern California.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Okay. Whatever merits there may be to increasing the delegate counts from smaller states, and I agree that there is some merit to that idea, but whatever the pros to that are, whatever the pros to that are, it shouldn't be attained by penalizing states with more delegates. Find a way to do this, what Iowa wants, without reducing any state's delegate count. I don't believe that that is such a Herculean task that it can't be done. So I would suggest that we refer this to the board, let the board work out a plan to get this done without penalizing any of the state delegations as they currently exist.
All right, so
Alex?
I can't comment on referring it to the board, but this is a political issue, and one way to resolve it is to increase the total number of delegates. That's the only thing that you can do. The other proposals on this in bylaws were Layla's increase to 130 and my increase to 128, and then all the arguments about not increasing delegates. So if you want to compensate at least some of the loss of delegates, you can increase it by a insignificant number. You can do Layla's 130, and 5 delegates would go back into the pool and possibly compensate much of the loss. I mean, how many states are actually losing delegates? Or how many delegates are lost?
12 states will have a decrease in delegates, and of those 12 states, 6 have no one in attendance at this meeting.
That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant. That is irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant. If states that have 4 or 5 or 6 delegates allocated to are sending no one at all to the meeting, it is relevant to discuss whether it's really harmful to decrease them by 1.
We're in Rancho Mirage. This is the exception to the rule here.
Okay, Sean, you've got the against mic now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Simply, I believe that we can see demonstrated here there is too much controversy. Too many states are very uncomfortable. I'm simply asking for time for the delegates and indeed the executive board.
You said too many states are uncomfortable?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I see one that's uncomfortable right now.
Northern California is a different state from Southern California. Mr. President, are you uncomfortable?
Okay, 2. All right, 2.
Okay, well, Mr. President, I'm asking that we make a perhaps task force of presidential. I'll gladly commit it to paper if it is not appropriate to do here, in which case forgive the getting it wrong with Robert's rules. I move to create a task force of presidents of state affiliates in order to investigate this change to the delegates structure.
Yeah, we have another motion on the floor right now, so you can't change that motion.
Point of information, forgive me. What is that motion, Mr. President?
Andy? Is to refer to bylaws was the motion.
Has one more point of information, forgive me. Bylaws has already spoken to this, correct?
No, it's still a motion. We haven't voted on referring it to bylaws or not.
But, has bylaws handled this in the past yet, sir? Forgive me, Mr. President. That's the question.
Yes, they have. That's what they addressed, that they felt that they've sufficiently addressed this measure.
So the measure is to refer to bylaws a second time when bylaws does not want it.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Chris?
I'll call the question, please.
Okay. So we're calling the question on the motion to refer to bylaws. Okay? Is there any objections to referring to bylaws? Is there any objection to calling the question to refer to bylaws? Okay, seeing none. Now we're back to the primary motion. Okay. So let's vote on referring to bylaws. All those in favor of referring to bylaws, raise your delegates' cards. Okay, I see 5. Although opposed to referring to bylaws. Okay, that fails. Okay, so it does not go to bylaws. Okay, now we're back to the original motion, which is on the screen.
Carl Hessler from Oregon. I know there's been some people who've been trying to throw some stuff against the wall and hoping something sticks, but the notion of increasing the number of delegates, in my opinion, runs a real risk of having quorum issues. So I would not be in favor of that. I think I like how this is. And coming from a one delegate state that's likely to stay at one delegate, I don't really have a dog in this fight.
Okay. Sunil?
Yeah, I mean, I applaud the principle, but I have concerns, so put me onto that thing. So now we have like 2 states that have concerns, even though the leadership of New York is comfortable with this. My concern is simple. It's not for next year. It's not for the year after. It's for what happens when chess becomes so popular that every state is going to have at least 300 members. And then we will have 2 members, 2 delegates per state. So that'll be 100. And our total is 125. So there is no incentive for states like New York to go out of our way to really try to increase the membership. So I am very concerned about the future. So I would like some safeguards, and I don't see safeguards in here.
I yield to Tom Langland.
Tom Langland from Northern California. I understand that this has been in process for many, many years. However, less than an hour ago was the first time that I understood the impact that this would have on Northern California. So I feel kind of blindsided, and this is something that, had I known this, I could have gone to my board of directors and then gotten their feedback before I came here. So that is just my objection, or I would have liked to have not been blindsided, that's all. Okay, I would have liked to have known. Obviously, you guys should have known what the impact would have been to us long ago. Could have contacted me and said, hey, Tom, by the way, this motion is coming up. Would you like to contact your board and talk about it? Then we could have had that discussion and then come here more well-informed, one way or another.
There was this motion in the carryover from last year. Yeah.
I understand.
It's a carryover from the last year.
I understand, but it would have been nice for us to have known what the impact would have been to us specifically. Okay. It's hard for, so how can if I read this motion here, how can I know the impact would be on my state?
People from the audience can go to the mic so we can hear.
No problem. Go ahead. That's all I would be asking, would have asked for, is for someone to have said, hey, by the way, Tom, this motion is going to subtract 2 from your state. And then I could have gone to my board of directors and said, hey, what do you guys think about this? And then we could have taken a vote as our board of directors and then said we would be in favor of it or not in favor.
Point of information.
Rather than learning about it right here on site. So I'm not, okay, that's the only thing I have.
Okay, to the floor, Mike.
Let me attempt to answer some of the questions that have been raised First of all, every year we reapportion delegates. Some states will add a delegate. Some states will lose a delegate. That isn't written in the bylaws that you have to have the same number of delegates every year. The other point that was raised was, geez, if every state has 300, then every state gets at least 2. 52 state chapters take 104. That still leaves 21 delegates to be apportioned amongst the larger states. So I'm not sure what sort of, quote, safeguard you are looking for.
Jim?
I had made a motion that this be referred to the board, who would be tasked with finding a way to implement this without reducing any state's delegate count. I would like that motion to be voted on.
Okay, you didn't make a motion. You said you thought it should be referred to the board.
All right, well, I'm making the motion now, that this be referred to the board and they be tasked with finding a way to implement this without reducing any state's delegate total.
Okay, so a motion has been made to refer the motion on the screen to the executive board to examine the motion and find a way to make it work. Is that correctly rephrased what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so all those in okay, so let's go ahead and discuss this then. Andy?
It was stated specifically in Mr. Manellis that he wants this to be considered without any delegation losing any, without any state affiliate losing any membership.
Yeah, let me be clearer, that they not lose any delegates based on implementing this particular motion. If they lose members, okay, and lose a delegate, that's something else again. But what you're doing now is saying that you could have more members than you had before and still lose a delegate. And that's what I'm opposed to. Okay? I want the board to figure out a way to do this without penalizing people. I think the way to do it is to increase the number of delegates, but some people are against that.
Yeah, there's no other mathematical way to do it. You would have to add delegates. So,
all right, I've just received a hint that I propose that we increase the delegate total by 20.
well, you made a motion to refer to the executive board.
All right, fine. Let's vote on that first.
Second.
Okay, so the motion's been seconded to refer to the executive board. And just to restate the motion, it was to refer to the executive board and to examine a way to implement this that there is not any impact to states that would lose delegates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe the motion is out of order. This is a bylaw amendment. The board cannot implement a bylaw amendment without this body amending the bylaws.
Andy Ray, ruling on it being out of order?
Yeah.
He can refer to the board, but the board would not be able to enact. The board would then have to
Bring it back to the delegates.
Yes, the board would have to report back.
refer a bylaw. They would refer then back, based on their findings, they would then refer back to the bylaws.
It's an end run around what was just voted down, which was a referral to bylaws.
Yes.
And it's out of order. It's asking the board to take it and refer it to bylaws because this body just rejected it.
We better ask the
Point of
parliament.
order.
Jim.
Request that any speakers be at the microphone, including the parliamentarian, including George Stevens.
Randy.
Well, first of all, does the parliamentarian have to rule? There was a point of order raised.
I rule that the motion is in order for the reason being that it would go to the board, and then consequently, based on previous precedent, the board would then refer back to the bylaws. Now, the chair can overrule the parliamentarian. And then if the delegates don't agree with the chair, they can vote to overrule the chair.
What's that, Randy?
Well, I was going to say I wouldn't overrule that.
Yeah, I'm not going to overrule that.
So on now the motion, which is for the executive board to figure out a way so no states will lose a delegate. Well, there's only one way to do that, and that's just you're going to have to add another 20 or so delegates. We had issues. We were concerned about getting a quorum at this meeting. You're only going to make that worse. There are still going to be states that are not going to fill their allotment, several of which are complaining about this motion. I see no reason that the board's going to do anything. If you want to make the motion to add the number of delegates necessary to accomplish what Leela wants to accomplish and not have any states lose it, make that motion. But the executive board isn't going to do anything other than do that. So let's either vote for this motion or make a motion that adds the number of delegates necessary to accomplish what you want to accomplish. Don't send it to the executive board.
Do we have anything at the rear mic?
We have a caucus.
Tom, you have something? Never mind.
First of all, what exactly is the motion on the floor at the moment? Are we
The motion right now is to refer this motion to the executive board for further study
I wanted to speak to the main motion.
Okay, and a way to implement so that no states would lose delegates.
May I call the question on the motion to refer?
Okay, the question has been called on the motion to refer. All those opposed to calling the question to refer to all those opposed to calling the question, let's see your delegates' cards. There's no objection to calling the question. Now we vote on which part of the motion to refer to the executive board. Okay, now we vote on the motion to refer to the executive board. And just to restate the motion, Jim, to make sure I've got it correctly, it would be referred to the executive board to examine a way to implement so that there is no loss to states that currently have a higher number of delegates.
Based on the algorithm.
Yeah, based on
the algorithm.
Right, understand. Okay, so all those in favor of referring to the executive board for further study, raise your delegates' cards. Okay, so I need to see them high because you're going to have to count. 18. I got those. Okay. I got 18. I got one other counting.
18.
You got 18 also?
Louis, does your wife have her card up? Yes, 18.
Yes, so we have 18. All those opposed to referring to the executive board. This is just a majority, right? Okay, we have more than 18 there, so. Okay, so it will not be referred to the executive board. So now what we're at is the main motion again, and any further discussion on the main motion.
Okay, I wanted to speak in favor of the main motion, if I may.
Okay, go ahead, you may.
Tom Brownscombe from Nevada. I represent one of the states that currently has one delegate and would go to two. In fact, there are two members of my state association in this room. I am the treasurer of my state association. Al Losoff back there is the president of our state association. Only one of us can be the delegate. We made that decision last night. But obviously, if our state had two delegates, we would have two delegates representing us at this meeting.
Okay. To the rear mic.
Okay, so this is fundamentally a political process. So I appreciate that everyone is staying calm and discussing it thoroughly. We really do need to be careful about changing any of the bylaws like this. I know it's very challenging, especially since the bylaws committee already looked at it. But it does seem like they had a last-minute change to the number. They originally wanted to increase it, and one of the problems. I mean, I applaud the idea itself, but to encourage people to attend a delegates meeting, we need other things in place. We need incentives. We need things that actually bring people to the delegates meeting other than just a pure political or, people in state pulling them in. So if we can just take a step back And it's just a little bit of courtesy to the states that would be losing delegates. And one more point to add, that Sunil's point is fundamentally correct. We are in a chess boom. This is the time for chess right now, and the number of people will only increase, of course, market factors and COVID, etc. But since we're in this chess boom, that could affect the numbers, say, in 2 years significantly. I mean, big states could go down to having 2 delegates. It's literally possible. That is a possibility, and we should be thinking for the future, not just 1. We should think 5, 10 years into the future for that. So I really would appreciate if everybody would think about that and find a solution that doesn't require reducing any state's delegates.
Okay, to the front, Mike.
Yeah, so the proposal would shift 15 delegates. The other 5 are covered by the cap. So I propose an amendment to resolve this political issue and leave, would probably leave no state with losing delegates, right? More or less. By adding 15 delegates to the total count. So increasing the number of delegates from 125, the delegate seats, to 140.
So can you restate what you're...
Second.
Well, what are we
So
seconding?
again,
Let's
the
make sure
only
we
change-
understand what we're seconding.
The amendment is the 125 number would be 140.
Okay, so an amendment is being proposed is
to the motion.
Yeah, to the motion to change it from 125 as the total number of delegates to 140 as the total number of delegates.
Correct.
And
remove the except no state shall have more than 9 delegates.
It's not a friendly amendment, Mr. President. I might ask that we consider a straw poll of how many people would be more supportive of the motion with the increase in delegates. Because I think there are a lot of people who are opposed to the increase in delegates as fast as killed. So I'd be interested in the straw poll.
go to the mic, Steve.
Point of information that affects the straw poll consideration would be how close we were to coming to a quorum here, which is not the most easily accessible place, and how likely that would be to happen in the future based on what happened here with 125 delegates. In other words, how many delegates do we have here now?
What's the Rose? How many delegates do we have here? What was the total? Was it like 57?
57 or 58. Forgive me.
So quorum would go from 42 to 47.
No, we're at 47 now.
But are physically here. That signed in this morning. I think it was 58.
And what is the quorum under our bylaws?
And the quorum is 47. Okay, the quorum is 47. So we were 11 over the quorum, and we want to add 15 more. So it would require 5 more so you would have to have 52 for a quorum.
Which we would still have.
This year.
Yeah. Anything else from yours, Alex? Okay. So his motion so we want to do a straw poll on the 140. Okay. You agreement with that, Alex? Okay, so this is a straw poll, it's non-binding. Okay, so delegates in favor of increasing the number of delegates to 140, raise your delegates cards. Okay, raise them high, please.
Count that side.
Okay, I got this half, raise me in the middle aisle.
And the aisle.
1, 2, 3. 11 and 12 is 23. Okay. So we had 11 in the aisle and on that side of the room. We had 12 on this side of the room. That's 23. Okay, those opposed to increasing to 140. Okay, I got the aisle on that side again. So if somebody else wants to count, that's fine.
I got it.
In 12, did you get Chuck?
Yes.
I mean, you got Randy?
Yes.
Okay. So I had 12 on this side, and you got 13 over there? Yes. That's 25. Pretty close. 21 to 23, right? So it was 25 opposed and 23 for. Okay? So that's the straw poll result.
So I'm not going to accept the amendment.
Okay? So now we have to vote on the moving. We're discussing the 140, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Straw poll was the motion. Drop the last sentence.
I didn't accept it as an amendment.
Yeah. So it's been offered as an amendment to increase it from 125 to 140. Go ahead, Randy.
Point of information on the amendment offer. Don't you have to strike the last part, except that no state shall have more than 9 delegates? The point, but
The states who have more than 9, those 2 states are not opposed.
But this is,
But we can't hear you, Dan.
I would like to amend this to make it 10 instead of 9 because I'm getting tired of some states coming up here and claiming about their delegations, and New York and Texas are taking the majority of the beating here, and it's time that it goes up to 10. If we're increasing 125 to 140, make 9 10.
Make the cap.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so that's been accepted as a friendly amendment. So 140 is the motion now instead of 125. And in the last sentence, the number 9 is raised to 10 as the cap. Okay? No, she said that's a friendly amendment.
And now I accepted the friendly amendment to the second motion.
Okay, but it's still 140 and the 9 goes to 10. It's still 140 and 10. I'm lost.
right, that's
What did he say?
140 and 10 is the amendment on the floor.
Motion
that we
on the
would,
floor is 140 delegates and 10 cap. So the 9 delegates is a 10.
Okay. So that's what's up for discussion now.
Yes, that is the proposed amendment. It's not a friendly amendment, and it has been seconded.
May I offer another friendly amendment? No, is this not how it works?
No.
Okay, I got it. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, fun.
Increase it from 300 to 500 or more members.
And we go back to...
you can't have an amendment to an amendment to an amendment. That's a third degree amendment. That's parliamentary. Point of order for the parliamentarian. Can you have a third degree amendment? We're talking now about Sean asking for an amendment to an amendment to an amendment.
That's fine.
If I'm out of order, I withdraw, Mr. Vice President.
We've actually have had these kind of entanglements before, so it's in order.
So Sean, did you just say you withdraw?
If it was out of order, is the parliamentarian ruling it in order? Okay.
Yes, he did.
I offer the friendly amendment. If it's rejected, it's rejected.
Yes. I decline the friendly amendment because it defeats the purpose of the motion.
Okay, so the friendly amendments have been refused. Okay?
Is there
So fun at the front. Let's go to the for mic. Okay, he threw in the towel. The against mic.
I guess this is just a point of information type question. When is the last time we failed to have a quorum at one of these? I don't recall ever seeing us fail to have a quorum. I mean, because the quorum issue has come up repeatedly, and I've never been here when we didn't have a quorum. So when's the last time it happened?
But that's not this is a 140 number, not 125.
Years.
May I speak against the amendment? May I speak? Is there anyone speaking against the amendment?
No, he just asked a point of information. Okay, David in the for mic.
I move that we call the question on the amendment.
Okay, so it's been moved to call the question on the amendment. And the amendment was for 140 with 10. Right. Okay. Is there anyone, does the move get seconded? Okay. What'd you say? Yeah.
I don't believe that we have had discussion on the motion, on Alex's motion, going from 125 to 140 with 9 to 10. It's been bandied about, but I don't believe that we've had for and against with regards to that. It was, well,
You still call the question.
in that case, Andrew Ray, Florida, I object.
Okay, so now we have to vote on calling the question. So all those in favor of calling the question, raise your delegates' credentials. Yes, in favor of calling the question.
Moving the question. In favor of moving the question.
You got that side, I got
Yep.
that side. 23 on this.
21 on this.
So we've got 44 in favor of calling the question, which is more than 2/3. Okay, so the question is called. So where are we now? Yeah.
Alex's amendment to 140 and 10. 140 and 10. We're on that.
Shh. One person at a time. Leela.
Where we are is voting on Alex's amendment, or continuing discussion on Alex's amendment.
Just call the question.
To call the question on that.
So correct me if I'm wrong, right? What we are doing is voting whether to substitute this for the main motion. If it passes, then this becomes the main motion, and then we discuss that.
And then we'll discuss that.
Yes.
So it's 140 and 10 is what we're going to vote on now. Okay? All those in favor of voting to change 125 to 140 as the total number of delegates, and to increase in the last phrase, except that no state shall have more than 9, to say no state shall have more than 10. Okay? All those in favor of that amendment, raise your delegates' cards. Yeah, so that's 42 in favor of this motion. So now this motion is on the floor for further discussion. Go ahead and make the changes, Dan. So 125 becomes 140, and in the last phrase, 9 becomes 10. Okay. Okay. So this motion is now on the floor for discussion. Yes.
Dylan Quersha, Southern California. I would speak in favor of this motion. It's a fair compromise, and I appreciate everybody in working toward that.
Okay. Do we have anyone opposed to the motion that wishes to speak?
Fan Fong, Georgia. I call the question.
Okay, the motion, the question has been called. Do we have any objections to calling the question? Objections to calling the question. We have one objection.
No seconds yet.
Okay, we have a second. And we do have someone that's opposed to calling the question. So now we vote in terms of calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question, raise your hands. Raise your delegates' cards. That's more. Yeah. Okay, so the question has been called. So now we vote on it, right?
On the main motion.
So now we're at the point where we vote on what's on the screen. Okay, so give everyone a chance to read it one more time so everyone has what's on the screen. Okay, all those in favor of the motion on the screen now with moving the total number of delegates to 140 and the last clause having 10 instead of the previous 9. This is the motion. All those in favor of the motion, raise your delegates' cards. This has got to pass by. No, what's it got to pass by, though?
Just a simple majority.
That's a simple majority.
No need to count? We're good?
Yeah, you don't need to count.
Okay, we're good.
That's well over a simple majority.
Point of order, in order for a bylaws change, does there have to be more than a simple majority?
What's it got to be, Andy? 2/3? Okay, so let's go ahead and put your hands back up again if you're for it, and we'll make sure we're 2/3.
Bylaws is 2/3. I'm sure it's 2/3.
It's in the advance motion, it doesn't have to be.
That's what my thought was. It's a simple majority for advance motions. 20, 21, 21.
It's what do you got? I have 44 total. And we had 55 present, so or 57 was the quorum, so we're over the 2/3. So the motion passes. Okay, so where are we? We're on to, we're on 22-16. ADM 22-16, the maker of the motion approached me before the meeting and asked to withdraw the motion. But where's the maker of the motion? I want to confirm, is he still your intent to withdraw? Okay, he does withdraw the motion. Okay, we're into new business, and I think as part of new business, we had at least one motion I know of from the membership meeting. So Dan, can you highlight that one for us?
Look at you, you broke down and got your muffin.
Okay, so this was a motion brought forth by Jim Manella at the membership meeting yesterday, and his motion reads, Jimmy, that the delegates recommend the executive board establish a U.S. Senior Women's Championship round robin. Okay?
Thank you. James E. from Northern California. This motion is to plug a hole. Right now we have a U.S. Junior, U.S. Girls, U.S. Championship, U.S. Women's Championship. We have an invitational for U.S. Seniors, and we have nothing for the U.S. Women, Senior Women. And so I would like to propose that we just bid this out and see if anybody would be willing to take on the organization of this activity and make a bid that the US Chess accepts. And if there's no bid, it doesn't get run. But if there is a bid, and I can guarantee you there will be a bid. And then let's just see how it runs. And I have talked to Chuck, and I could make sure that this runs for 5 years with my support, my foundation's support. But I really think that the women that how we treated them back in the 20th century really deserve a spotlight shown on them and given a U.S. national title. So that's my rationale for this.
Okay. Is there any discussion after Jim's clarification? We have go ahead. Are you for or against our question?
I'm Steve Elkins, and I am not ready for the question. I wanted to make a comment on the motion, on the amendment. And that is, I would commit my wife to that senior tournament right now. But if you end up with very many people, I don't know if she'd want to be committed to a long round robin. Would it have to be that format?
The executive board can consider, can consider formats and then discuss that. So
that's my only comment.
May I make clarification.
Yes, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, the original motion was in invitational of 6 to 12, I think, but anything in there. So it was going to be a limited number of people.
Yeah, game 10, 2-second delay, that should cut it, yeah.
It's the executive board's call.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so is there any further discussion on this motion? Okay, so the motion is to develop a U.S. Senior Women's Invitational, that the executive board establish this particular event as a round robin. All those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. That passes with no problem, okay? So Jim, the bid floor is open here pretty soon, so. So the executive board will take this under consideration to work with the director of events to develop an appropriate format, Jim, that's based on the motion that you created, and then that would come out as a bid at some point. Okay? Yeah, if the executive board decides to go forward with it, and it looks like it's going to be feasible, which is a good thing. Okay, do we have any other motions from the delegates meeting, Dan? I'm sorry, yeah, the membership meeting, do we have any other motions there? Okay. Moving on to new business, we're on page 7 of our delegates call, ADM 22-17, and I call on Robin Ramson.
Good afternoon. I am really going to, in the interest of time, try to paraphrase.
We can't hear you.
I said, in the interest of time, I'm going to paraphrase it. But what I want to point out is that all felonies are not the same. For example, in Virginia.
Into the mic.
Okay.
Just to the mic.
You sure? Okay,
Well,
I'll
you
just
turn.
Well, forgive me for not looking at you. I'm going to speak into the mic. Okay, so for instance, in Virginia, all felonies are not the same. Any one of you could be driving over the speed limit in Virginia and get pulled over, and you would get a felony for every child in the car. And so I don't think that that would say you're a bad candidate. The language is flawed, and at any time a random set of circumstances that did not have a criminal intent could result in a court action of a felony. And secondly, this is a dog whistle. The language is very racially biased and prejudicial, which discriminates against minorities and indigenous people. And the other thing I want to point out is that, of course, there are some felonies that are completely not acceptable. I believe that this Article 6, Section E is poorly written and affects substantially a larger class of people, and that is intended or realized by the delegates. For example, a doctor performing a politically banned procedure can be convicted of a felony. Many other seemingly minor crimes could be included, and moreover, felonies mean substantially different things, state to state and county to county. The bylaws ban likewise applies differently based on residence, location of the act. Because of the manner felonies are enforced and sentenced, they disproportionately affect Black people, brown people, and indigenous people of color. Another thing that I'd like to point out is that in lieu of this poorly written amendment, there's in Washington, D.C., there are people who consistently...
Okay, we're over 2 minutes, Robin. We're almost at 3 minutes now.
Okay, well, basically I want to point out that any one of you could be affected by this poorly written amendment, if you would consider that.
Okay, do we have additional discussion?
Yes.
We'll start at the 4 mic.
Okay.
The 4.
I would look past.
Okay, so he yields to the rear mic.
And yes.
This was discussed in bylaws briefly. The committee vote was 1 in favor, 8 opposed. The workshop vote, there was nobody in favor, and everybody else in the room was opposed.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Yeah, Jimmy, Northern California, I don't see this as is this a bylaws issue?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that point of information answer. My feeling is that we cannot strongly enough emphasize the dog whistle implication of felony and how people in the minority communities interpret that language and what makes them think about US chess. And when US chess has this kind of language in them, they feel targeted. And I worked extensively with Oren Checkmate Hudson, who was on the cover of Chess Life. Dan Lucas might know which issue, but I don't. And he was saved from a gang life through chess. And he's been paying it back ever since. And there's so many kids, minority kids, who get these they're 18, 19, so they're in charge as adults, disproportionately from people like me, who grew up like me. And they get felons. And then they rehabilitate themselves, and they are very effective in this signaling to these other communities, these younger kids. Look what happened to me. This is what happened. I took up chess. And so they could be a role model. And so I think we're sending the wrong message to the wrong people, and most of us are not aware of it, not aware of the implications, and I'm very much in favor of this motion.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Just a point of information. Robin, are you aware, have you, like, for example, have you talked to Carol and gotten any legal analysis on this or anything?
No, I haven't talked to Carol as of today.
Okay.
But I can confirm, I can pass on to Carol the statements that I've gotten from other attorneys in the nonprofit.
Okay, we have to.
So I was consulted yesterday after this came up in committee, and I think this is going on the right track, absolutely. But I think from a risk management perspective, I would like to take language to council to try to get something knocked out and brought back to the delegates for next year to amend the bylaws.
Okay, so I think, Robin, what's been proposed is a friendly amendment to your motion that's here, that your motion be referred to the executive board, to the executive director, to take it to legal counsel, and that the executive director would come back next year with a report to this delegates of the advice of legal counsel.
Given my major concern that it's a blanket statement, I think that would be a great idea.
Okay. So you accept that as a friendly amendment? Okay. No, so her amendment was to refer it to the executive director.
Motion to refer?
Yeah. So do we second the motion to refer? Second. Okay. So do we have any discussion on the motion to refer to the executive director? Hearing none. Voting, all we're doing now is voting on the motion to refer to the executive director. Is that not on the main motion itself? Is that correct? Okay. So all those in favor of referring this motion to the executive director? Okay, that's a landslide. Okay, so now we're back to the main motion. Yeah, so it's been referred. So we have to vote on the motion. Let's discuss the motion, and then we can vote on it.
It's been referred. It's referred.
We cut off the discussion, Wazy.
It's an amendment, so now you have the motion to refer.
We just referred.
We just referred it. Andy, let the parliamentarian come to the mic. Yeah.
The delegates have referred to the executive director, so the delegates do not then get to take further action. They voted already to hand off to the executive director, and we'll get further news once you have
Okay, so now we can go to the next.
It's done.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving to motion 22-18. The maker of this motion was Jim Ead. It's just there's no motion there.
The motion before you is going to be, I think, friendly amended. John McCrary talked to me earlier, and John, would you like to come and suggest your wording change?
Really add, and the other people involved. To
Okay.
Beatrice and Harry.
At the first sentence, it ends with Beatrice Marinello and Harry Sabine singled out for their work in securing Crossfell. And John has recommended that I include and the other people involved, and I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so Beatrice Marinello, comma, Harry Sabine, comma, and the other people involved.
Correct.
Okay. You got that, Dan? That's been accepted as a friendly amendment. Okay, discussion?
I move that we accept this motion by acclamation.
Yeah. Accepted by acclamation. Okay, ADM 22-19, Chris Prosser.
There was quite a bit of discussion Wednesday in the Scholastic meeting about this. The solution, we'll give it one more year to try this, is to refer it to 3 entities: the Board of Directors, the Scholastic Committee, and this Education Committee that I hear is either happening or is going to happen. So it will be referred to those 3 with an intent to act on it.
Okay.
That is.
So just to rephrase for everyone's clarity, you're proposing to refer this motion to the Executive Board, to the Scholastics Council, and to the Chess in Education Committee, if that, in fact, that committee does get created like tomorrow by the Executive Board.
I do have a question, a small question about the difference or which is more appropriate, the Scholastic Committee, which I thought the Scholastic Council was part of. So is the Scholastic Committee separate from the Scholastic Council? I thought the Scholastic Committee voted on the Scholastic Council and elected the Scholastic Council.
We've always referred things to the Scholastic Council because they are the spokespersons for the committee.
Okay, all right. So I'm still confused over that relationship somehow. So Scholastic Council.
Yeah, in their charter, charter, the council is elected by the committee.
Board of Directors, Scholastic Council, and Chess and Education.
Well, the Executive Board.
Yes, Executive Board, Scholastic Council, and Chess and Education.
That's correct.
If we can refer it to those with an intent to act, then we're good.
Okay, so that's how you amend the motion, is that you want to refer it to the Executive Board, the Scholastic Council, and the Chess and Education Committee with authority to implement?
Yes.
Okay, so that would put the hands of implementation into the Executive Board?
Yes.
Okay. Andy, you had something to say? Okay.
I do have if you allow me, a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
This same thing was discussed last year and referred and was not acted upon.
Well,
so at least in the spirit of the amendment or of the idea. So the idea is to have a meeting of all the Scholastic coordinators and get ideas from the coordinators, and then in turn let the coordinators know how they can help US Chess. That's the spirit of this business item as it's passed on to you guys. So it's like a fool me once, fool me twice thing. I'm putting my trust in these committees to enact this in that spirit.
We understand.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, or is there any further discussion? Is there any discussion? Okay, seconded, good, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion as amended, let's see your delegate cards. Okay, opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
Point of order, that was a motion to refer, correct?
That's correct, it's a motion to refer. Say the last thing you said, Mike.
It says to implement, not refer.
No, it's authority to implement from the referral. Okay. Okay, the next ADM is 2220 from Steve Emmett, Jim Mead, and Sophia in New York.
This is a rather lengthy motion, but there were some issues. It's a sort of a twofold motion. One, it's to clean up some what was perceived to be errors in language. One of which is the sponsor. Jim Eade is actually from Northern California, not North Carolina. Also to expand, to take an expansion of the direction and scope of the Professional Players Health and Benefits Claims Committee. That is the name of the committee now, even though it was initially established as Professional Players Health and Benefits Fund. It's actually Professional Players Health and Benefits Fund Claims Committee. That's one of the things in the motion that will be changed, the name of the committee. The first thing is, I think, a cleanup. Currently, I guess it's a delegate action of continuing interest, states that applicants must be U.S. citizens who hold the GM, IM, WGM, or WIM titles. I don't know exactly when. I think it was around 2011 or somewhere around there, but the FMs were inserted in there. I don't know why that's not been carried over, but in point of fact, we have had a number of FMs who have already been recipients of this fund. So the FM title, if for no other reason than to substantiate the practice, should be in there. And in fact, I remember distinctly that FMs were approved by the delegates around 2011 as part of this eligibility of recipients. So I'm not sure why they are not in there, but they should be, and in fact they are. A number of recipients have been FMs. So that should be in there. The next aspect of this is that while this should be, if you include FMs, this should be the guiding default presumption that they should be holding these FIDE titles. There can be special situations where consideration should be given to applicants, and that doesn't mean they are automatically approved, but consideration should be given to applicants who do not hold these titles, but who are otherwise worthy of consideration. And so that was something the committee felt that it should be included, people who necessarily haven't achieved these titles. And also notice that part of the qualification is that they be U.S. citizens, and there might be situations where non-U.S. citizens who've contributed nevertheless significantly, perhaps title holders, GM title holders, whatever, should be considered. So it's restrictions putting U.S. citizen title holders of the following categories on there that is probably not necessary at this point. There are some other wording changes that were advised by our committee psychiatrist, changing psychiatric to psychological and other wording changes like that. Changing the name of the committee to what it is actually now called, as opposed to what it is specified in the DACI. And also, there's a philosophical change reflected in here, an expansion.
Where's here?
I guess in the motion. We're talking about the number of the ADM, 2220? Is that what you're asking?
Can I have a point of information? The full motion is actually on page 8, as all the stuff's put in there. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I basically did the thing twice. I listed the changes, and then I put them in as what it would look like if the motion were to pass.
So I have a point of information. I heard you mention about U.S. citizens, but I see it's in the motion here, so you're not removing U.S. citizens?
No, I'm just referring to the qualification where the second sentence in paragraph 1 says, in special situations, applicants may also be considered who do not hold these qualifications, but who have nevertheless given extraordinary service to U.S. chess in their lifetime.
So I would ask our executive director, by a U.S. 501c3 providing money to a U.S. citizen. Does that cause us any concerns?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
So
No, I guess.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Oh,
Yeah.
you don't know.
I do it all the time.
Well, right now, we're not aware of any legal ramifications.
which seems to be reason that we refer this to executive director for consideration and legal discussion and et cetera, like we did with the other motion. Because the only other point I would ask is you have GM, you don't have all the FIDE titles here. What about WFM?
That was not part of the original motion. We didn't put that in there.
Yeah.
If I would accept that if there were somebody who would amend it, yes, I would even amend it myself, so that would be friendly and unfriendly.
Okay, so I propose it as a friendly amendment. Do you accept it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, in the back, Mike, John?
Yeah, I actually drafted most of the wording on the motion as it currently exists when I was back chairman of this committee back in 2009.
So are you speaking for it or against it?
I'm about to make a motion to amend it, which in effect would be against it.
Okay.
All right. Now, I put in number 5, which I think is very important, the hold harmless, the agreement not to sue, basically. And I think I'm glad that's still in there. My concern and what I'll move to amend is to remove the last sentence of point 1, which is to add in special circumstances and so forth. Hopefully the hold harmless and so forth should protect us, but these days it's so easy to file frivolous lawsuits that I'm concerned about any ambiguity at all in wording. And so I'm moving to amend by removing the last sentence, the second sentence on point 1. Also, as I think Jim indicated, a friendly amendment that we can add psychiatric and psychological. That part I think is friendly because those two things are not synonymous.
Okay, so Steve, if I understand Jim and John, I'll paraphrase what you said. You're proposing a friendly amendment that removes the second sentence of paragraph number 1.
No, the friendly amendment I deal with first, which is merely to add the words psychiatric and psychological, because psychiatric and psychological are not synonymous. And they're okay with that part.
Okay.
Now I have a regular motion, which is not a friendly amendment, to remove the second sentence of point 1.
That is correct. It's not a friendly amendment.
That's not a friendly amendment. Okay, so we need to vote on your amendment.
Yes. We first need to debate it.
The amendment's been seconded, which would strike the second sentence of paragraph 1 in the current motion shown on page 8 of your delegates call. Is that correct?
Before we vote on it, I think there's discussion to the amendment.
Yeah, you have to discuss the amendment now.
Okay, so now the floor is open for discussion for that.
A point of order that we did accept the friendly amendment. I just wanted in the notes that John made about psychological and psychiatric. I'm sorry. That's correct. Thank you. Now.
Okay, so discussion to the rear mic, Randy?
Well, actually, I'm in favor of Dr. McCrory's amendment, so I guess I should be at that mic. Are we just going to switch? Okay, then I'll go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy Bauer from Iowa. I support the amendment. I think there's a lot that's good in here, but my concern is we're talking about a fund that's got about $170,000 in it. We've got $10,000 that we're talking about allocating. That's only that's 17 people. When you open it to non-professional chess players, you basically first of all, you better change the title of this fund now. And second of all, it opens it up probably to just about anybody in this room. And while I all think you may be worthy of support, I believe that we are diluting the purpose for which this fund has been created, and so I support the McCrory amendment.
Okay. Steve?
I just wanted to address one of the things about lawsuits. I guess you can sue anyone for anything, but it does say applicants must agree in writing at the time of the application that they will accept the decisions of the USCF Executive Board and shall hold harmless all persons involved. So if that's not the definition of a frivolous lawsuit that nevertheless takes action against that, then I'm not sure what is. But it would seem that that would provide pretty good protection for someone not agreeing to the decisions of the committee and the board in terms of whether their qualifications are upheld or not. And there's also some other changes too that have not been addressed by this amendment. I'm not sure if the maker of the amendment is proposing that all the other changes are accepted or not.
Yeah, we're just discussing the amendment to the motion right now, which is the striking of the first sentence in paragraph 1.
Second.
The second sentence of paragraph 1. Is there any further discussion on the second sentence of paragraph 1 and the motion to remove that? Jim, you had something?
Yes. The way this has been implemented, I've been on, this is my 4th decade of delegate service, and I remember when this was established, and the intent was to help people in need. Asa Hoffman has this great book, The Last Gamesman, and he has a chapter dedicated to chess tragedies. And so we've seen over in time people who have been wonderful adds to our chess culture, to our chess community, end up on hard times. And so we wanted to create this fund, and now it's $1 per entry fee for certain tournaments goes to this fund. So this fund isn't static at the level that it is now. There's still money coming into it. And looking at the board, I would say we have had probably one claim, and striking this does away with the ability for the committee. We have a process in place. The committee decides whether that person is eligible, and then the executive board gets the chance to say, yes, we're going to pass this or not. But it was never designed to be a health check, like a receipt. Okay, show me your prescription, what's it for, and then we'll give you money. That wouldn't have helped Bill Lombardi. That didn't help Eric Schiller. That didn't help Igor Ivanov. This is not the intent. The intent is to help people who are in tough times, who have given so much to chess. And so if we have someone like, I'm just going to pick a name, Bruce Pandolfini, he is entitled. These are FIDE titles. This has nothing to do with US Chess. We're talking about the commitment to US Chess. And it's up to the committee to decide whether they're eligible. We have a cap on how much we can do at lifetime. So I want to include this, keep this language included, because it gives us an opportunity for the committee, which I have resigned from, so I have no stake in this. But I have resigned from it because of the horrible way we treated the last person who made their claim. And I do not want to see that happen again. I want it to go back to the way it was originally, the spirit of the original motion created, why it was created, which was to help the people in need who meet a certain criteria that the committee.
Sunil?
Yeah, I'm just speaking against taking out the last sentence. I mean, and it's not self-serving because I'm AFM, so don't worry. And and it was nice to see that Randy has a heart. I mean, he really, does want to help people. So nice to see that. No, but you can. Why not simply keep that in and hold the special circumstances to a very high standard? I mean, I'm sure that the committee that's charged with this is capable of doing that. It doesn't mean it's going to open it up to every single a member of US Chess. But I can see, and I don't want to mention names, but I can see situations where this, would be invaluable. So I'm not in favor of taking off that sentence. Speak against the amendment.
Do we have any other discussion? Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment, which is to remove the second sentence of the first paragraph. which in the sentence is, in special situations, applicants may also be considered, et cetera. That's the paragraph, that's the sentence that would be removed if we vote to remove it. Okay, all those in favor of removing that sentence, raise your delegates' cards. Okay, we had up and then down, so is it up or down? Okay. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, the opposed have it, so that sentence would stay in there. Now we're back to discussion of the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the main motion?
Well, I haven't really addressed all the issues. I guess
That's the discussion.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you want to address, Steve?
Well,
Does anyone have a point of information about any particular aspect of this that they would like Steve to address?
I would just like to basically say that it's sort of understood that the committee recognizes that there's an expectation of a high commitment to chess, and it's not just something that we're going to open up the floodgates to everyone who applies. And the board has the final say anyway. They take the committee's recommendations and they decide what the amount is, if there is any amount. So this is where this committee acts as an advisory body to the board, and I think the delegates would hopefully have confidence in the committee to come up with good recommendations to worthy causes and not make the committee hidebound to exclude worthy causes that should really be considered. That's the basis for this motion.
Danny?
I call a question.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question? Okay, the question has been called. Vote on the motion, right? Yeah. So now we'll vote on the motion from page 8 of your delegates' call, which leaves intact the sentence about in special situations. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your delegates' cards.
There is one friendly amendment that has hand-worded 3-day master.
Yeah, he had accepted that as a friendly amendment. Okay, opposed? Okay, that one passes. Okay. Okay, on to delegates motion ADM 22-21, Steve Emmett. Might just get you a chair and sit up there for a while.
I want to sit by the cupcakes, so I'm right by the right microphone. So, speaking on sort of on behalf of organizers as well as other people who want to maybe contact the membership, right at the time of this writing of this motion, there was not a good way or any feasible way to send out old-fashioned postal mailings. And I know that the effectiveness of that is sometimes, questioned, but I found personally that when I send postcards for my tournaments, the attendance is improved. And people like the postcards, and I send out a couple of them. And we're hoping that there's a way to reestablish that. I understand the privacy concerns and that we don't want to have members' addresses, promulgated in a way that's, could maybe jeopardize their privacy. So we're hoping that there will be a way to not, in a prohibitive cost way, make it possible to continue the policy which used to exist before. So with that provision, I'd like to refer this to the executive director.
I can already address it, Steve. We've sold 1 or 2 mailing lists this spring. This exists. It was announced to affiliates May-ish, April-ish. So it is already available. Everything goes through a mail house. We know that even though there are people with good intentions, many people keep the names that they used to get sent, even they were even though they were supposed to be used a single time. And so this bypasses that. And there will be costs associated with that. There will be the administrative processing costs on our end, and then the cost of the mail house processing.
As a point of information, do you have any approximate idea of what the additional cost would be involved?
Yeah, so when we announced the program, we sent out, Dan, and I know Dan did the mailing for us, but we gave out sample costs based on the cost at January 1 for printing, for mailing, postcards, if you want something in an envelope. It's based on volume, it scales.
It's been referred. Well, I referred it, so I don't have to move it to be referred.
But it's done.
Okay.
That was quick.
Yeah, I think this is resolved. Yeah, it's withdrawn, right, Steve? No, it's already, she's saying it's already been done.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, go to ADM 22-22, Steve.
Can I have a point of information before you move on? Very quick. I was actually ambivalent about the one that I made the amendment on. I wanted the body to discuss it one way or the other. But you don't have an undecided mic, so I don't know what to do there.
Okay, 22-22, Steve.
All right, unfortunately, this motion I didn't actually re-summarize in the final format. I guess that would have been better. I just specified the changes that would be involved. This was discussed briefly by the Rules Committee, but they really didn't take any votes or anything on this issue. So I just wanted to give some background to this. We currently have in the rule book specific procedures for dealing with not just players but opponents of players who have been expelled from their sections in a tournament in progress or a tournament just completed because their ratings later on made them ineligible. Some unknown at the time rating was discovered and it made the player ineligible to be in that section or something similar to that. That is covered by the rule book, but the situation where opponents of players who have been disqualified because of fair play concerns, that there is no specific rule that addressed this. So this rule basically takes the rule that 28I that applies to currently to opponents of players who have been disqualified because of rating ineligibility. It also makes the same procedures and score adjustments to players who have been disqualified because of fair play. The director believes there are fair play concerns, either during the tournament where there's a specific procedure specified as in Rule 28I, or after the tournament has been concluded, as also is specified in 28I. So this basically takes the procedures and expands them to cover an additional situation. This rule was used in online play quite frequently when we had to make adjustments. So we used this procedure already in online play. And I wanted to just apply to have this considered to be also used for over-the-board play. This was addressed in the rules workshop. We had a rules committee workshop, and it was a little confusing because some of these rules here are made as minor variations, but the rules workshop took the whole thing as a minor variation. So it passed the rules workshop. If it were to be used as a minor variation that did not need to be announced in advance, it passed the rules workshop 15-0.
Okay, so a point of information, Steve. Since I know in the Rules Committee meeting that you had said it would become a minor variation, so how would that change the language that's at the very start of the current rule, where it says Rule 28I? If it's going to become a minor variation.
Well, it would basically be redundant because this was proposed one of the options in this rule was proposed as a minor variation. This is an option that therefore is available but not required of the director. So this option was going to be a minor a variation. Since the whole thing is now a variation, it would seem like the phrase variation to be announced prior to the second round of the tournament would be redundant and would not need to be in there.
So just to clarify for the membership and for myself, on the actual rewritten motion is on the left-hand side, lower left-hand side of page 9 of the delegates call. Is that correct?
No, I never actually put this in a form where only the changes were made. I just made the changes.
The only reason I'm asking is I see 28I and then I see 28I again. And then at 28I, 1, 2, 3 twice.
28I, 1, 28. There's several parts. If you look in the rule book, there's several parts of 28I, and they address specific points in the tournament where the adjustment to the scores are made. That's why this is involved. I was sort of wavering on whether to refer this to rules. My only hesitation was the implementation time, if something like this could be referred to rules. And so I guess my question would be, if it were referred to the rules with power to enact, and if it were to pass by 85%, and the Rules Committee were then to adopt it, would that suffice to make it a rule change that would be in effect next year? And
I asked the parliamentarian for guidance.
Well, the obvious procedure here would be to simply refer it to rules. And the issue there is that, let's say, if this were referred to rules, it would still have to be voted on by rules, and then if it were approved by rules, it would have to come back and wait another year before it were to be considered to be a rule change, and then it would have to pass by 85%. So that's why I was reluctant to refer it to rules, just because of the extra year of implementation involved.
So let me rephrase your question then, so to the parliamentarian. It's that if it passes this body to refer to rules by 85% or more with authority to implement, then would that allow the Rules Committee to then implement it? Yes. Okay. Was that your question?
Well, we're voting on a motion to refer.
Yeah, exactly. So if this body votes to refer by 85% or more with power to implement, then would it be able to be implemented by the Rules Committee, was my question.
And he said yes.
Yes, exactly.
Well, if that's what he says, I'll go with that.
Okay.
So in that case, I would move to refer this to rules with power to implement, and if the referral is of sufficient majority, then with the authority to implement January 1st of 2023.
Okay. Discussion. Is there discussion on his motion to refer?
Actually, I just want to, the Rules Workshop was 15-0, voted for it. And
But what y'all voted for was the motion as it currently is without the referral, correct?
yeah, we don't want it back. Sorry. TDCC had 103 votes, 71% yes, 2% no, and 27% refer to committee.
Okay. Danny?
So, speaking to all the Michigash here, there was a lot of feedback throughout the pandemic that the rule that tournament directors and organizers were using in this case was ineffective for players who were cheated against. Okay? That is why we're voting on this. We are voting on this to help players, sometimes in online tournaments, sometimes now in over-the-board tournaments. This rule was implemented, or a version of it, originally by the Scholastic Council, okay, for the NOSC finals in 2021. It then was put into the Scholastic regulations for over-the-board events for last year. So the Scholastic regulations from last year currently have this rule. outside of the rule book to address the situation. So now what Steve's motion is on the floor is to put a variation into the rule book which gives the freedom for tournament directors and organizers to have more options when a player gets disqualified from a tournament. It is effective. It is a halfway stopgap.
Yeah.
It's not a total thing because you would want to award points where possible. Okay? You can't always do that. If you do it at all times, then players at the bottom of the standings would go up. But I am supporting this on behalf of the council here to say that this is a motion that has already the rule is already in the scholastic regulations.
You're saying it's already been tested by trial and error and it's working?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it works in a lot of online tournaments as well. And if you ask many tournament directors, they will tell you that this is a better way to solve fair play violations.
Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, see your delegates' cards? Yes. To refer to the, say that again? Yeah, we got to have 85. We got to have 85%.
With power to implement.
Yes, that's correct.
Effective January 1st,
if we have
2023.
If we have 85%, then it would of what gets referred to rules, then it would get implemented on 1st of January 2023. Okay, so now we have to count to make sure we have 85%. I got the right side.
Gotcha.
Point of information, do you have to put 85% in there?
No, it just says what.
Yeah, that's right. One.
28. What you got over there?
32.
Okay, that's 52. Noes? All those opposed? Okay, I think that's 85%.
Yeah,
okay.
we should start it with the noes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks,
Mr.
Steve.
Chairman, I just want to point out something to the rules. I don't think the Rules Committee is allowed to make any changes, right? Otherwise, it would be a different rule. So there has to be exactly.
Well, all they can do is say yes or no.
Right, right.
And if they say no, it's dead. Right. I know. Rules, what do y'all say? Where are they? Okay. Steve, 2223. Told you to sit down right there. You know.
I want to say about this ADM, that was then and this is now. So from what I've seen and heard about the membership batch ability and forecasted predictions, et cetera, I'm very encouraged, and especially with the attending the meetings here, which is, by the way, a good reason to have these workshops and these meetings in person. A lot of times, something in person is something which can't be conveyed online. But having been through all those, I feel very comfortable with the progress. Well, I should say feel comfortable with the progress. I just wanted to address one of the questions, though, and that is, why is it necessary to submit something like this as an ADM in the first place? And that's because this has been an ongoing issue, and I think that it's important because one of our US Chess core values that was passed out at our nominating committee meeting is customer service. And it says, we endeavor to be responsive, adaptive, and proactive in providing services to our customers. So I think that's important to recognize that that's a core value. And we have to keep that in mind when we're making changes and making upgrades and everything, that customer service is very important. And with that, I would like to refer this motion to the executive director.
I can respond. I have a real-time update as to what the status of this importer is. Right now, the credit card issue has been resolved. the importer is double booking things in the accounting system. And we do not want to have Deborah have to roll back every single transaction that comes in. Because some of the development is happening halfway around the world, they're actually going to get to work on it tomorrow night. And Boyd thinks it could launch on Monday. So I think we're getting really, really close to having this wrapped up. Everything else works except this one piece that would make Deborah cry. So, and we don't want to do that to her.
So to rephrase all that, I think the issue is moot because it's already in the hands of the executive director being accounted for. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, I just wanted to mention that the TDCC voted on this, or there was a straw poll held, 119 votes, 64 yes, 3% no, 33% referred to committee.
Okay. All right, thank you. So that one is rendered moot. We go to ADM 2224, a turn over to Mike Neatman with Elections Committee.
Thank you. Okay, as is printed in the delegates call is Article 6, Section 6 of the bylaws on elections. What I did there is just copied verbatim what it is, and then crossed off sections that need to be deleted and underlined a couple of places where things need to be added. The intent of this motion ADM is to eventually go to an all electronic balloting system for executive board. So just to give you some numbers here, I gave you a few earlier, but I'll give you a few more here. Excuse me, we had 4,722-ish mailed ballots. That was 2,671 that were physically mailed, 2,051 that were electronically mailed. 57% to 43% in the two. So a little bit more right now are being physically mailed. We received back, as I said, 1,477 total ballots, 631 snail mail, 846 electronic, 24 and 42%. So a far greater percentage return on electronic balloting. I should note that of the 2,671 that we sent snail mail to, we do not have 165 of them with an email address, so that would have to be addressed. We also did not scrub the database to understand the current emails that are in the system, if they are A, unique, and B, valid. So that 165 is probably a lower bound. So we might have some issues there that we have to contend with. What we are asking, though, for is just to kind of whet your appetite as to hopefully approve this next year. I'm going to ask at the end of this to refer to the executive board for legal review, refer it back to elections, and also refer back to bylaws for their review. A couple of things here, some documentation. The reasons for doing this is costs and also an issue this year we had with teller selection. We tried to find a teller. I think there was at least 3, if not 4 people that we had to go to before we even found a teller for this election. So that's one issue that's been developing. Currently also there's a cost. The cost for a snail mail election is between $6,000 and $7,000, and that's current numbers from this year's election. That does not include staff time, by the way, so there's also additional staff time not factored into that number. All right, so what comprises of that cost? Well, for snail mail balloting, there's printing the ballot, there's mailing the ballot, renting a P.O. box for 3 or 4 months. We give a small stipend to the chief teller. We have to hold the balloting or count of the ballots in a hotel conference room of some nature, so we have to rent that. We also usually send 1 or 2 staff people to the location to assist in the balloting, counting, and verification step before the counting goes on. So there's staff travel and staff time. So all of that takes up about, and also staff hotel for a night or 2. So all of that comes up to $6,000 to $7,000. The online cost this year for Election Buddy, $299.
Back to elections.
So if we go to complete electronic balloting, I contend that we would save $6,000. Okay? See here.
That pays for the tournament Jim wants to run. It does.
All right, so who would be disenfranchised by making this move? As I mentioned, 165 that we don't currently have an email for. and possibly a few more if they're bad addresses. The second group that would be disenfranchised would be incarcerated people. In my state anyway, to send an email to an incarcerated person, I have to drop a dime into the computer somehow and before it gets delivered. So I don't know if we would do that or want to do that. But again, I'm not sure the number of that, but I'm guessing it's probably less than 100. So let's see here. All right, so just so you know, again, I'm just whetting your appetite. I'm asking for a referral to those three groups. This is for approval next year, 2023. Remember, currently, no election scheduled unless there's a special election or a need for a special election in 2024. So the first time this would take effect is 2025. In effect, we would have 3 years then to scrub our database and get the word out that this would be happening. So I'm interested in taking questions if anybody has them.
Andrew Ray, Florida. Point of information. Which three groups are these being referred to?
He said it would refer to the Executive Board for legal review, then to elections and bylaws.
Mike, just a point of information on the timing. If we did not enact this in 2023 but did it in 2024, would it still be applicable for 2025?
Yes.
I suppose, yes. Okay. Just that would give us 1 year instead of 2 years to get the word out and whatnot.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the motion to refer it to the Executive Board for legal review and then on to elections and bylaws? Seeing none?
And I just mentioned we did talk about it in the bylaws workshop if they want to report.
Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, raise your delegates cards. Opposed? Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, next is 22-25, Guy Hoffman.
Okay, with Carol's permission, I want to change the dates from March 1st to the two March 1st dates to May 1st.
Okay, so the term of each delegate shall commence on May 1st for the year for which selected and continue for 1 year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And also you designate by May 1st.
And designate delegates and alternate delegates by May 1st.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So both are March 1st instances are changed to May 1st?
Yes.
Okay.
Currently, it's November 1st. A practice ignored by the majority of state chapters. So hopefully, with something like this, it'll get there in time.
And if you don't get it in by May 1st, and you don't get your additional delegates. No, okay, go ahead.
Well, that's not quite true, but it's needed to get into the delegates call.
I'd like to speak to this. I think May 1st is really reasonable, but there also has to be, I don't know whether we can put an enforcement mechanism on this, but having the delegates' names by May 1st allows us to process the mailing that's necessary to get the delegates call out and all that kind of stuff. So, I think we have to be better as an organization about honoring these kinds of deadlines because they impact operations, and when delegates aren't named and they don't have the packets, they call up the office and scream at us because they don't have the materials that they should have received.
That their state organization was supposed to send in.
So just that's the dynamic that we'd like to avoid.
Okay.
Okay, so we have on the floor the maker of the motions amendment to go from to change the March 1st dates to May 1st. So that's up for discussion now.
Yes. It's just part of the motion.
Yeah, I got it, but that's got to be discussed.
No, we don't have to change. No, it's my motion. I think I can make a friendly amendment to my own motion, so nothing has to be discussed. I just changed it. That's all.
No, but the motion's got to be discussed.
There we go.
Yeah, that's where we are. Okay.
Chris Kim, Maryland. Two questions for point of information. One is, which May 1st will this take effect? Is this 2023? And the second question then, does our current term then be extended until April 30th of 2023 rather than ending on October 31st, 2022?
Say at the mic, guys, everybody hears it.
Currently, the appointments are for 1 calendar year, so it currently goes from January 1st to December 31st. Now it would go from May 1st to
But I think his question is, does everybody's current one run out at the end of the year, and then we have a gap until May?
No.
Okay, so it gets extended is what you're saying?
I would think so.
Okay. Thank you.
David?
Point of information, if you want to stay there. Help me understand your intent with the rationale in deleting the language about successors. Is your intent that states should have to nominate delegates every year, that if they don't nominate a delegate, that is just vacant, or is it that, or is your intent that whoever was nominated previously continues to serve until either that person resigns or the state actually appoints a new delegate?
The state is supposed to appoint delegates every year, and if they fail to do so, the state's allocation in the delegates call is blank.
Thank you.
Andy, you had something?
I was going to say their term would have expired.
Yeah, that's the point. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so seeing no further discussion, we're going to vote on the amendment where the dates March 1st have both been changed to May 1st. Yeah, so it's changing them to May 1st. So we're voting on the motion that has changed everything to May 1st. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your delegates call. Okay, opposed? Okay, are you opposed? Okay, it passes. Okay, the next one is from Alex Lemelski. He's going to present this from the States and Affiliates Committee. It's ADM 22-26. And just to refresh the memories from what we mentioned this morning, this is a new version. You may recall last year there was a delegates motion 22-14. And this document, this new motion is now the fruit of that labor, of the work that they did in the States and Affiliates Committee to take a look at that previous motion. So this is ADM 22-26. Yeah, it's a substitute. It's a new motion. Completely replaces the old one.
You need to send it to, right, you have to send it to, I don't know that, I only have a hard copy.
The motion that is before you is in your delegates packet. It is not in the delegates call. The delegates call motion is an earlier draft that went for review before the workshop for the States Committee and was deemed not final.
So what you have in your hand is the substitute motion.
Yeah, the substitute motion. The States and Affiliates Committee.
Say it again. Yeah, go ahead.
The States and Affiliates Committee went back and reviewed the language of the current motion, and we provided you with a substitute. The States and Affiliates Committee voted 9-4, 0 against, and 1 abstaining for the substitute motion that is in your packets. The motion is to amend Article 8 of the bylaws. Article 8 deals with organizational units. Organizational units are state chapters and affiliates. The idea behind the motion, and there are several, but the main idea is we would like to, well, from our work as the States and Affiliates Committee and the cases that we have dealt with, as well as the suggestion from the motion last year to merge the delegates' actions together with together with Article 8, the Delegate Action 1991-27, together with Article 8, we had then gone back and created a new Article 8 designed to help the states and affiliates succeed and maintain a healthy relationship with US Chess. To do so, we changed the article structurally, changing it from 5 sections that somewhat confuse state chapters with affiliates, and we changed that to 2 sections, one specifically for state chapters and one specifically for affiliates. The sections are obviously longer, as you will see, or as you do see. We wanted to make sure to achieve unification between Article 8 and Delegates Action 1991-27. We wanted to simplify, even though it is longer, we wanted to simplify the language. The language is extremely unclear in the current Article 8 and requires a lot of interpretation. We also wanted to clarify some basics, both in Article 8 and in the Delegates Action. And we wanted to have a more effective and consistent language that would help the states understand what their general duties are. All right, so there are, I will go over the amendment a little bit, but there are 3 categories of new items in the amendment. There are some things that are truly new. There are some things that are new in language that are clearly implied from the old language. And then there are some new things that are suggested in the Delegates Action that are now new in Article 8.
Steve,
all right,
I'm sorry, Alex, before you go further, just to give members a little more perspective of how much this has been looked at already.
Yes.
Okay. Talk about what was sort of the discussion in the bylaws and the vote on it, and in states and affiliates and the vote on it.
All right. So states and affiliates received this motion after the last annual meeting. We had a lengthy town hall meeting with state officials from 40 states. And after that, we went to work drafting the initial version of this. And we realized that there was no way to simply include the Delegates Action in Article 8. It already had enough duct tape on it. So instead of pasting other things onto it, we decided that the only logical thing was to rewrite it. And so we rewrote what you have before you. After that, it went through changes and voting before the States and Affiliates Committee, and we voted to approve. I believe the version that is in the delegates' call is what we approved initially. It then went for approval before bylaws and the executive board, and we did not really receive any further guidance at that time. We then went to the workshop, where it was realized that it would still need some more work, and it would have to be reduced to better language. And then after that, another rewrite took place, and that rewrite went to the bylaws committee, to the executive director, to some members of the executive board, and everyone had some input, and another rewrite took place, a small one.
So these rewrites he's talking about were not like last night or yesterday, because the States and Affiliates Committee workshop was a couple of weeks ago online, and then the rewrite occurred after that, and then we were back into the process of people looking at it again.
And so bylaws actually voted on the version that is before you in the delegates action, and the vote was unanimous? 7-10? In the workshop. Yeah, and the vote. Right. So the version that the rougher version that's in the delegates action received a vote of 7-0, 1 abstaining, and 1 needs more thought at the bylaws committee. That was the vote of the bylaws committee. The bylaws workshop that reviewed this version voted 17-0 in favor. And so here we are. I believe I covered all of it.
Say that again.
Did I miss anything?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so any points of information?
Good.
Can you just give in a nutshell what specifically is different about this than what's in the delegates call?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we've been trying to nutshell it for the last, 5 weeks. Okay, so most of the things that are in the amendment exist today, okay? They're either in the delegates action or they're already in Article 8. Now, you might say, oh, this is not actually stated in Article 8. Well, the Article 8 language does imply quite a few things. For example, state chapters do have to obey by the laws, right? We decided to spell that out in language. So things like that. But you know what? I will simply go over it. I think that'll make it easier. So there are no surprises and no repeats of the previous 2215. So truly new items. The new section 1B. So section 1 was divided into 2 halves, A and B. Section A is for designation and the definition of what a state chapter is. Section B is to create a more clear application process. Both of those things exist today and there is no change to the meaning. However, the word application and the requirement for the application, as well as the change in the deadline for a organization to apply for state chapter status if one does not exist in its state, has been changed from June 1st to April 15th so that there's enough time for the executive board to review the organization and recommend it to the delegates. The next truly new item when we inserted the delegates action, there is a provision, what's mandated now under the delegates action, that any changes to a state chapter governance documents must be filed and reported to US Chess. However, there's no deadline. So we added a 30-day deadline from the date the change is effective. So that is under section 1D, I apologize, 1D2. Certainly. 1D1. Another truly new thing, tournaments and nominations, and we will need to make an amendment there. Dan, if we can go to section 1D4, please. Oh, you did. Go ahead. Go ahead. So we added that state chapters need to respond to the US Chess request for nominations for the national invitational tournaments. This is already performed, but this is actually not stated anywhere. Okay. So if you go to 1D4, this is the Ken Sloan amendment. Okay, that's not the correct version. No. Carol, do you have it or should I email it over?
Of what?
Do you have the latest one? This is not the latest one.
Well, that's all I have.
Okay. Yeah, it's in there. All right, so if everyone wants to go to 1D4. The amended language as presented, and I will get it up on the screen, should state. Tournaments and nominations, 1Z4,
It's on the first page.
on page 1.
On the first page, yeah.
A state chapter shall timely, and then everything is struck until you get to the word US. And instead, we're putting in respond to US Chess request for nominations to the US Chess National Invitational Tournaments. Okay, I'm getting a nod from Ken, so that's acceptable. We can change it when I give you the item. So that item is new. Next truly new item, we added to section 1E,
Top of page 2. Top of page 2.
Top of page 2.
The pre-last clause, we added receive access to the delegates call as one of the rights of state chapters. So state chapters should receive the delegates call. And then the next clause, which is implied and actually not stated in Article 8, state chapters have exclusive rights to organize and sanction all state titling events for their state. This is actually not stated anywhere. And this is the basic function of state chapters. And then truly new, although somewhat implied, the revocation clause for state chapters, there actually isn't one. A state chapter could argue that it cannot be revoked under Article 12. The current revocation section is under affiliates and requires the revocation of an affiliate. But when you revoke a state chapter, you are only revoking their status. You are not going to be revoking their affiliation. So we included a revocation clause appropriate for state chapters under F. All right, and then there's a couple of new items for affiliates. The duties and responsibilities for affiliates, this is somewhat matched to state chapters, only in the sense that state chapters will have to comply with all applicable laws, just like, did I say state chapters? I apologize. Affiliates will have to comply with all applicable laws, just like state chapters. Utilize available U.S. chess tournament clearinghouses applicable to their tournaments and other events. The timely pay annual fee is already there. Respond promptly to requests for information or assistance from U.S. Chess. This is implied. Maintain current contact information with U.S. Chess. And this is actually a current problem. And fulfill duties and responsibilities as the Board of Delegates may direct. Now, this section right now is only applicable to state chapters. Affiliates also have to abide by what we say. And finally, truly new under Section D in affiliates, so this is 2D, the final sentence, affiliates are not required to affiliate with state chapters to maintain their U.S. Chess affiliate status. We just wanted to clarify that, as that may not be clear. So those are truly new items. There are some items that are implied that we restated. As I said, the requirement to comply with laws is Section 1D1. The agency item under Section 1C is only applied to affiliates at this time. And given that state chapters have an elevated status, we thought it was very important to make sure to state that state chapters are not U.S. chess agents for any purpose.
So Alex, to summarize for the purpose of the delegates in the board, the new text of the replacement motion starts, clearly on page 1, but then ends midway through page 2 at paragraph 2E. Is that right?
Yeah, so there's only 2 sections. It starts on page 1 and ends before the italic text, present text of Article 8.
And everything else is just what used to be there.
Everything else is the current text of the article and then the explanation version.
Okay, so discussion.
Point of information. Has this been reviewed by Illinois Nonprofit Council?
No.
I want to commend the people who worked really hard on this and speak in favor of it. I think it's incredibly important for state affiliates and members to be able to go directly to the bylaws and see exactly what the responsibilities of state affiliates are. They've been hidden in the DASI, and a lot of things have been listed as recommendations and encouraged and all this sort of soft language, and it just needs to be real clear. If any affiliate wants to be the state chapter of the US Chess Federation, it needs to actually act like it's in support of what US Chess does and do those things. And if it doesn't want to do that, it can just be an affiliate and be a club and let somebody else do it. But I think that what we all want is for the state chapters to be out there working towards the goals of US Chess and know exactly what their responsibilities are. So I'm very much in support of this.
Steve?
I want to echo strongly what Layla just said, and I think it's very important what Alex pointed out about the state chapters being the only authorized entity to designate state tournaments as official state championships, and it's hard to believe that's not stated anywhere, but it certainly needs to be, and so this is very important, as is the ability to revoke sort of a rogue state, if there should be one, rogue state chapter. And so I think this is very important. And I commend all the work that went in to this, all this changes. So very appreciate your work on it.
So Alex, I think where we stand, because I heard, I understand. I think what I heard in some of the discussion was that this has not been subject to Illinois nonprofit legal review yet. So I think where we may be going with this is similar to the other motion where we had 85% approval. This should get referred to the executive board, to the executive director, or the executive board for legal review, and then to bylaws with authority to implement if it passes 85%. What?
Mike.
But it's a bylaws change.
A bylaws change can't be implemented that way. It has to be implemented by this body and this body alone.
Okay, so then let's think about it then. If it goes through legal review and the legal review has no changes, then what? Then we implement. If the legal review has any changes at all, then it has to come back to us next year here. Yeah, okay. Andy?
Andy Ray, Florida. I call the question.
Okay, I'm going to suspend calling the question for a second. I just want to make sure no one else has a point of information first. Okay, thank you.
Well, it looks like we do.
Okay, so we do have a question.
Yeah, this feels important enough that if there is a change, that we might need to consider a special delegates meeting. I know I don't want to propose more meetings on people, but in order to not waste a year of everyone's time and to get some of this stuff done in a more prompt manner, not wasting a year of time before coming back, if all we're waiting on is a legal review.
The executive board will give that consideration. David?
With due respect, a question of whether or not the bylaws can be amended that way should be run by legal counsel as well. It's not simply a parliamentary question.
I understand. Okay, so the motion is to refer this to the executive board for legal review. And then if there is substantive change to the document, or if there is change to the document, it will come back to the delegates next year. And if there is not, that's correct. If there's
That's exactly what I'm saying. You should ask legal legal if they don't change it, if it can just be adopted by 85% of this body already.
It's not a rules change. It's not a rules change.
I am saying that the question of whether or not this body can approve amendments to the bylaws subject to legal reviewing them and not making additional questions, that is the question legal counsel should
I
weigh in on.
understand what you're asking, David, or stating. I get what needs to be communicated.
Steve?
If this were approved as a bylaw change, our legal counsel could still say you just approved something that's illegal, and this approval would have no effect, correct? So if we approved it and it were legal, that would be great. And if the council says you can't do this, then we haven't really done anything. So I don't see the harm in approving it without any qualifications.
Yeah, agreed. Any further discussion? You see, I knew it wasn't finished, Andy. I knew there was more to come out. Okay, all those in favor of referring this to the executive board for legal review, and then if it passes legal review, immediate implementation, raise your delegate cards. Yeah. All those opposed? Okay, passes. I want to, Alex.
Alex, will you send us
Yeah.
the final text, or Dan? Dan, do you have the right text?
And I just want to say one other thing. This is not just something that came about because the states and affiliates wanted to change something. This has come about because of problems that they are seeing as they execute their duties and their responsibilities and the actual cases that are coming before them. So it's born out of that experience. It's not just, oh, well, let's just change this. So I commend the States and Affiliates Committee, and that's part of the reason why they were recommended as one of the 2 committees of the year. So very, very, very good work on this and a lot of detailed work. Thank you very much. What's next? Okay, we're moving to ADM 2227. Chris Kim, and he's up front. Yes.
Hello. I'll try and make it simple for this ADM. This ADM is brought up in order to remove the variation of castling with touching the rook first. This has been gone through both TDCC in their workshop. I think I have to vote. I didn't attend, but 69 yes, 20 no, and 11 referred to rules. This also came up for Rules Committee this week, and I was the only one that said yes, and there were 14 no's. And also was asked by the Scholastic Council Chair to also refer this ADM to Rules and to TDCC for further discussion. So I move to refer this ADM to TDCC Rules and to the Scholastic Committee.
Second? Okay, so there was TDCC Rules and Scholastics, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded to refer to Scholastics, Rules, and TDCC?
Yes, first of all, I wanted to point a correction. The motion failed at the rules workshop. 1 in favor, 17 were opposed.
Okay.
And I would like to speak against referral to this because I believe the point of a referral is to extend some credibility to the issue, and I think that this is a bad change. This is basically similar, almost in every way, to a change that was proposed. I mean, if I'm wrong, Chris, please correct me. Approximately 5 years ago, right? And I think you're going to keep submitting them every 5 years. You're going to keep submitting them. We have discussed similar issues in rules already about using FIDE type rules, which is what this is, without support from the Rules Committee. So I believe that I'm speaking against referring so that we can vote on the issue here.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to refer to Scholastic's rules in TDCC? Okay, hearing none, then we are going to vote on the motion to refer to those three committees. All those in favor of referring to those three committees, raise your delegates' cards. All those opposed to referring, raise your delegates' cards. Yeah, I think the opposed have it. Now we're back to discussion of the main motion.
I move to postpone indefinitely.
Motion has been made, seconded to postpone indefinitely. Is there any discussion? Okay, the question has been called. Is there anyone opposed to calling the question? No. Okay, so now we are voting on postponing this motion indefinitely. All those in favor of indefinite postponement, raise your delegates' cards. Opposed? Okay. You're on an island, Chris. It's okay. It happens. Okay, 22-28.
Okay, 2228 also is another motion I brought from 5 years before, and this allows the tournament directors to call the flag. Basically, this also, my intention was to refers to the Rules Committee, mostly because of the effective rules. That's what the bottom of page 13 and most of page 14 were, because Tim just 5 years ago asked and said, if this rule were to pass, what are the ramifications in the rule book that would also need to be changed? And as a result, I tried to research this, and that's why I wrote for the rationale. Again, this is something that that comes up periodically over trying to have clocks run when players are playing. But again, it's in my rationale. I'm not going to explain further. I would also like to make a motion to refer this to rules, as well as TDC, Sport Research, TDCC, and the Scholastic Committee for their recommendations. Thank you.
I'd like to speak against the referral. At the rules workshop, this motion failed 1 in favor, 16 against. And again, this is similar to a motion that was brought 5 years ago and probably will be revisited 5 years from now. We've kind of considered this kind of issue when the Rules Committee was debating over the FIDE rules and which FIDE rules apply and should be used. And so we haven't had any consensus to apply these issues. I think that it's not a good procedure to have TDs calling flags. It can't be enforced unilaterally. And one of the main objections is right now the current rules require players to have a reasonably complete score sheet in order to claim a win on time. That would be going against long-established tradition, and this would be not something in the best interests of chess, scholastic chess, and in general. I vote against to refer.
Okay.
Can I ask a point of information of Steve? This is Dylan Quersha, Southern California. You gave some rationale there, but what is kind of mind-boggling to me is, from a sportsmanship perspective, a referee observing any rule breaking in most sports will have to call it, and some penalty will be assessed. So what is? I understand tradition here, but what is the point of continuing the tradition when it literally is an event that you can see as the TD? I mean, it's just one of the things that I've never fully understood about this rule is why would the TD not be able to say that this player lost when they observed it happen?
I can give you an answer since you addressed me personally, and one is there's sort of a prime directive of rules, and that is basically directors don't interfere in games where the results are decided between both players. when you have a scholastic tournament, especially a team championship scholastic tournament, if a director interferes in one case and doesn't interfere in the other case, there's going to be all kinds of appeals to why this was done this way and that was done that way. And again, the US chess tradition is for a two-time control event to require a score sheet to claim a win on time. And that puts a responsibility on the players to keep score of the game and to prove that their opponent failed to meet the time control. And there's a good body of cases to justify that. And I don't think this is a rule that needs to be changed.
Okay, again, as Steve mentioned, at the rules workshop, it was 1 for, 17 against. At the TDCC workshop, we had 126 votes, 64% yes, 25% no, and 11% refer.
Okay, in the front, Mike.
Yes. Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I don't see anything wrong with the TD calling the flag or the players. That does not preclude the need to have a complete score sheet, however. That's not listed there. That is standard for claiming a win on time. So that is still there. That is still a requirement. It's just a question of the flag actually being called. I even recall once a player calling his own flag because his opponent did not have a complete score sheet. And of course, you then went on to the second time control. So I think there is nothing wrong with having the TD call the flag.
Parliamentarian governance. Sunil?
Yes, there is a reason that in scholastics we do not have the TD call the flag. And one of the reasons is that it would cost you a whole lot more money because you'll have to have a hell of a lot more TDs on the floor. Because if you don't have enough TDs on the floor and you call the flag on some games and not on others, we call that selective enforcement, and that is not acceptable to us.
Anyone up front?
Daniel Cerna, New Mexico. So hearing this one, actually we've had this issue in New Mexico a number of times with scholastic tournaments and other tournaments as well. And largely the issue has been that the young players in their games do not notice the flag fall and continue playing. And we've had times where they've ran 10, 15 minutes beyond time control and no one can say anything. And so largely, I guess the counterpoint to this is that it's not a tradition, it's been a long-standing tradition, but the international body of chess has used this. So really our question is, do we want to disagree with the rest of the world and do it our own way? Or do we want to agree with everyone that has been an accepted standard? And while we do have points saying that there are counterpoints saying that this is for the best, the rest of the international community disagrees. And so in that case, we may want to defer to our worldwide counterparts as well. With that, I think it's best that we do allow this option. The concern about selective flag calling would be, you know, in an example where there's 10 games at time control and you only have one tournament director, but as a tournament director who's run tournaments, that is typically not the case. It's a very rare instance.
Large events, my man.
What kind of facts do you have to back that up?
So, as a counterpoint, I disagree with that statement, and with that, I believe that it would be best to allow this to happen and go forward.
It's a point of personal privilege. I don't see any proof to that effect. You know, I don't know how long you've been running tournaments, but it is very clear that we cannot have enough TDs on the floor unless the EB says, okay, fine, we'll give you 100 more TDs. I mean, that's ridiculous.
And I guess, yeah, just to answer that, I mean, the question is not that every tournament is called. It's an option for tournament directors to call the flag fall. If they do not call the flag fall, they don't have to. It's just the ability to call a flag fall.
Yeah, Tony.
Tony Rich, State of Missouri. In general, I'm in support of a FIDE-style supervision of tournaments. I do believe that in any sport, chess being one of them, the arbiter or the tournament director should be responsible for calling it as they see it. If you see an infraction, if you see an illegal move, if you see a flag fall, I'm generally in support of that. However, given the culture of American chess, specifically tournament director supervision and the number of tournament directors at a board or in charge of a section, I agree it's impractical to enforce this rule unilaterally across the entire event.
Jim?
I call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Are there any objections to calling the question? Hearing none. Yeah, we're voting on referral. And it was referred back to rules, scholastics, and TDCC. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're voting on the motion to refer this to rules, scholastics, and TDCC. All those in favor of the referral, raise your delegates' cards. Opposed? Okay, this is not going to the committees. Now we're going back to the main motion. It's not being referred. Any discussion?
I move to postpone indefinitely. I got you.
Motion has been made to postpone indefinitely. Do we hear a second? Again? Yeah. All those in favor of postponing indefinitely, raise your delegates' cards. Opposed? Okay, this has been postponed indefinitely.
Well, for 5 years.
That was good. That was good. Yeah. Okay. At this time, I ask Dan Lucas, do we have any other motions that need to be considered, Dan? So how many are there? Okay.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, Steve, it looks like the first one's yours. Can you read it for us, please? It's hard to read that.
I have the text in front of me. The delegates resolve to amend Rule 21L1 in the following manner, and then the rule is quoted. The current rule is procedure, appeals in writing must be postmarked within 7 days of the end date of the tournament to the US Chess Office. Appeals submitted after the 7-date deadline may be considered at the discretion of the committee hearing the appeal, and the proposal is to add something after hearing the appeal to the following languages inserted afterwards, provided an acceptable explanation of the delay was given. So that's the proposal, to add that text, provided an acceptable explanation of the delay was given to the rule. And the rationale, I'll read the rationale. Appeals filed after a long delay can complicate the appeals process and make it difficult for the accused parties to answer adequately the allegations made against them. For example, detailed eyewitness testimony, which may have been an essential basis for a tournament director's ruling in a complicated dispute, may be impossible to recreate if the notice of an appeal of the ruling is provided several weeks after the event ended. This would make it problematic for an accused member to receive his rightful due process. So that's the rationale. And I basically say this because the Rules Committee this past term considered an appeal that was filed 7 weeks after the event ended. And the current rule is 7 days is when the deadline is, and they have the authority to extend it. But there should be at least a reasonable, acceptable basis for extending the deadline. You shouldn't just be able to file something at any point. I mean, this was 7 weeks. Who knows what it could be? So there should be some kind of a deadline in order for the accused person to be able to know that he has to compile a defense. If someone is notified that he has to defend himself against an allegation several months ago in a tournament, he's not going to be able to adequately make a defense to that. And so he really needs to be notified that there's something that needs to be done in a timely manner. That's the basis for this. It's a direct result of a procedure that happened from this Rules Committee.
Okay, do we have any points of information or discussion? Danny?
Friendly amendment to change one word in this to receive their rightful due process instead of his. We shouldn't have language such as his. Steve? Yes. Okay. So his should be their. It's in the, this would make it problematic in the last sentence.
Provided.
Yeah. It says, this would make it problematic for an accused member to receive their rightful due process.
Right, that's in the rationale. I don't know that it needs to be changed. It's not part of the text of the rule change, but you are correct that it should be, the case should match.
Okay, we have other discussion. Dwight? See, I recognized you.
Dwight Barber, Washington State. I'm a barber. Okay, I think it should be 10 days instead of 7 because of our mail service is starting to go later and later and later to receive packages. This gives more due process to the individual. So I'd like to amend the
So
motion.
you're proposing that as a friendly amendment?
As a friendly amendment to amend it to 10 days instead of 7.
Steve, are you willing to accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So accept it as a friendly amendment.
Just had a friendly suggestion. On a friendly suggestion, 10 business days.
That's 2 weeks.
10 days. 10 days, just strictly 10 days.
Yeah.
And in reality, most people do.
Postmarked, 10 days.
In reality, most people don't mail them, they email them. So
I accept 10 days.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Point of information, this is a rules change.
Yeah, it's
so it needs
85%.
either
85%.
It's 85% to pass this year or 2/3 to be reconsidered next year.
Okay, since it requires 85%, I'm going to ask who is opposed to changing this. That way we'll know right away if we got 85% that are for. Okay, so who is opposed to the change? That's what I thought.
Anybody in favor?
It passes. Okay, the next one, Dan? Who's the maker of that motion? Alan, I think it's yours.
Alan,
Dan, can you
Alan
just
Cantor
change the
from
font
Tennessee.
size? Don't try to blow up the screen. Just change the font size to like 90 or something.
I put this motion in because when we got rid of the magazine or made people pay for the
Talk to the mic.
Sorry. Turn it around. Oh, hold on. When we is this good? Yeah. When we had people pay for the magazine, that's one of the benefits that we get as a member, and they're already paying enough, and it gets rid of the visual benefit for chess. So that when I came into chess, I would look forward to seeing the magazine and looking through the tournament life in the back, and they don't get that. They're not going to want to go online. Yes, a lot of people have online, but just having that, and also another positive thing for visual is if someone's interested in US chess, we can hand them a copy of the magazine, and it's easy to look at than telling them to go see uschess.org. And I'm just asking, is there another aspect that we could cut? I hate cutting and stuff like that, but I also hate taking away a benefit. There's got to be some cuts that we can make that will that will benefit US Chess. And I see.
Okay.
What?
Okay, so we're at the mic up front for 4.
Let's hear it again.
Okay, go ahead, Chuck.
Chuck Unruh, Oklahoma. Just the opposite has happened. Once we put the magazine outside of the membership, our expectations for the sale of that magazine actually doubled. It's a valuable resource, but what you're saying we could do with a business card. We don't have to give everyone a magazine that's out there. The magazine's available in digital form, and we've transitioned. And those that want to read it in the print form are welcome to do that. The impact of this, I don't think you've studied the impact. The magazine has a cost, and the cost is going up in the printed form. So I'm definitely against this. This would impact the bottom line of US Chess. And it's, to me, I got my magazine a long time ago as part of the membership, but that was one of the best things that we've done, is put the magazine outside, and it has actually increased the value. If you get it for free, then you value its human nature. You think it's not a good publication, but there's demand for this publication.
Up front, Chris Prosser.
I would at least expect that one thing we could look at would be to send one magazine when a person first joins, because if they don't know what they're missing, they're not going to subscribe. So if at least we can look at sending one magazine to new members so they see what the magazine is, even with an advertisement say subscribe to this thing, that would be a less of a cost, but give us that same idea of, hey, so this is a good magazine, maybe subscribe to it.
So a point of information, what's the approximately the number of, shall I call them, leftover magazines or overage that is printed based on the membership requirement? So roughly how many magazines are, they don't get mailed because there isn't a specific member that it's going to?
Just answer the question.
It's under a couple of 100, about 200 now.
So it's about 200? Okay.
That's what I was communicating.
And roughly
200.
And roughly how many new members do we get a month? Because what I'm trying to drive at is how many additional magazines might we be required to print in order to fulfill the intent that Chris had mentioned about sending.
And that is a variable number. I can tell you what happens now. A lot of people do call and ask for copies of the magazine. They're thinking about joining, and we send them a copy. And sometimes they join and sometimes they don't. I have to remind everybody that everybody who is a member of US Chess has access to the magazine digitally. And so that resource is available cover to cover for anybody who wants to read the content. If somebody wants a physical magazine, we do charge for that now.
Carol, so when a new member joins, I'm just trying to run Chris's thread through here. When a new member joins, do they get like a welcome to US Chess email that gives them directions on, hey, here's how you get to our website, here's how you get to our magazine, here's where you need to look to join and go to a tournament? Is there anything like that they get?
I know there's tournament information. Dan, I think, has updated these messages recently. I think he could probably better answer what goes into those welcome messages.
I'm sorry, I was answering that floor question. Could you repeat the question to me?
Is it dinner time?
Yeah.
So the question was whether or not, what kinds of information goes into the email when someone joins US Chess?
Okay, so in that welcome email, it directs people to the pages on our website that say how to set up your member dashboard, all the benefits that you can access, et cetera, things of that nature.
Does it talk about how to get to the magazine? Does it talk about how to get to the printed version of the magazine? The online version, I mean.
I can't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay.
But it does talk about the magazine as a benefit of membership. I know that I've seen the language of, everybody has access to the digital magazine. But what it may not do is provide a link.
Right, because if we're talking about someone who's already just joined, then they've already made their choice. Although they could still opt in to receive the print.
We'll review this as a practice to see if we can improve.
And that doesn't need that doesn't need delegate approval. I just think it's a best practice that we can implement as a customer service, as was mentioned earlier. Danny?
Point of information. I would like to ask our Director of Communication costs. How much would it, just a ballpark guess, how much would it cost to send Chess Life for Kids to every kid that we have now?
Regardless of this, so there would be no opt-in,
right,
just
no
every
opt-in.
kid would get it.
If we just wanted to print a printed copy for every kid, how much would that cost?
I can't give you a ballpark on that. I have to look at some very specific numbers to even ballpark it.
Okay, but it would be a lot.
So what percentage of the kids that are members opt into the magazine roughly right now?
So that's a low number. We're currently printing, the most recent Chess Life Kids, we printed 8,000 copies. And the total Scholastic membership is...
Well, youth membership is about 35,000.
Okay, but it's not just...
And that wouldn't all slot to Chess Life Kids, right? That number is it's the birth to 18. It's
right, exactly. And of course now, some Scholastic members can opt in now to get Chess Life instead.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't know the answer to the question, Fun. And it's not, I don't think it's a simple matter of multiplying 8 by the ratio of 34,000 over 8,000, because there's probably some economy of scale, a little bit of it at least. Danny?
I'm speaking to the spirit of this, but in a different way. I think that it's not really for every member. We don't need to go back to that point, but I think there's something to be said for having the magazine be placed in areas where a large group of chess players can see it. So for example, clubs, affiliates, inside schools, inside school classrooms, anywhere where multiple members or multiple chess players have access to even viewing each type of magazine, whether it's Chess Life or Chess Life for Kids. So encouraging the office to find those locations and encourage them, and or allowing affiliates to get extra copies of Chess Life when necessary, or allowing schools to get it, or some sort of version of that, so that multiple members can view the magazine even if they don't get it in person.
Okay, so I just want to bring us back to focus on the motion, which is that everybody gets a copy. Okay, Randy?
Randy Bauer from Iowa. There's two major problems with this. One is we passed a budget already for next year that does not contemplate this, and this is not an insignificant cost. The other problem is it's in direct conflict with Article 3, Section 10, which is rights and privileges of membership. The bylaws provide how the magazine will be presented if they want a print copy, and this does not in any way change that bylaw. So as written, I would suggest to the parliamentarian a point of order that it is out of order.
Andy.
And I actually had one other delegate ask me about this, and I believe this is regarding a membership benefit. And I think delegates are allowed to address these. So I think motion is in order.
Okay, in the front mic.
Call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there opposition to calling the question?
If I have to keep being involved with calling or seconding it, I may have to change my name to Tim Just.
Okay, the question has been called. Any objection to calling the question? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as written, raise your delegates cards. Opposed? Okay, the motion fails. Next one. Who's the maker of this motion? Leela, is that you?
It is.
Okay.
Just waiting for the font to be increased so I can read it.
Dan, just double click into page break area and it'll go away.
There you go. Okay, I'm Leila Dockham from Louisiana. I move that the delegates recommend that the executive board establish and appoint a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee within the year. And the rationale, Dan, if you can pull it up. Got 4 items here. First, since 1960, US Chess has declared its intent to be open and inclusive. Second, organizations throughout the United States have recognized the need to be intentional about examining every facet of what they do to correct for past errors and assure that the perspectives and needs of underrepresented groups are considered and met. 3, a committee of persons who are educated about and focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion could work across all aspects of our organization to improve governance, education, membership, and public image. And 4, this came up this morning, Carol was talking about the number of grants we've applied for but have not achieved. Donors look for commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion today in making their decisions. Virtually all grant donors are looking for that, and the existence of a committee that's actually working towards it will show that kind of intentionality and I think help with the grant making process. Obviously, the executive board would have the authority to create and appoint such a committee on its own, but I would, in order that it get done quickly, I think the support of the delegates in making that recommendation would be valuable.
Do we have comments in the back?
Yes.
So you for or against?
Against.
Okay.
I would like to respectfully disagree with my colleague from Louisiana. I think this is sort of like a feel-good motion here. I think US Chess has already had a fairly good expression of diversity, equity, and inclusion in many, many ways. On the board, we have a female, we have an Asian, we have a black, and a Hispanic on our board. We have diversity in our director of events. We have diversity at many different levels of leadership at US Chess. I mean, if we need this as a punch card to have organizations and other donors look at us, then maybe that's valid. But I think we are trying many ways to try to go ahead and have a diverse organization. I think we may have some little gaps, but I think we are largely on there.
Okay, up front.
Point of information. When it stated within 1 year, are you looking at the end of this calendar year or more into
before the next delegates meeting?
Okay. Thank you.
Randy Bauer, Iowa. I want to speak in favor of this motion. One of the things that I see, because I consult with state and local governments and nonprofits, is this particular issue has become paramount for a number of organizations. And it's even gotten to the point that credit rating agencies are looking at what is an organization's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't think this committee would be unnecessary. I think it's quite necessary. I think it's a great idea, and so I would ask your support.
Danny?
I'd like to ask for support by acclamation.
Say that again. Can you say it louder?
Acclamation. Acclamation on this motion.
Okay, he's asking for support by acclamation. Okay. What's that now? Yeah, it's done. Yes.
So this will be
David's upstairs. David. Oh. I thought you were going to say something. Next one, Dan. Go ahead and fonticize it.
Yeah, so This particular motion came out of the bylaws discussion when talking about the DLA delegates at large, I guess DAL status. And it's kind of a work in progress, but I wanted to get this on the agenda for next year. So what I'd like to do is present the thing and then refer it immediately back to bylaws for further review and work.
So is there anything you wanted to discuss about it? Or we'll just read about it next year, right? Okay, that's fine. So the motion is you're going to refer this to bylaws for further review. Okay, seconded. All those in favor of referring this motion to bylaws? Opposed? Okay, that is referred to bylaws. Alex?
All right, so we have referred the language of Article 6, Section 2E on felonies to legal counsel. However, it remains in the bylaws for this year until legal counsel gets back to us. Myself and some of the other sponsors find the language unacceptable and would like to suspend it and mark it suspended pending review.
Discussion?
Steve Morford, Southern California. Just respectfully, I really think we should wait for the legal review.
Chris?
Point of information, if it's suspended and we happen to elect someone, then it comes back that it's all of a sudden going to stay, does that person become unelected and out of office?
You have to ask, did you get his point of information? Leela?
The section is redundant. We have a nominating committee that reviews criminal records. So
If we elect that person, then all of a sudden
there's no election. I believe there's no election.
There is an election.
Yeah.
We elect our board. If we elect a board member and then they have a felony and it turns out
They're
we
supposed
come
to
back
disclose.
and we can't have them out with a felony, do we take that person back off the board, even though they were elected?
Oh boy, now a lawsuit.
What if legal? Hold on. That's one consideration. Another consideration. What if the rule is that the rule is illegal?
Then we barred somebody from running.
Yes, we barred somebody from running. So this would. I will give a little background. This rule was put in as part of a special meeting online in 2019. And at that time, it was not referred to council. So given that it wasn't referred to council when it was put in, I think we need to set it aside and refer it to council. And that way we're not losing more members in Washington, D.C., which is what?
If it's suspended, so someone can be elected and we elect them, if legal comes back and we can't do that, do we then pull that person off the board?
That's not what's being reviewed. What's being reviewed is whether we can have a bylaw that bars them from running. Look at the provision in the bylaw. The provision in the bylaw that is going to be reviewed by legal counsel is a provision that says you are not eligible to run for the board if you have been convicted of or pled no contest to a felony charge. The reason why that is being reviewed is because it is so grossly improper. The term felony has different meaning in different jurisdictions. The very same act is legal in some states, a misdemeanor in other states, and a felony in yet other states. Examples of that would be marijuana, possession of marijuana, legal in some states, a misdemeanor in other states, and a felony in other states. There are many other such examples. This is a rule that was rushed through.
Point of order. This is still debating on the
If you look at the rule would bar someone from running. That is what is being reviewed. Your question goes to something that is not being reviewed.
No, it is, and I'll ask him, I'll try to explain. Yes.
Andrew Ray, Florida. Point of information. When is the next scheduled US chess elections?
This coming year.
Okay. Is it reasonable to expect that we would have a ruling from legal counsel by, say, November 30th? Is that unreasonable?
No.
Okay. So then, that would be addressing the matter. We would not be having any elections with people getting elected ineligible to do so, or people being barred from running for election because they were not eligible. We'll have that addressed before the next election.
Yes, I think, Chris, the point is that even if we suspended it, we'd have the legal opinion done before the election process even occurs. So it becomes moot.
Yeah, it wouldn't go that far.
John?
John Fernandez, Missouri. I think we all agree that the terrible injustices and inequities in the justice system are like a giant problem. That being said, we should not be in a position where we are assuming illegalities within our own bylaws, and we need to get the recommendation from legal, assuming the status quo. Let's get the recommendation from legal. I don't think it is yes or no. There may be additional wordings that are provided by legal. We may, in fact, have different options we would want to propose to the Board of Delegates. Simply removing this from our bylaws without any legal guidance right now could put us in some issues in certain states with nonprofit law, and it would really be a risk that I think this body should not take at this point.
Point of order, wasn't this just a moment ago ruled as being mute, since it would not, we'd have one way or the other an answer from legal counsel such that what's up there is totally unnecessary?
No, what was ruled moot was that if we suspended it now, okay, if it was suspended now, the election process wouldn't even would occur after we get the review from a legal opinion.
If we didn't suspend it, it wouldn't come back. We would come back before we could do anything with it. An election. So either way, it would be new.
Leela, thoughts?
The point that was considered moot was whether there would be any impact on any subsequent upcoming U.S. chess elections. And
a completed election and the possible removal. So
well,
everything happens.
Essentially, there will not be an impact on the upcoming elections. We'll get an opinion beforehand, and again,
right,
we're not going to have what I spoke about already. So whether we mark it Mr. Prosser's objection was being addressed in that manner. The motion is still valid. So the motion is not moot. The motion is in order.
I just want to respond to John's point. The same logic applies to the fact that in 2019 we imposed the condition without legal counsel. And the existence of the rule poses, I would say, even more danger than its absence from the bylaws.
Yes. Chuck?
Chuck Unruh, Oklahoma. I see no reason to suspend our rule. We need standards. There are truly injustices as they portrayed in the definition of felony. But we know what a real felony is. And if we suspended this rule and someone came in that had a true felony, such as a pedophile, well, what would happen? What would happen on the national level if they got a hold of that with an organization with this many children? And while we're trying to interpret our rules. So we need the standard to stay until we get an opinion.
Leela?
Okay, a real felony is anything that is defined as a felony in the Code of Criminal Conduct anywhere in the United States. That's what a real felony is. And that is part of the problem with the rule as written, is that it treats all potential felony, not just convictions, even pleas of no contest, the same. We have a nominating committee that vets every single person who wants to run, and that is what the nominating...
They do not.
No.
Yes, anyone can do a petition, and the nominating committee is still going to vet those people.
No.
We have a process. We have a process that people have to reveal if they have convictions, if they're running. All of that comes out. All of that is part of the campaign. But the negative thing that we get by having this overbroad provision in our bylaws are people who are reviewing them and saying, this is a racist organization. This is an organization that is doing bad things. If we have it marked as suspended pending review until we get a recommendation from council about a narrower provision that perhaps discusses registered sex offenders and crimes of violence or something along those lines that we can then adopt, we're in much better stead with the general public and within our own organization if we suspend it. It was adopted in a rush without careful consideration and without advice of council.
Randy?
So, as a way of background, this was added at the same time the requirement of if you were convicted of a felony, you had to disclose it in your Chess Life statements, and you were given extra words to explain it. Now we'll have no disclosure whatsoever. The problem with that is the nominating committee can put forth nominations. They do not vet people that have independently decided to run for the board and submit the necessary signatures. So we are effectively moving to a situation with no knowledge of the background of individuals. If nothing else, I'd say go back to the previous way. You can run as a felon, but you have to disclose it. This is a situation that's not going to help our organization. And we're talking just about running for the executive board. We're not talking about being a member, playing in a tournament, being a tournament director. This is just the people sitting up there. And to suggest that that in some way shows racism within our organization, I just think is false.
Jim?
Yeah, we have another stop the presses, alert the media moment that Lila and I are on the same side of an issue. But the question here is, do we want to have something in our bylaws that we all admit is basically unfair? It has to be, I think everybody here understands it has to be rewritten. All felonies are not created equal. I think Lila mentioned marijuana as one. Well, in California, in New York, it's not a crime. In Alabama or Mississippi or something, you could wind up going to jail for years. There's also a time factor. Is somebody who was convicted of stealing a car when he was 17, and now he's 60 and hasn't done anything wrong, to automatically be eliminated? I don't know. It's something that we need to think about. But basically, we all have agreed that the bylaw, the way it's written, just isn't fair. So putting a hold on it isn't going to mean that Sam Sloan is going to be reelected. It doesn't mean that an axe murderer is going to wind up on the board. It just means that we're reconsidering the language of a bylaw. Plain and simple, that's all it means, and we should pass this.
John, we're worried about what the New York Times would I'm still Steve Morford, Southern California. When I walk in here, I assume I have a fiduciary responsibility to this organization, and I don't think it's responsible to pull that until we have alternative language, assuming that's what we get from the attorney. This is clearly a complicated issue. We've had plenty of examples about the fact that felonies differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, sure. But some of the felonies are pretty serious. And I don't think we want the exposure of letting somebody slip through, who's been an embezzler, a child molester, some other things. We agreed on a process earlier today. I don't think we should even be revisiting it. We've already dealt with this topic, and we decided to get a legal review. And We get it. It'll probably be timely. And then once you have it, then people can make a decision on what we're going to do with that decision. I think we should wait for it. I don't think there's any reason to make a rush decision today, particularly because even though we have attorneys in the room, none of them have done this legal analysis. Thank you.
Alex?
Yeah, Alex Lemelski, Connecticut. Just want to correct Randy's statement. The only thing that this would do is take out or mark as suspended Section 2E. Does not affect disclosure or the criminal background check that is performed on all candidates. So candidates would still be required to disclose. This rule treats unfairly our members. You're okay with leaving it in, even though when it was put in, there was no legal review.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I am not thrilled with this. I especially dislike the ending. I would like to make a friendly amendment that you just have it suspended pending review, period. And, you know, since we're saying we're going to get a legal review by November, why then would we have this suspended until the next meeting when you already have a definite legal opinion as to whether it belongs in or out? So why the heck wait till 2023 annual meeting? I would, as a friendly amendment, like that portion totally removed. No, that was a friendly amendment. Do you accept the friendly amendment? So just review, period. So after the word review, remove the rest of it.
So it would just say suspended pending review.
Period, yes.
You're letting elements from hell
until the
review.
I wanted to end with the word review.
The capital review, right?
Yes.
So, right?
Yes.
I'll accept it.
David?
I'm speaking against this motion. It's, okay, we have a bad habit of making bylaw changes without anywhere close to sufficient vetting. We rewrite stuff on the floor. This is not how bylaws are done. Bylaws are not easy to draft. They are not, the fact that we don't have replacement language for this and want to just suspend it without knowing how we're going to change it, that's not how you do this process. I'm very open to making changes to this, but it's the kind of thing where it's better to let it play out. And as a general rule, we need to do a much better job with how we submit motions around bylaws and the kind of vetting and the kind of advanced thinking that we do about them, rather than doing this kind of surgery on the floor. It's just too irresponsible.
Chris?
I'm an educator for 30 years. I'm aware kids make mistakes. High school, I taught for several years. They make mistakes. With the removal of the of the next meeting, which means we'll get it in before there's an election, I'm all for this. I think that we do agree that it's different in every state. This is something we need to look at. There's no reason for us to have a rule in there while it's being reviewed, as long as it doesn't affect our elections. With the end of the next meeting in there, it would affect our elections. This now does not affect our elections.
Fun?
Yeah, I have a point of information here. I'm trying to remember the context. I'm told that we had different wording in 2019, something to the effect that you had to reveal that you had a felony and explain what the felony was all about in 2019. And I was trying to understand the context of why the wording was changed later. Does anyone have information about that?
I mean, sure, I remember when the change was made. I think there was a belief that the prior method of disclosing a felony and explaining it was in some ways embarrassing to some people. And so it was felt that a simpler way was to do it this way. There were also a couple other reasons, and one was the fact that there is nothing, Alex, you're wrong about this, there's nothing in the bylaws that requires a candidate to disclose. Okay? They have to submit to a background check. That's it. There's no way as an organization, if someone's not going through the nominating committee, to keep them off the ballot or to make that information known to the public. So that's kind of why it was felt to be simpler just to put in the blanket prohibition. I agree, that may not be the way to go, but if it's not the way to go, I say you have to go back to some way of providing an opportunity for that information to be disclosed so that the membership can make an informed voting decision.
Alex, go ahead.
I just want to remind everyone again that this provision was put in 2019 without any review. The provision was put in without review. We have no legal opinion whether the provision itself that now exists and is in full force and effect is actually legally acceptable. And it is a controversial one.
But what the point of information, upon what are you basing that this was not had not undergone legal review?
I was a member of the committee that created it.
Okay. Guy?
I should point out that if attempting to pass this, I think would constitute a change in the bylaws, even if temporary, and require a two-thirds vote to pass. This certainly isn't on the advance agenda.
Mm-hmm. In the front?
Alexia Root, Texas. I think I'm in favor of this suspended motion. I think that the language, as Robin presented earlier, discourages minorities from considering US chess, and I think that we can have a provision that people disclose their felonies in their candidate statements, but people should be allowed to be a part of this organization and run for leadership in this organization. Thank you.
John McCrary, South Carolina. I've had a lot of administrative experience in addition to being a psychologist, and I've dealt with a lot of legal opinions. That's why I'm so sensitive about litigation. But sometimes legal opinions are not simple and straightforward, and sometimes they're contradicted by other lawyers. And it's possible that Carol would not get a clear legal opinion. So I think there's no way we can get around having to bring it back to the delegates next year.
Steve? Oh, do you like John's up? Go ahead, John.
John Fernandez, Missouri. My deep research, which is just considering Control F and searching for some words in Illinois nonprofit law, shows 6 different restrictions on felons in terms of their participation in nonprofits. So while I don't disagree that some of those may be considered unjust, it is regularly mentioned in Illinois nonprofit law that felons are restricted from certain functions, and to be putting something like this in place with that knowledge is problematic for me.
Steve?
Would the makers consider it a friendly amendment if instead of the second paragraph, there were something in there that says all candidates for the executive board are required to disclose the details of any previous felony convictions? Yes. Instead of suspending instead of putting the part of marking the section suspended pending review. Just to replace the second paragraph with due to the legal review of just replace all that with all candidates for the executive board must disclose the details of all prior felony convictions. I want to make that the change. So I'm considering making an amendment that replaces that language with this. And is that a substantial change to the motion? Can't be an amendment. It's a parliamentarian question.
So a point of information, Steve, how would they disclose? I think you have to spell that out. Okay, then we're back to the old language, which, like I said, I'm fine with that, but that's got to be spelled out. I mean, if they just disclose it to the office, we have no way of probably even legally providing that information to everybody.
I don't know if it has to be specified who to disclose it to. I mean,
how they disclose it.
Yeah, the candidate's statement on their nominating petition.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Okay. If I can address this, I gather with the chair, I believe that amendment is, it's a substantive change, but also, just as the amendment we had previously with Mr. Prosser is addressing an item that is going to happen after we get the review. So it seems rather moot, just as his concern for moot. I think Mr. Emmett's concerns are also rather moot because we're going to get the legal review well before the next upcoming election. But there's already a bylaw that says that they have to disclose, so why are we doing that again?
Steve, what did you say?
Are we on an amendment with that?
If you leave in the first part, though, Steve, they can't run. Okay, so disclosing it, there's nobody that's going to disclose. This is only if it was determined that the prior motion is deemed whatever legally acceptable, and that gets removed from the bylaws, and then this, I think, actually works.
Okay. So I will accept that as a friendly amendment, so it will be both sentences, is the provision.
I recognize the Executive Director.
So I think this is a really good discussion about an important topic. And I'm concerned that we're making sausage on the fly without the requisite inputs we need to make sure we as an organization manage the risks we have. We just formed a DEI committee, or were directed to form a DEI committee. This is a DEI issue. And I think over the next few months even, we can get an opinion on this that we can bring back to the delegates to, even in the interim, if we had to call a special meeting to address this. But I think completely rolling back something that was well-intentioned without the necessary sensitivity to the structural problems that a lot of people know, many of us know exist in the criminal justice system. We're not going to solve those today. And I'd like for the body of delegates to consider, putting the brakes on any changes today and allow us to get the proper inputs from those who are qualified in Illinois to advise us, and to also get inputs from the DEI committee that's going to get formed, because I think that voice is important in this process.
Tom?
I would like to call the question.
Okay. Question?
We're moving on. It's on that right now.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Is there any opposition to calling the question? So just give everybody a chance to look at that one more time. Okay? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of the language that we see on the screen now, raise your delegates cards. You're going to have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I got 15. Huh? 15 and 12, 27. No. Total. Total is 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 6, 17. Dwayne, is your hand up?
Yes.
Okay, that's 17 total. Yeah, 17 total. That's 17 total there. And opposed?
Yeah, it's not. That's not
Okay, I'm going to count. I'll count the right. You count the left, Kevin. Okay, so it's a total of 25. Motion fails. Say that again. 25 to 17.
17 for, 25 against.
Yes. 17 for, 25 against. What's your calculator say, guy? It looked like he was punching on the calculator. Okay.
Excuse me, Carl Hessler from Oregon. If my recollection serves, you told us we had to have 47 in this room to have a quorum. If we had 42 votes, we don't have a quorum here, and can we even continue having any kind of these discussions?
I abstain.
Okay, then we should get that on the, because if we don't have a quorum here, what are we doing? At least we should get the abstentions on the as a count also. Thank you.
Okay, so those who abstained. 1, 2.
I question whether we have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay. So let's count.
We had a quorum when we started meeting. If people walk out, we still have a quorum. We do not have a quorum unless you adjourn.
Yeah.
Andy, question?
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
No.
Go ahead to the mic.
No, did we have a quorum when we started the meeting? Have we adjourned?
Yeah.
It does not matter if we have a quorum or not.
Past practice has been that the quorum is established at the beginning of the meeting, and then throughout the course of the meeting, then it's established. So the votes can still happen, even while people are taking their own little mini recesses in the course or abstaining from votes.
Not Robert's Rules of Order issue.
Yes?
I just counted 50 delegates.
Okay, put your hands in the air with your card, please. Put your delegates cards up. I got the right side over here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Randy, don't go anywhere.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
30 on this.
What you got? 30 on that side, 22 on this side.
How many people?
52. Okay, Dan, is there another?
There was one.
I just got another one.
I pushed our dinner back to 6. We probably should have waited.
Why don't we have a cutoff for these things? What is it?
He won't do anything. He might, you've been convicted of stealing.
Get rid of them. Okay, Lewis Reed.
Hi, Lewis Reed from Texas. I am moving that US Chess reinstate the issuance of printed membership cards to US Chess members, or reinstate the mechanism on the US Chess website for members and/or tournament directors to print a membership card. The rationale behind this is pretty much nearly across the board. Almost every organization I've ever been a member of has a membership card, even if it's just a simple piece of paper. This is something tangible that links me to the organization. Additionally, I do receive complaints. I sell memberships to players, new memberships, renewals, and they're all almost across the board disappointed when I tell them, when they ask, am I going to get a membership card? And I have to tell them that no, they're not going to get a membership card. So that's the reason for this motion.
Okay. Discussion?
At tournaments, players forget their ID numbers. It's as simple as being on a card. Then the players come up to you and you're sitting at chess control and they say things like, well, can I get a membership card? And I have to sit there at chess control or as a tournament director and tell them, well, you have to reach out to the US Chess office to get a membership card because they're expecting it, especially when they've previously had membership cards. So we need to find a better way to do this because I agree with Lewis on this motion that the amount of complaints from current members about how they can't get a membership card anymore unless they contact the office is not a fun thing for a tournament director or organizer to say at a tournament.
John?
Unless I'm mistaken, the executive board could implement this now. Is that correct? So I would move to refer to the executive board.
Carol, just go ahead and talk, Carol, about what you just
So we know that there is a way to expose a link in the member portal to allow people to download a membership card on their own. There were some issues with formatting, and frankly, when we were getting questions about spending $500,000 a year on IT, this fell way down on the priority list. And so, we have a capability that probably needs some modest programming to make it available. We can look at what that cost is going to be. I can tell you that going back to mailing plastic membership cards, when it was costing us, when we ended it 3 years ago, $120,000 a year is probably a non-starter because not only do we not have it budgeted, but we also don't have the staff to do the processing, and it was 40% of one person's time.
Steve?
Well, I like Lewis's, qualification that they can print the card out themselves and print it out, and have the card for it. And I can also speak as a director. When people used to come with those plastic cards, and John Smith or whomever came to the tournament, or John Fernandez, and there's not the only, there's a number of people with that name. I'd like to get the right one without having to hunt down and look at his previous tournaments and just get the information. And I know that that's something, it does promote affinity with the organization. It makes you feel like you remember when you get a card. And again, a core value that we have is customer service. We endeavor to be responsive, adaptive, and proactive in providing services to our customers, and they have asked for this service. So I think this falls right in line with that.
Point of order, we had a motion to refer, seconded.
Motion to refer to who? Okay.
She's already dealt with this issue.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, do we want to, let's discuss the motion to refer to the board? No discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to refer this to executive board, raise your delegates cards. Opposed? Okay, that passes. And it's after 5 o'clock, so nobody can submit anything else according to the bylaws, according to something we've got printed.
Mine will take about 3 minutes.
Okay, John, go ahead.
No, I have to read it. He can't read my writing. First, let me make a quick announcement, then I have a non-controversial motion. I'm chair of the Recognitions Committee, where we look at the US Chess Awards every year and recommend to the executive board. The biggest problem we have is getting information about local and state people. We have no clear way of getting that. So I want to encourage everybody, if you know somebody locally at the state level who hasn't been recognized, to email me and I'll put them on the list for the committee to consider. Now my motion is as follows. The delegates commend Mike Hoffpower for his very able chairing of the delegates meeting and the executive board and the US Chess staff for their very able conduct of the US Chess annual meeting.
I was going to suggest that we do that by acclamation, but everybody beat me to it. It looks like we're getting to the end of the meeting. With the permission of the chair, I'd like to make a quick announcement.
Go ahead, Tom.
There is an online league called the States Cup Chess League. We've had 2 seasons. We're getting ready for our 3rd season. Tomorrow night, right here in this room, between 9 and 10 p.m., we're going to have an organizational meeting for our 3rd season of the online States Cup Chess League. Not all states are currently represented in season 1 and season 2. I see some representatives of states such as, for example, the great state of Texas, which I hear has some pretty good chess players that hasn't been represented. I would like to invite everyone here to have a representative at our organizational meeting tomorrow, right here in this room, between 9 and 10. I really want to see increased participation in the States Cup Chess League. Thank you. After the round. I mean, there was a thought that there might be a continuing delegates meeting in here in the morning, so the plan is we've announced 9 to 10 p.m. after the final round of the U.S. Open.
And finally, the chair recognizes Mike Hoffpower for a motion.
John, before I present that motion, go ahead and make that announcement you wanted to make.
Just for all of you to know, it would be greatly appreciated. There are 6 petitions for 6 individuals, 5 in high esteem, plus myself, that are up there for executive board re-election. You are kindly invited to sign any or all of those petitions so we can have a nice competitive election.
So please, the petitions are here in the front. Signing the petition does not mean you're voting for the person. It means that you are agreement that, hey, I think that person should run for the executive board. Doesn't mean a vote for them. Okay, so just, and maybe they're a felon or not, I don't know. But just go ahead and sign. Just sign, please sign those. It's for the benefit of those candidates for the executive board. So I make the following motions. I wish to pass all by acclamation. First motion is to thank the staff of US Chess for putting together this venue, for putting together this US Open, for putting together these invitationals that we just had. But just thank you very much to the entire staff for their hard work. Second motion is to thank the chairs and the members of all the committees. All of you are volunteers who spend a lot of time working on the issues that you bring to this forum here, to the working shops, the working groups that you put together, to the video teleconferences that you hold to discuss things. Just the hats off to all of you, and thank you very much for your hard work in those committees. I'd like to thank the US Chess governance team for the work that they've done to prepare us for this meeting here today, to keep us straight, issue out, all the delegates' credentials, keep track of who's who, and then to deal with that, November 1st deadline that we used to have in the bylaws, and in calling everybody up and saying, hey, who's going to be your delegates? But just thank you very much to the governance folks in US Chess office. I'd like to also thank our parliamentarian, Andy Ray, this is his first in-person delegates meeting. He did a special delegates meeting for us. But Andy, thank you for your counsel as we went through this process and keeping us all straight. Thank you. Last but certainly not least, I would like to thank, and we would all like to thank, the Southern California Chess Association for all the work that they did to help get this venue as a possibility for us to use, for your hospitality, for your gracious welcome to everyone, and for the spirit and enthusiasm that you've had, for us being here at this U.S. Open here in California. And as Randy noted earlier in one of our meetings, this is the 6th time we've been on the West Coast since 1993? Since 1998. Next year we'll be in the northern part of the Midwest, and after that back on the East Coast. So this is bouncing around like it's supposed to. But again, thank you very, very much to Southern California for your hospitality. Only have 5 more motions. Just kidding. I make a motion that we adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I didn't think so. Okay, thank you very much, folks. Thank you.